1.0.7 on Tuesday, August 13th, as we need additional time to verify some issues. In the meantime, I'd like to share some key updates in this hotfix. Firstly, we're adjusting the options for the infiltration operation on hard mode. The grappling hook disabled and jump disabled options will be removed from the selection list. Additionally, the select all option will no longer be deselected when changes are made after selecting all options. Moreover, we're planning further improvements for the infiltration operation on hard mode in Season 1. These include removing the occupation tasks and focusing more on eliminations. We're also replacing the random combination of options with preset selections and expanding matchmaking parameters. First of all, great idea, grappling hook disabled, jump disabled, you know full well that we all avoid it, so it's really good that that is now going. Next up though, let's talk about the content adjustments. We're going to add some extra time for you to choose restart option after completing intercept battles, special operations and infiltration operations. For your preference, restart with squad and restart alone buttons will be provided, and again, that is absolutely huge. The amount of times that I spend too much time sieving over things in loot boxes and then end up having to go back to Albion to reboot is ridiculous, so another good change. Additionally, we're making characters invincible when standing on hazardous areas after interceptions are done, making use of the reconstructed device more convenient. The difficulty of the Frostwalker mechanism will be adjusted so you can enjoy the Void Intercept battle through public matchmaking more easily. Jesus Christ, they have listened to a lot. This one is a really big update, and actually everything in here is stuff that we've actually asked for so far. But moving on into this, in special operations, AFK players will be moved automatically to the abort selection during interim review. Also, monsters' HP will be reduced and more ammo will be dropped easily in Void Fusion reactors. This is insane. I can't actually put into words how good this is. The monster spawn intervals are shortened in Void Fragments, poison attribute located at Echo Swamp's Derelict Covert, and we're also addressing the issues when weapon proficiency is not gained for equipped weapons when using unique weapons, such as during Luna's stage presence. This is amazing. This is one company, you know, that actually seem to listen to everything that we say. This is a very rare occurrence when it comes to game development teams, and it's not something that we see all that often. Stays right here though. Lastly, we have usability improvement. We will enhance your farming experience with several improvements in hotfix 1.0.7. We're adding a feature that allows you to quickly identify key information about your equipment by looking at icons in the inventory. You'll be able to see how many ultimate options
an
item has without opening its tooltip, and identify the attributes of RK types and reactors through icons. Additionally, we're speeding up the tooltip display to help you sort valuable items more efficiently. One last thing, from previous patch note, we discussed plans to support build diversity. We noticed discussions in the community about whether socket types need to be assigned 11 times for each loadout pages. Rest assured, we aim to support build diversity in more user-friendly manner. If you prefer to use the same socket type across loadout pages 1, 2, and 3, your current setup will remain unchanged. Socket type assignments will only be required if you want different socket types for each loadout. The First Descendant aims to be a long-time beloved game. To achieve this, we're committed to improving the game in ways that resonate with you. We deeply appreciate everyone and our communities, and will continue to strive to provide more enjoyable content. Well, I'll be bloody damned. We actually have a development team that is willing to listen to everything that we've been putting up. Now, this is just me being nitpicky right now, but we've approached a lot of big issues. Unfortunately, the paint selection palette is not one of them, which actually irritates the hell out of me. This one is really frustrating because it's been an issue since day one and needs to be rectified as soon as possible. You're happy to take the money for the palettes? Make sure that you actually issue what it is that we're purchasing. That's all I'm asking for. Not a big ask at all. But let me know in the comment section what you guys think to this new insight to patch 1.0.7. I think that this is actually a really good start, and we know full well that the way these games operate, that won't be all of it, but it's a very good start to the way that they've issued. Moving into some Reddit posts though, we have got some tantalizing points that you guys may want to take a look at. This right here, just a little heads up for people farming XP. Do sterile land Cupir mine operation. It's so good, and especially with Bunny in team. Yes, you don't level up as quickly as Bunny Cave, but you get so much gold, void shards, and a chance at patterns, and you actually play the game. As a whole, it's just a much better package than sitting idly in the bunny cave. I just did 4 runs with just that multiple weapons, and Descendant efficiency went up by 10 to 15 levels, and the best part is so much gold, void shards, and 6 patterns as extra bonus. Now this is something that we need to kind of take into toll. The farming methods that are around at the moment, taking your character from the baseline to level 40 in 15 minutes, for me, dull as hell. I don't want to play a menu simulator, and even though I do want to grind things out, I still want to enjoy things while I'm doing that. So for me, this is a really, really big factor, and needs to be implemented to a basis of actually farming is worth doing, and it's enjoyable when you do it, because this whole game is a looter shooter. It all revolves around farming. And something that isn't fun when it comes to farming insists right here. Apparently these two Amorpheus materials have the same drop rate when you use Sharon to infiltrate. Guess which one I need? And you can see right here, he has absolutely 0 of the original and 25 of the other one. It seems that the patterns do tend to know exactly what it is you're looking for based on your playstyle and what you've been hunting for overall, and generally when you get to the last one needed for a certain character or for a certain weapon, it will just deteriorate, and it's really weird actually, but I'd love to see the schematics and the number format for how these actual tend to work.
I agree with that.
Because this right here is another issue known to the game. Why is there a stack limit of 6 on stabilizers? And to be honest, I don't really care about these stabilizers. There could be a stack of 6, it could be a stack of 50. For me, even though it changes the percentages on screen, it still does absolutely nothing for me. I still end up with the most common piece of the loot ball known to man. That is generally because it buffs all of the numbers, so yes, it takes all of your numbers up a percentage and gives everything a bit more of a boost on the drop rate viability, but my good lord, these things are bloody useless. I do think that they could be a lot better, and I think that actually if they were a lot better, people would probably utilise them a lot more. This stack of 6 does nothing for me, and I really don't care. It really makes absolutely no difference to me, and I don't even use mine. So yeah, take that one in toll as you will. Still managed to get all of Valby in 8 hours. It's definitely just one of those things. Let me know your opinion on everything we spoke about today via the comment section below, and make sure you get involved with the giveaway. Thanks again for watching, guys. Make sure you like, subscribe, and as always, until next time, I'll see you in the clouds.
Joe Rogan Podcast.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. All right, we're back after a brief hiatus. We had a little fuck up here, but we're back. Cheers again.
Yeah, cheers.
So we were saying that I was saying that this is Stanhope's move, drinking Bud Light, and you were saying that you like drinking Bud Light because you could drink more. And then I said Stanhope switched to cocktails. All this happened. We had a fuck up with the recording. But you said you lived with Stanhope.
I did.
At the fucking Neverland Ranch?
Yes. It was crazy.
Yeah, what's he doing out there?
What do you think?
Yeah.
Guess.
Just being bombed and
It's
having
nuts.
random strangers show up at his house?
Yeah, he doesn't care. I mean, he's so funny, but yeah, every once in a while he'd get a little nasty.
Yeah?
He'd turn on me.
He turn on you?
Yeah, I'd say because it was like a month, and I can drink, but I can't.
So you lived with him for a whole month?
Yeah, I stayed in the guest house.
What is that place like, that Bisbee, Arizona?
It's a cool town.
Yeah?
It's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an old mining town. So every house is like an old mine shack. It's crazy.
And most of the people there, what do they do?
I think when the mines closed, because it was an old copper mine, they all, like hippies from California moved in there. So it's like a real RT.
Is he like the
RT
mayor
town.
of the town?
Yeah, pretty much.
Abu
Although I think all he does
Jakar.
could be wrong.
Abu
Maybe his
Jakar.
routine changed during COVID.
It was
I could
big.
be
It was a
wrong.
big
But
deal.
they-
We got a lot done. They went
that was
in.
it.
He died like a dog.
He would just go to the grocery store and come back. That was his.
That's it?
Bro, that thing's moving funny.
That's it.
That's it.
Just make sure he's got enough money in the
Yeah.
bank?
I wish we could chuck a grenade like pop.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was fun. But yeah, like I said, every once in a while you get a couple drinks. Like, chill. Like, we'd be hanging out out of nowhere. He'd be like, "You're fat." I'd be like, "All right, man.
Oh
What
my
the fuck,
God.
dude?"
That's the hard booze.
Yeah.
That's hard booze thinking. People that just drink like Bud Lights, they probably don't get that nasty. It's a
No.
slow trickle.
No. Yeah, I got this. This is my dad. Dad just drinks these all night.
It's not the best flavor.
You're crazy. Couple BLs.
It's
A
okay.
couple BLs, dude.
It'd probably be real
Bud
good
Lights.
with like crabs. You
Yeah.
know, like some seafood and like a nice light beer.
Drinking outside, it's perfect.
Yeah, real cold.
Yeah, you can't drink like craft or like IPAs outside.
Yeah, you can.
I don't like it.
I do.
What?
I like dark beer. I
Yeah?
do. Yeah. I like
Well, you work
stouts.
out. You're in shape. And shit.
Yeah, but
if
that's
I
not
start,
why I like it.
If I start, yeah, I know. But if I start crushing IPAs, I'll
Get hammered.
balloon.
Yeah, it's
I'll
good
be
time.
huge.
Yeah, there you go.
If I drink 12 IPAs a night instead of Bud Lights, it'd be a disaster.
That's true. But you wouldn't need 12. You'd need 5, and you'd have the same effect.
Yeah, but that's why I don't drink. Like, I try not to drink liquor ever. Like, I'm trying not to get fucking hammered at these places.
You're just trying to like keep a steady buzz.
Yeah, because I'll get drunk. I had a bad habit of getting hammered at clubs and
Whoops.
talking shit.
That sounds like a normal comedian.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone. Yeah, but then the anxiety the next day, all that. It's like, what did I say to
I
this
know,
person?
that is the worst.
Oh.
That's the worst feeling when you're all drunk together and you're like, did I
100%.
say something stupid?
You said, I say wild shit.
And you know
I
someone said
say-
stupid shit to you.
Yeah.
So you're like, man, was I that guy too? Yeah, you
Yeah.
were.
Definitely. And at the cellar now, it's like we're all having like conversations about like race and shit like that.
Oh, I
So
love
you
the
might get
cellar.
hammered.
I might get
Colorado.
Would you guys shut up? Just wake up the next day like, oh, fuck.
There is nothing worse than comedians that are virtue signaling. Like around other comedians and trying to establish like a way that we should all communicate. And you're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, it's
Are you
like, why-
pretending
what are
this
you
is
doing
real?
here? Yeah.
Are you pretending this
I
is
thought
real?
we were all in on this.
We're all in on this. We're all good people talking
Yeah.
mad shit. There's no bad people here. Just because someone says something ridiculous to make other people laugh, like yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
We know the game.
Yeah.
It's like it's their opportunists. They're opportunists. They find a way to claim the moral high ground, to be upset at everybody else. But if you're a comedian and you do that, you're a traitor. You know what's going on. You know that these guys are just talking shit. And talking shit is a real thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's like, here's my real statement. Here's how I really feel about things. Here's honesty. Here's me, just being vulnerable and truthful. And then here's me talking shit.
Yeah.
And when
It's
I'm
shit.
talking, yeah,
It is literally,
literally
it
shit.
is shit. It's
Yeah.
not real.
No, we're saying ridiculous things to make each other laugh. Yeah, there you go. Good.
Start talking shit by the end
6 or
of this.
7 of these, we'll have a good buzz going.
Yeah.
Might grow on me. It's not bad. I get the idea though. You know, that's one of the things that I've been reading about lately. I'm actually rereading this book by Brian Murarescu on. It's called The Immortality Key. It's all about ancient Greece and how they used to take wine and they had wine laced with all these psychedelic chemicals, and that's the whole Eleusinian
Yeah.
mysteries. But back then, everybody used to drink all day. They all had like the alcohol was terrible. Like the wine had like 3% alcohol, the booze had like 3%, like beer was 3%. They didn't know how to make like strong shit like they know how to make today, and everybody was drunk all the time.
Yeah, what else you gonna do?
Yeah.
Sitting around, waiting to get fucking killed by barbarians? You better get hammered.
The barbarians were on
Better get-
mushrooms.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
that's-
were. That was the thing. Like Vikings, they were all on mushrooms.
Were they?
Yeah, they would do mushrooms and go berserking.
Yeah, they would do some bad things. I can't imagine doing those things on mushrooms.
Yeah, but if you lived back then, you could.
True.
If like that was a normal part of everyday life, was cutting people apart. You probably want to be.
Yeah,
on mushrooms.
I take mushrooms and giggle.
Yeah,
These
probably.
guys would take it.
But they might have giggled too.
I bet they were giggling.
Yeah, I would imagine. We're lucky. But that's why people complain today. It's like because it's pretty easy. So the things that people complain about, they're relatively mild in comparison to the historical record, how
Yeah.
fucked up life was.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible.
Did you buy that shirt on purpose? Really?
Yes.
So you saw that in the store, and you're like, this is the one.
I saw this shirt. I was like, that's the drip.
That's it.
This is the drip. Gym shorts and a Walmart polo.
Do you play golf?
No.
Good for you.
I go drink. I watch my friends play golf. I'll go on the cart. It's
Jim,
fun.
do you have a shirt like that? Do you have golf shirts that you wear?
I do, but not like that. They're not.
They're not as fly as this. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
Dude, it's so funny.
Tiger Woods collection.
I was with Ari at the house, and I was like, I look like a dickhead, right? He was like, no, you look fine. I knew that he was lying.
Is Ari staying at Tim's too?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah.
no.
It's just me and Ari. It's
Oh
just
my
me and that
god.
fucking guy. Took his dick out already.
Of course he did.
Dude, which is fine. Taking your dick out with other people around is funny.
But just with
But
one
it's
dude.
just me and him. And I was like, dude, who's this joke for, bro? It's just you and me. It was
Plus,
great.
I
'cause we
guarantee
were-
you, Tim's got cameras everywhere.
Oh, definitely.
Recording everything.
He's probably watching them.
Yes. Take it out.
it's
Let's
great.
go. Let's go.
So we were out, me and Ari were swimming. And I was like, I bet you I can swim underwater the length of the pool. And he was like, I bet you can. So I did it. And then when I was like out of breath, got to the other side, I was like, ugh. Came out and his dick was out. He was standing outside of the pool. I was like, God damn it. I was like tired. Yeah.
He's a wild motherfucker. I mean, that dude lived most of the pandemic in South America.
Yeah.
Just moved to South America for a while. Didn't know anybody down there. Got an Airbnb.
Started doing yoga up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. Well, he's all about that. Like, me and him we don't share a lot in common. Like, he was walking around, he's like, we should go hiking, we should do this. Shut up. Let's watch Sports Center and drink. So, yeah, he was trying to get me to go down there with him.
He's big on new experiences, like hiking type things,
Yeah.
going places, and traveling.
I don't like it.
Well, he got real big on travel a few years back, where he took like 3 solid months off where he didn't do any comedy. He left his laptop at home. I think he brought a flip phone, and he just traveled, and no one could get in touch with him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, didn't he go to, like, China?
Yeah, he went all over the place. He went all through Asia, stayed in hostels. Like, okay.
Yeah, he likes that. He asked me to go to Bonnaroo with him this year. I said, dude, I'm not going to 95 degrees, just hippies and tents.
Where's Bonnaroo?
In Tennessee, right? That's his vibe. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to a fucking...
Yeah, he likes taking Molly and hanging out with weirdos.
I like taking Molly.
And hanging
It's
out with
great.
weirdos?
Yeah, I don't like the weirdos. In fact, I take Molly, I want to be alone.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's he's living the life of a free man. You know, I mean, I don't think I know anybody that values freedom.
Yeah.
Like Ari does, because he values freedom above, like freedom from everything, freedom from the best job in the world. Like even though stand-up's the best job in the world, he'll take months off of his schedule. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing any podcasts. I'm not doing anything. I'm just gonna wander around with nobody, by himself.
Yeah. It's impressive. I don't have that.
It's a weird instinct,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, I think because it's from when he was a kid, leaving the whole Jewish thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's probably, he's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah, for-
accustomed to losing his entire community.
For people who don't know, he lived, what is it? It's not a kibbutz, right? Is that what it was? He lived somewhere in Israel where they read the Talmud like 12 hours a day. And
Yeah.
they did chores, and he was in like a religious retreat.
They're Amish.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Jewish Amish. And then he realized, like, fuck this. Like, what am I doing? This
Yeah,
is bullshit.
the strength that takes to be like,
Oh my God.
what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. He just takes massive balls.
Yeah. He has those too.
Mm-hmm.
Just saw him.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
They were like shockingly
good.
low hanging. What's going on there?
Yeah. The shirt's good though.
Yours?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
good.
I'm fine
It's
with it.
good stuff.
I'd wear it for a goof.
Yeah.
I could wear that shirt.
You should.
Yeah.
Start wearing golf stuff.
Yeah, why not? People would think, I told you he was Republican.
Oh yeah,
Look
true,
at him.
Match
true.
that hat you like.
Which hat?
The golf hat.
Which one?
The one that Bilbo made fun of.
Oh, my Little Rascals hat.
The golf hat.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Paperboy hat.
The golf Harold Payne Stewart used to wear.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Jeff cap. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. My dad wears those.
I like
Pretty
those.
fun. Yeah.
Those are my favorite hats. So we all
Why?
have weird tastes. I don't know. I like them. They look good on my fat, round head.
Do they?
Yeah, if I had them here, I'd put it on so you can see. You'd be like, nice.
Yeah, I'd have to do that. Well, of course I would. I'm not gonna be like, you look like a fucking idiot. I'm nervous, dude. Of course I'm gonna be like, yeah, everything you do is great.
Well, we need more of these. Cheers.
Yeah, true. Cheers,
Couple
man.
more of these. So, are you still living in New York?
I am.
Do you like living out there?
I mean, the only thing I like is doing stand-up, so.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I do.
Yeah.
Just hang out, Uber to the club.
You had some
Go
funny
back
shit
on.
last night, man.
Oh, thank you
That
very
was a lot
much.
of fun.
Thank you.
These 2 nights have been really fun.
Yeah, they've been awesome, man. You too. It's good. You're still out there swinging like that?
Yeah, we got to swing.
Bro, I was standing in the back with Ari, and you started going, and I was looking at him like, ooh, Joe's going to get in trouble.
Yeah, you get in trouble.
Yeah, of
Yeah, I
course.
mean, some people are going to get mad, but it's comedy. You
Yeah.
know, the people that aren't mad are having a great time. I mean, we just did
Yep.
2 nights in a row. Everybody's having a great time. And these shows at Vulcan that we've been doing on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, they sell out like instantly.
Yeah.
And it's fun.
It's
Everybody's
awesome in there.
enthusiastic. Great crowds. Austin's amazing. I fucking love it here.
Austin's cool. The area around there, I don't like.
It's a little sketchy.
A lot of homeless.
Yeah. Well, it's not well regulated.
No.
And these knuckleheads decided to defund the police. It's a super unwise move. And it gets weird down
Yeah,
there.
it's like Bonnaroo out there, dude. It was just intense and on drugs.
Yeah, it's but you know what? Relatively speaking, it's exciting.
Yeah, excited. Yeah, you got a
Yeah.
fucking driver and a bodyguard, dude. And you do karate. Yeah, it's fun. I'm walking around just like, dude, I'm gonna get fucked
Don't
up
walk
here.
around. You're supposed to.
You gotta walk around.
Get from the parking lot into the structure, and then
Yeah.
from the structure into the parking lot, and then we vacate the area. That's what you do.
That's what it-
Yeah, you secure the perimeter of the
Yeah.
area with security.
Yeah, I like
You have
doing
a lot of shows.
comedy in fucking Fallujah. What the fuck, dude? It is fun. It is fun, but
It is.
till it's not.
Until it's not. Yes.
One
but
day,
that's-
somebody's not gonna have
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. But that's like part of what the fun is. Like,
True.
you cannot have light without dark. You cannot have sunshine without rain. If you have sunshine all the time, you have California and everybody's fucked up.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do because they're baffled. Because it's like someone who stays up for 5 days in a row. You lose the cycle. There's no cycle, so
Yeah.
you get confused. You need a little winter. You need a little sun. You need a little cold. You need a little
Yeah.
little bit of everything. You can't just only eat cake, you fuck. You can't
What?
just eat cake. That's what like California people are doing. They're just eating
Yeah.
cake. You know, well, even California now, they're recognizing like Los Angeles is hitting a massive crime wave. Like fucking crime is everywhere. I know
Yeah.
so many friends who their apartments been broken into, their cars been broken into, they've been robbed. So many people are getting robbed there. It's just a totally different situation. And, you know, that makes it more dangerous, but it also makes it more exciting.
Yeah, a little more fun.
A little more fun.
Yeah, Philly's doing that too.
Like Burr was saying when he did
Philly's
Saturday Night
rough.
Live, and
Yeah.
when he did that sketch, or that opening monologue rather, and he talked about what's his name? That got punched, the little dude.
Yeah, the guy from
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. What the fuck's his name? Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
They punch Rick Moranis. He goes, New York's back, baby.
yeah. That was a rough one, dude.
Yeah.
Rick took one on the chin.
Yeah, he out of nowhere for no reason. Someone just
Yeah.
sucker punched him. But that's what happens when you have
They
all this.
shouldn't have shrunk those fucking kids. Probably that homeless guy probably saw that.
Maybe. Yeah, man.
I don't like people playing with my kids.
Right. Probably. It's all this crazy rhetoric. It's, white people are terrible rhetoric. Love to just run up to random whiteys and punch them.
Yeah, that's good though. Keeps our head on a swivel a little. It's time for the whiteys to start.
When you're 60 years old and you don't know karate,
True.
and you're Rick Moranis,
True.
it's probably not the
Just
best.
getting leveled.
Yeah, and that guy's not gonna recover from that well.
No.
You know, he's not Mark
Yeah.
Hunt.
Yeah, he'll be able to. Rick, he'll bounce back. Rick's tough, dude. What do you know about
think?
Rick?
I
he's
don't
got-
know anything about
he's got
Rick.
A chin.
I'm just
That's the
taking
one
a
thing.
guess. I don't think so. He went down pretty quick.
Well, it was a sneak shot,
It
dude.
was a sneak shot. That's true. Yeah.
You can see his instincts kick in a little. He did.
Really? You think so? A little covering
Yeah,
up?
if you watch it close, you'll see Rick.
I thought that was like a seizure.
No, he definitely did not. He did not react at all. Dude. He got leveled. A day
I
later,
hope he's
he was like,
okay.
"What happened?"
Yeah.
He just got decked.
Tim told me, Dylan told me that he was in Times Square and he felt like he was being hunted. He's like, dude, he goes, it's so dangerous there now. It used to be like so easy to walk, and now you walk into the streets, you feel like a victim.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But I just moved there. I moved there like a year before COVID started.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
From where?
Philly.
Oh, that's where you're from?
Yeah. No, I'm from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania.
Where'd you
Middle.
start doing stand-up?
First open mics I did were at the Harrisburg Comedy Zone.
My parents used to live in Harrisburg. What? Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I started.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they moved to Harrisburg for a while. They lived in Harrisburg and they lived somewhere else out there. There's another like real rural area of Pennsylvania. I'm like, people that think of Pennsylvania, they think of Philly. You know, you think of Pennsylvania, you think of Pittsburgh, you think Philly,
Yeah.
you think cities. You're out there, you
No.
just smell cow shit, and
Yeah.
you see deer everywhere.
Lancaster, yeah, a lot of Amish. Mechanicsburg. It was white trash. It's getting a little more. It's getting gentrified.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, people were spreading out.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's one thing that happened with COVID. People are moving out of cities, you know, in a
Yeah.
lot of places. There's still plenty of people in cities, obviously, but a lot of folks are like, "Do I need to do this? I can work from home."
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. I think that's the plan eventually.
For you?
Like to get good enough to stand up to do like what Nate Bargatze's doing, just living in fucking Tennessee,
Nashville,
just traveling. Yeah.
or you could live out here. This is the move.
I don't know.
You don't like it out here?
No, I like it. It's fine. I like the Northeast.
Yeah,
I do.
I get it.
And I just got in at the cellar and all that, so
Yeah.
I want to do that for a while.
Well, you could always just travel around too. You know,
Yeah.
you could always just get a condo, and just, I mean, when you like guys like Tim that have places out here that you could stay at. Like I would buy a comedy condo, but I do not trust comedians. Like
No.
for the club, I would have a condo out here where comics could stay, but they will ruin it.
They will.
They'll punch a hole in the wall and piss in it, and then show me
Yeah.
the video. I'm like, what are you doing? Come on, man, you're rich.
True.
Come on, dude.
That's it.
The fight was
I swear
funny.
to God, before I came here, me and Ari were talking about that.
It was funny.
We're staying at Tim's place, but we should just fucking destroy this house.
That's what I'm saying. And if it's mine, they probably will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I would never do that.
I know
Not
you
to
would,
you.
but some guys would.
Some guys.
Yeah, some guys
But they
for
don't
sure
know you
will.
know fucking crime.
They
dude.
know.
Fuck them up.
They don't care.
Just a leg
And then
kick.
they'll be happy that they'll sue you, and then they'll make even more money.
True. I dare you to fucking leg kick.
They're like, all I did was make a video of pissing in a hole in his wall. Whatever.
What's this guy's problem?
Tell me he hasn't done that before?
You ever piss in a hole in the wall?
If I had a hole in someone's wall and I was drunk and it was funny and somebody had a camera, I'd probably do
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Yeah. You know, because you think you're never going to get that piss out of the wall.
Yeah. I had a friend that did that. He was at a house party and he got in a fight, and then he went and punched a hole in the wall and threw up in it. John Nunn, what up, bro? I think he's trying to have a career right now. So,
What's he having a career in?
I think actually film. He's working. He does.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can only
Like said, yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that was a good start. I think he got stabbed too.
Oh, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. That's a real party.
Yeah, he had a party. Punching a hole in a wall after losing a fight and throwing up in it.
Have you ever been at a party where a full melee brawl breaks out?
Like a bunch of yeah, in college.
I was in one in just when I graduated high school. There was a kid who was, I think he was from Iran, and his family had a lot of money, and they had a mansion in Beacon Hill. I think it was in Beacon Hill. I'm trying to remember. I don't know, but it was somewhere in the Newton, Massachusetts area where they have like a lot of money. And this kid just invited everybody over to his house. So all these people that he didn't know,
Yeah.
hundreds of kids were at this guy's party. And this girl, I still to this day can't remember what she did. She either threw a drink in a guy's face or she hit him. I can't
Nice.
remember what happened, but I was there when the first spark started the fire. I remember exactly where it was. There was like a staircase, and there was like this banister, and I was watching it from here, and I don't remember, I think she threw a drink at him. And this dude just fucking uncorks a picture-perfect right hand in her face.
A lady?
Bam! Punched her head snaps back. She goes out. She falls back, and then madness.
Yeah.
And then madness. And then there's fucking people jumping on people and smashing things and throwing people over stairs. And
Yeah.
and I'm like fucking ducking, and I make my way out. There's piles of people. I'm looking for my friends. It was wild.
Yeah, well, it was pre-Twitter. That's how they handled
Oh
it.
yeah. It was way pre. This is like the '80s. It was wild.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. It was just like all of a sudden you could feel it in the air. Like people were just looking to punch people. It's like something happens to people
madness.
when there's like a mob mentality thing. Like people were just looking to punch people. Like you could tell. People didn't even know anybody. They were just looking at you like maybe I'll punch you. You're like,
Yeah.
hey, trying to get out of here.
Yeah. It's like, whose side are you on?
Yeah, no sides. Get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I snuck through it without getting hit. I got outside and friends of mine were like in piles. Just piles of people fighting random
We got
piles
in
of other people.
The last one, it was in high school. We got in a group fight. I went to the Catholic high school, the public high school. We decided to meet, fight, and I guess half their guys didn't show up to the fight. So me and we just jumped them.
How many kids?
It was probably like we were probably about 20 to 30 deep. They were probably like 10.
Oh,
Just beat the
no.
fuck out of these kids. My one friend Bison, dude, he was like,
You have a friend named Bison?
yeah, it's his nickname. He's gonna be very happy when he hears this. He was a big guy. He was way out of high school. He was like 24. He showed up.
Oh no!
He was huge.
What
He started doing wrestling moves to these kids.
Oh,
He had a kid in
no.
a lion tamer.
Oh,
Put him in the walls of Jericho. Kid
Jesus
was crying.
Christ.
Kid was crying.
Jesus
was
Christ.
wonderful, yeah.
That's child abuse.
That was, yeah. He should face
Charges.
charges.
Something.
Yeah.
Someone should call his mom at least.
Yeah, but it was funny because a lot of the kids who were like afraid to fight that were with us, like my friends, were like kind of hiding. It was at night, so they're like hiding in the dark. And then once one kid from the other school went down, they'd all swarm and start kicking him in the face.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
It was
Mob
nice.
mentality
That's
is
the Walls
real.
of Jericho.
Yes, that's what happened.
That's what you meant.
Now imagine a 25-year-old man
Jesus.
who was like 350 pounds.
So MMA fighter used the walls of Jericho to
Chris
win a
Jericho,
match?
that's his name.
Right. But what MMA fighter used that to win a match?
Oh, no, in his fight.
No.
No,
Look,
the
see, it
caption-
says MMA fighter.
Oh,
used.
Jesus Christ. I
Yeah.
Jamie.
Jamie's
that
blind.
was
Who the fuck used that in a fight? If you use that in a, oh my god, he really did. Look at
No.
this.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh my god. That works, man. That's tremendous pressure on your back. That's crazy.
Yeah, I saw it happen to a guy. He cried.
So they're calling it a Boston crab? What is that, a Boston crab? Let's see, dude, you're tagged in that.
I know. That's a long time ago.
That's hilarious. Look, it says
197
Jamie
weeks
Vernon.
ago.
197 weeks ago. Wow. Look at that. That seems like it would hurt. Like legit work. And once someone has your legs in that position and they've got their center of gravity over your lower back, you're not really getting out of that. I don't see how to get out of that. Like if you get to that position right there, you're kind of fucked.
Every single younger brother on earth has had that happen to them.
It's like you shouldn't ever get to that spot. But if someone does get you to that spot, I'm trying to think of how you would get out of that. I don't think there's a clear way out of that. Because the way your body is bent, like you would have to figure out a way to rotate, but you're not going to rotate with full hold of your legs like that, and then someone leaning on your back, you try and turn, you're fucked.
Yeah.
That might be like the ultimate finishing move. It's just pain though.
Yeah.
Think about that, it's like it's not going to take you out.
That?
It's just going to hurt.
That could fuck you. That could fuck your spine up, right?
No, I don't think so. I think it just puts your spine in a very bad position where it hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Here it is. Is this the same fight or a different
Yeah.
one?
I think it's the same thing because it's just like a cleaner video of it.
Oh yeah.
The enemy is putting up a lot of resistance.
Nope.
Which means
Different
Oh
guy.
my God.
Different guy. This is another guy
that's
doing
good
it.
for Lepic.
I think so because he stuck his tongue out.
I'm not taking it.
Oh really? Yo, no, you're right. You're right. Look at the shorts. Same color shorts. Yep, that's him. They just didn't have the full video. That's crazy that he did that because once you get into that position, like when someone has both of your legs tucked under the arms like that, I don't know what you're going to be able to do. Dude, you know what this is? This is a guy who's way better. The guy in the blue, he's way better, and the other guy's already done. And
Yeah,
so
he did a wrestling move to him.
He decides to have some fun.
Enemy unit. We need to eliminate this target
He's
first.
tapping. Yeah, you have to tap from that. But the key is to never let yourself get into that position.
Let's clear them
Shout
out.
out to that fella.
Yeah, he should have not gotten in the ring.
It's John O'Mears.
John O'Mears?
John O. And then O.
John O'Mears, yeah. Congratulations, John. So that's a Boston crab, or is that the Walls of Jericho? What's the difference?
Chris Jericho doing it makes it the Walls of Jericho.
Oh.
Boston
Yeah.
Crab.
Makes sense.
Shout out to the other guy too. Congratulations on reliving the worst thing that's ever happened to you on a gigantic platform.
It's not the worst way to get tapped.
What?
Yeah. No, there's worse ways, for sure. Wrist walks.
Oh yeah, that would
People
be
get so
just
sad
like,
when
ow,
someone
ow, ow.
catches them in a wrist lock. Jesus Christ. A wrist lock in an MMA fight is a very embarrassing
Really?
moment. Yeah, it's embarrassing because it hurts like hell. Like you will tap. But
Careful.
like in jiu-jitsu, it's like the most embarrassing way to get tapped. If somebody gets in a wrist lock.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought the most embarrassing is getting tapped by like a girl, right?
but that happens. That's
And that happens to everybody that does jujitsu.
yep, 100%.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. If
They
you
always show up early and they're like, "I'll be pretty good at this," and then they pair you up with a girl.
then
You
all of a
get
sudden
fucking
she's
tapped.
fucking behind your back, just choking the shit out of
Yeah,
you.
you're like, I thought I'd be into this.
It's humiliating. When you find out a woman can kill you, it's very sad. A woman who weighs less than you, who's weaker than you, but she can kill you
Yeah.
easily,
I don't want to find out.
multiple times.
Yeah.
Like Duncan, I got Duncan a year of jiu-jitsu once for Christmas. and he went to classes and he was doing it with this girl, and she was new. She wasn't even an expert.
They were like starting together.
They're both starting together, and she was strangling him. And I was like, oh, Duncan, we got to work on this.
No, just get out of the sport. It's not for
He's
you.
like, dude, she just killed me.
Yeah, you gotta go home.
Yeah. He eventually decided.
Great
not
job.
for him.
Local
He could've stuck with it,
lost their
though.
chain of command.
He would have figured it out.
And then one day beat a girl.
No, beat guys. You move from girls to guys.
We found the
I
enemy
guess.
command.
Yeah.
Look, I don't do that stuff.
That's how
When I started, there was very few women doing it. Very few. It was
I remember
really rare.
football when I was a
once
kid.
you're inside signal
Like
range.
when we were very young, there'd be girls.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I remember
wild.
that. Yeah,
Those girls are wild.
they were.
Any girl willing to play tackle football with boys?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And then once then we all hit puberty.
Yeah.
They couldn't play. But there was some
Right.
lingering around. Giant
Did you see? Did you see that giant transgender woman that's playing rugby in Australia?
No, she probably rules.
She's the king. She's the king. She's a 250-pound
Trucking
man.
people. She's Simone.
No, she's a
No?
white guy.
Oh man, she's a white.
You never seen it? Show the video. The video is hilarious.
They're always
Because
so funny.
I don't even know if this person's undergone any transition because we've gotten to this super preposterous point where you can just say you're a woman, you don't have to do anything. Like there was a thing about a woman getting arrested for child molestation,
Yeah.
and I'll send the video because I'm gonna send you this.
That's what teachers should
Jamie. But no, you have to see this because this woman has a beard. Yeah, look at this.
Shit, dude.
Look at that. Come on, look at the size of that male human being who is playing rugby against women. I mean, hilarious, right?
Great tits though.
Yeah, really good.
Pretty hot.
tits.
They did good there.
Brand new.
Brand new.
Nice tits you got.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
Oh, some nice tits you got. So good. I'm not watching the stream, guys. My bad. Watching my
I
boy
just said to
Shane.
Jamie. Yeah, that's a large person to be playing rugby against women, and I would say that was probably an unfair decision. My, just a
tell you what.
Look at this. Woman charged after allegedly sexually assaulting boy 6 in Toronto Park. Woman with stubble, a crew cut, the most manly face, like a square jaw. That's a fucking male human being. His name is Ruby. Ruby Ebby. It's a woman. But look at the title. The title says woman.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they at least say woman with a penis? Who also has a stubble, also has a beard. They don't even say anything about the person being transgender. It's so hilarious. We've gone through the looking glass where everything's nuts. She is charged with sexual interference with a person under the age of 16 and sexual assault. Like,
There's a small chance that they just like accidentally put the wrong picture up in the article.
what do you think?
Probably, but it's happened before. And there's like, oops, the wrong.
What are you working for the Toronto government?
No,
Yeah, what do you-
I'm just asking. I'm just
Look at this
asking.
fuck.
What's the matter with
Just
you?
asking.
What is the matter with you?
Just asking.
You don't support the 6-year-old boy?
That's what I'm saying.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, bro, you are a pro molester. It's just the
So
fact
the
that
teachers should do that. The male teachers that get in trouble for hooking up with kids.
say they're women.
Should be like, I actually identify.
Yeah, you get a way lighter sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women who molest boys, like everybody's like,
I retract. I now Googled the name.
yeah. That looks. If I had a bet, guy or girl, I mean, I'm leaning heavily
On that,
towards guy.
on that woman, on
Yeah.
Ruby.
Down the Ruby, guy, or the girl or woman.
I'm gonna take her word for it.
Wow, you're amazing. You're so open-minded.
I don't
so
care what she's
progressive.
done in the past.
Yeah, right? Like,
People
why should we
change.
judge? Walk a mile in her shoes. That's another thing they're trying to do now. They're trying to say that that's a sexual orientation, and that being a pedophile is actually a sexual orientation. No,
Technically, it is.
I've seen. I guess
But technically, it is that. It's just a bad one.
It's the worst one.
It's the worst one you can do.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I've seen like we talked about it recently. I saw a professor talking about how a woman or a man rather could have a sexual consenting relationship with a 13-year-old. And I was like, what in the fuck are you saying?
Maybe he was a Viking.
Maybe it's a guy with no kids. How about that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because you have no kids, you think stupid shit because you think it makes you sound progressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. It's a tough one to get to. Through being progressive, it's a tough one.
Yeah. I don't know, man. People can make some fucking weird mental leaps in gymnastics. They can justify some wacky shit. There's also people that are just a real contrarian. They just want things to be okay, even if they're not okay, so they argue for it as an intellectual exercise. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
They do. It's fucking strange.
That'd be a tough one to present, though. Like, be like, no, this is how I feel. I think pedophiles.
You would say that, but we are
They're all
so
right.
through the looking glass with so many things that really are preposterous that I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. You know, like the idea that you can't be racist if you're a person of color. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Because race has something to do. It has something to do with power. Like, okay, that's not true. That's
Yeah, of course.
not true.
Of course. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
We know it's.
They know
literally
it's not true
seen it
too.
and experienced.
They know it's not true too,
Yeah.
but they're counting on the fact that the people that say this, first of all, they're all people of color, so they're in a protected class, or they're white people who feel extra guilty, so they want you to feel bad, and so they want to show you that they're on the side, the
Yeah.
good side. They're on the side
They're
of the
just-
people that are anti-racist.
The thing about the white people, or the people of color can't be racist, is because like you call a white person like whatever cracker, we're like whatever. But they found a loophole and it's to call us racist. That one hurts.
That does hurt.
That's like our N-word.
That is.
Someone's like, you're racist. What did you say about me?
It's even worse because it makes you feel guilty.
Sure.
Because if someone calls you a bad word, like a negative stereotype about your race, they're the piece of shit, not you.
Yeah.
If someone calls you a racist, now you have to defend yourself
Yeah.
against being a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's tough. I've been there.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to defend against.
What was your experience like with the whole SNL debacle thing? What was that like?
It's very, very crazy. I don't know. It's tough to. There's not many people that you can even talk to about it. You know, because it fucks you up a little. Like, it makes you like not trust people and shit for a while.
Like in what way?
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But back to the experience of it was like. You just, it was kind of surreal because I was one of the first people to get like canceled or however you want to say it, consequences. However you want to say it. Doesn't matter what we call it. It is what it is.
Right.
But I was one of the first people to go from. I was poor. I was not famous at all. I was poor, and then I got canceled immediately. Like that was my like.
Right.
It was a very
you didn't
different
get
experience.
famous and then
Yeah,
get
most people
canceled.
that get canceled are. Yeah,
You got canceled on the way.
I got canceled immediately.
Yeah.
They literally were like, "How about this guy?" No.
So you got cast on SNL,
Yes.
and then what happened?
So I found out I was getting on SNL the day before they announced it. I got a call. They're like, "Hey, we want to put you on the cast." The whole time I was. We'll start from the top. My agents and all those people, they were like, do you want to do you want to write? Do you want to send a packet in for SNL?" I was like, "No, I'm not gonna be a writer. I won't work on that show." And then I guess they saw me at JFL and Comedy Central things, and they were like, "We like him. We want him to audition. He can come straight in to audition." So I went straight to the main stage for the audition. And the whole time leading up to it, I was like, I'm never gonna get this. I don't care. I want to do stand-up. I kind of hated SNL at that point because every sketch was like, you know what it is.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I'll never fit in there. And then when you go to audition, it's just you just wait your turn in a green room, and they keep you there extra long for like 2 or 3 hours to like make you nervous.
Really?
But I knew I was certain I was never gonna get it, and I really wasn't nervous. I was in there fucking dipping, hanging out, and then they were like, "All right, it's your turn to go." But that's when the nerves hit. Like you walk in and you see the main stage, because that's what you audition on. Is like the stage.
Wow.
And it's a totally empty studio. The whole room's empty except for a table of like writers, producers, and Lorne Michaels. And then you go on and they're like, 3, 2, go, do 5 minutes
Wow.
in front of just a camera right
And
in
are
front
you
of
doing stand-up?
I did stand up.
Wow.
I did 5 minutes of stand up, that's all. And then I ran into Michael Che that night. and I was so nervous. Like I was so nervous when I was auditioning that I had to like hold the mic against my chin because my hand was fucking shaking. Oh, it was crazy. There's no one in the room. You just have to do stand-ups for 5 minutes to no one.
That's so weird.
It was so weird, and you're not supposed to look at or acknowledge the table of writers and producers or whatever.
What? They have rules?
They have rules that your agents tell you. They never told you.
So your agent says do not look at the writers.
Yeah, they're like, don't even acknowledge them. Pretend the room's full. Just go. And everybody was like, they're never gonna laugh. The table, Lauren, all them, they're not gonna laugh. First thing I said, they all started laughing. I was like, I was supposed to not acknowledge them, but you know, I was doing stand-up.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't. Genuinely.
You just did a bit.
Yeah, I was nervous. But as soon as they started laughing, I was like, and then went back to, you know what I mean? I was like looking at them. I could see they were laughing, and I was told the whole time, no one's gonna laugh. They were laughing. I was like, oh fuck, I did pretty good. Ran into Che that night. I was like, I sucked. I was nervous. He was like, no, that was good. Then a couple days later, you get a call back, and you go into the office, and you meet everybody, and you walk around and talk to everybody. And the people I was with that were also doing that. Then you go into Lorne Michaels' office to meet him. So the 3 people I was with, they all went in slowly, met him, left. One guy didn't even get invited in. They just sent him home, which is fucked up. They invited him to the callback, and then were like, no, never mind.
Wow.
And then they kept me there for an extra like hour by myself. And I was just sitting there like, oh fuck, I got this. I'm gonna be on it. Like I can't believe I got this. I wasn't even excited. I was just like, this is wild. This is fucking nuts. And then I go in and meet with Lauren, and he's the man. He's a nice guy. And he was like, I'm gonna use you, but I don't know how. And like all that shit. And then time passes, and I figured they were gonna ask me to be a writer, because that's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
Usually you work on the show to experience what the show's like. But I don't know. I didn't want to be a writer.
By all accounts, that place is a den of thieves.
Everybody, yeah.
A den of thieves. You hear Jim Brewer's account of the climate in that place,
Yeah.
and it's horrific.
Yeah.
They're all stealing from writers. They're stealing from performers. If you're a writer and you submit your packages, the higher up writers will steal your shit, according to Brewer.
Yeah.
If you submit a package, they own that package, even if they don't hire you.
I know that.
So if you have some great premises, they decide they're just going to take your premises and
Yeah.
not hire you. They own all those bits.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, yeah. I don't care about writing. I didn't want to be a writer.
Right,
So I
of
was
course.
like, even if they offer me the writing thing, I was like, I don't want to take it. I think I would have at the time, but anyway, they asked me to go straight to cast. So I was like, yeah, I'll definitely do that. Lauren calls, says, hey, we want to use you on the show. We're gonna announce it tomorrow. He was like, do you have anything you want us to check out? Like, they have people that vet you,
Right.
but they're not used to people having podcasts.
Right. So they have to go through
They
hundreds
go
of hours
through
of
your
shit.
Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter. I was just like, I'll just delete all that shit. I don't care. Delete it all.
Right.
But I was like, I also have a podcast. And they're like, yeah, what's that? And I was like, I don't know. I say like gay and retard a lot. they were like, oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. So I was like, all right, we'll see. And
Alright, we'll see.
so the day they announced it, it was cool. It was very cool. You hear from everybody you've ever grown up with. They're all like, holy shit, what just like, I can't believe you're on this. And then so that lasted for about like 3 hours before an article came out. That was like, here's what this guy says. There's a clip of me saying some, you know, unsavory stuff.
Yeah.
But
Talking shit.
it was the one podcast we ever filmed. That's the one they used.
Wow.
And it just happened. And it was funny too, because people were like, man, they really had to dig to find this. I was like, that's probably like 3 minutes in. It's like we had one podcast online, and it was 3 minutes in.
Well, it's
yeah.
what we were saying earlier. That's what podcasts are, and that's what comics do a lot. We talk shit. It doesn't mean you really mean those things, but the
Yeah.
idea today is that talking shit is not real. They want to take out of context phrases and sentences that you've used and put them in quotes and make you look like a monster.
Yeah.
Who-
Yeah, for sure.
There was only one article that came out?
No, there was
Quite a few.
so many articles. I think I was number one on Twitter for like 3 straight days
Wow.
of just getting fucking eviscerated.
Did you read it all?
Oh, I read all of it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, everybody was like, stop reading comments. I still read comments. I
Do
read
you?
every comment.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's fucked up, and it's crazy too, because I'll read like 90 good ones and then one bad one.
The one bad one will fuck you up.
Just depends which one it is.
Right.
You know, I'll get called like, fat retard constantly. I'll be like, yeah, whatever. I can walk through that, no problem.
Right.
But then there'll be one that's like, he's like something where they get you, where they
Yeah.
know you.
Yeah.
Like he laughs at his own jokes on every podcast. Shit.
Right.
Anyway, so I get all that stuff comes out, and it was funny. This is funny. I went into Lorne Michaels' office, and he was talking, and I was convinced I was getting fired. Like I knew I was getting fired, because if they didn't get me on that news, so much worse. And so he was talking to me, and he was like, "No, we think we can." He's like, "If we just get you to the first episode, like people will see you're not a piece of shit person.
Right.
Like, just talk." And I was like, "Whatever, I'll do. If I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week, and I'll be fine." Anyway, I thought that was funny. No,
What?
I was like, I
Is that what
literally
you thought?
I literally thought that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it'd be funny.
Well, it could have been funny.
Yeah.
I was booked up though.
No, that's fine. It was just funny to truly. That was a conversation I actually had
Really?
in Lorne Michaels' office in the middle of that.
That's hilarious.
I was in pure fucking panic.
Terror?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Because I remember somebody contacted me, like, to have you on. And I was like, I don't have any room. Like, for a
Yeah.
long... I could do, like, an emergency podcast, but I'm like, let me let this dude ride this out.
Yeah.
And then we'll do one eventually.
truly glad that did not happen.
It's
Because I
not-
would have come in emotional. I would
Yeah.
have come in like,
Guns
what happened to me
blazing.
isn't fair.
Right.
You know? And I never felt that way. Like the whole time I was like, I kind of get it. I
When
get
someone
it.
gets really canceled, you need perspective.
Yeah.
You know what it's like? It's like you need that venom to work its way through your system. And then you develop a certain amount of immunity to the actual moment.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ended up being a good thing.
So when Lauren pulls you in the office and says, we just have to get you to the stage. We just
Yeah.
have to get you to an episode. Then what happens?
It just kept steamrolling. Like it didn't dissipate at all. Like it kept being like, no, you guys need to fire. And I get it.
Because,
and then
well, that's where the fun is.
Yeah.
The fun in going after someone is not going after someone and then no consequences. That makes them sad.
yeah,
What makes them happy is they can get you fired.
yeah. And they did. They did a good job.
Yeah, good
They
job,
got
everybody.
me. Yeah, and it's fine. Look, the whole
Dude,
time.
here's why it's fine. Your sketches that you're doing, what is it, Gillian Keeves?
Yeah.
Those are the best fucking comedy sketches that are on the internet right now.
Thank you.
I'm not bullshitting. The only thing that's at the same level is Kyle Dunnigan's shit.
Oh,
Kyle Dunnigan, the shit that he's doing,
dude.
because he's got a massive advantage with that face swap, though.
And he's so good at
He's-
fucking impressions.
He's amazing. Have you
Dude.
seen the new thing that Dunnigan is doing? He's the fucking, what is it? He does a Fresh Prince takeoff with Biden. What is it called?
Yeah. Fresh Prince of DC.
Yeah,
Something
like that. Fresh Prez.
Yeah.
Dude, it's tear jerking.
His Bill
It's-
Maher.
Oh my god, it's incredible.
New rule.
Yeah.
It just, oh my god.
And there's something about it that it's almost got like a South Park-esque quality to it
Yeah.
because it looks so fake, but it's obvious. It's like these things. Like, look how bad these look. Look at the little tiny hand he holds up for Bill Maher. Like, the face swap thing is amazing. It really is amazing because he's like, look at the AOC, because it looks so fake. Like you would
Yeah.
never believe that that's the real person. So it's comedic, but it's also the material's brilliant, and you can get away with so much in someone else's voice when everybody knows it's not really that person.
Yeah.
It's really one of the most genius platforms ever created.
Yeah.
And he's the master. Him and Kurt Metzger.
Kurt is.
They're incredible.
They're both. Yeah.
It's
Kurt's-
the best shit.
Kurt's like he's one of my favorite comedians.
But the shit
ever.
you're doing is right up there with that. It's
Thank you.
really fucking
Thank
funny,
you.
man. It's really funny, and it's like something you would never be able to do on SNL. The stuff you guys are doing. How are you financing this stuff?
I financed half, and then we had a production company that financed half.
The
Hey,
Trump one
it
was
is.
amazing. The Trump speed dating.
Yeah, it's John McKeever. He's Keeves. He's incredible. Writer, he writes all these edits and makes them.
They're really good, man.
Yeah.
They're really good.
Damn, I spazzed on that SNL story.
No, you didn't at all. How do you spaz?
Felt like it
Why'd
came
you
out.
spaz? No. What an awkward story.
It is. And I don't, it's always, here's what's uncomfortable about it, is I don't want to sound like, it's weird for me to rail against cancel culture. Because I was a victim of it, for lack of a better word. You know what I mean?
Why is it weird for you to rail against?
I don't know. I just, it makes me...
Seems defensive?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather just be like, look, if people bring up cancel culture, I'm just like...
Honestly, I really believe it's better for you in the long run. I really do. You're a brilliant comedian, and I think your sketches are incredible, and I think it's better that you not get attached to something
Yeah.
that's ultimately corrupting.
And I don't want to be on the other side of it, where it's like, I'm a free speech guy, I'm a fucking... It's like, dude, I don't want to be involved in any of this. I just want to do comedy.
The free speech thing should be... It should just be uniform. Everyone who's involved in creative endeavor should understand context and nuance.
Yeah.
And when they don't, they're either being disingenuous or they're stupid. It's one of two things. Either you don't agree with someone talking shit, which is fine. Maybe you don't like talking shit because you're a more serious person.
Yeah,
And
in which case comedy is the right venue.
But you should, it's not the right, but you should also understand, you know what people are doing. And if you don't know what people are doing, you're either an idiot or you're an asshole. You're either purposely trying to ignore subtlety and nuance and the fact that there's context to what people are doing and joking around. Joking around is a real thing. And how come you can joke around about all sorts of stuff, but you can't joke around about race? Like, why not?
Yeah.
How come? Why does that make you bad? You can joke around about women, you can joke around about men, you can joke around about your dick, you can joke around about anal sex, you can joke around about drugs, you can't joke around about race. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
We're just so oversensitive and we're so worried about being called out for stuff. That's why everybody's so scary.
Yeah.
They're like, oh.
Yeah, people get very afraid of getting called out.
And very afraid of not calling out someone else because then silence is violence.
True. You just gotta take a second. Like, don't get caught up in it. Like if I see other people fuck up and say something crazy, even still, my first reaction is like, whoa, what the fuck were they thinking?
Right.
And then 20 minutes, 30 minutes later, I'll be like, all right, he was fucking. I get it.
Yeah.
But there's still that instinct. And then, especially if you just see a clip and it's wild,
Right.
you're gonna be like,
Like the
was
Tony
that?
Hinchcliffe thing.
Tony, Ari, all of us.
Yeah.
And every time you see it, Tony's a perfect example. First time I saw it, I was like, whoa, what
Right.
the fuck?
But then you see the whole video, and
See
you
the
go,
whole thing?
"Oh, I see what he's doing." Then
Exactly.
you realize that guy opened for Tony, and you're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
he did kill Tony multiple times." You're like, "Oh, they're friends." That's just how people do it.
Yeah.
But people outside of our world don't understand. If someone, if you introduce someone, and they go on stage and they say, "Thank you, give it up for Shane, that fucking loser, that fat drunk."
Yeah. Whoa, what the
and you're like,
fuck,
"Hey, bro, what the fuck?" That's what people do. That's what we do as comics, and we fuck around. It's talking shit, and that's what Tony was doing. And it was real clear if you saw his whole set.
Absolutely.
That not only was he fucking around, but it actually worked.
Yeah.
Like, it got laughs. And it got laughs because the guy's whole set before him was talking about white people being mean to Asians.
Yes.
And he had this whole pandering thing. It was like, what I would really ask is, please stop being mean to us. Or, I'm paraphrasing,
Sure.
whatever it was. And then Tony goes on right afterwards and says that horrible shit.
Says the worst things.
And it's funny.
Yes.
That's why people laugh.
That's
not,
it.
It's not like a racist convention at Vulcan Gas Company.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
comedy.
that's all it is.
It's comedy.
It was comedy.
Yeah, and maybe it's not your kind of comedy. That's okay too. But don't pretend that's his real thoughts. Like,
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. This is the thing about joking around. It's like it can be weaponized. It can be weaponized against you.
I had people coming to shows, recording my sets, and then typing them out as if they were real.
Yeah, well, I do that bit. I don't know if you
It's
saw
crazy.
it. The bit that I do about what happened when I endorsed Bernie Sanders, where people were taking small pieces of stand-up bits and taking them out of context and using them to show what a piece of shit I am.
It's like, here's a joke.
Yeah.
Clearly, and if you type out someone's stand-up or a
Oh.
podcast,
Especially a segment of it. Just take the worst parts,
yeah,
Yeah, it's
it's intentional. It's just,
course,
they're trying to get clicks. I don't even think half of them care.
They're cunts. They care. They're all cunts. Anybody
Yeah?
who's doing that's a cunt. Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Oh, they do.
They're
They do
taking
know what
things
they're
out
doing,
of context.
but I don't think what I meant to
It's
say they don't care.
deceptive.
I meant to say they're not hurt by it. They're
No.
literally just like, look at this, look at this.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Here's wild shit.
No, they're not hurt by
Yeah.
what you're saying. No, they know what they're doing. What
Yeah.
they're doing is they're intentionally taking something out of context and they're trying to make it something that it's not. There's a lot of range in when people are saying things. They don't necessarily. They're not trying to offend.
Yeah.
You know, when you're saying
What,
something in the
what type
context
of comedian
comedy,
would ever
try
what
to
really would be like, all right, I'm gonna go out there tonight and really say the worst thing I can think of to these people.
A guy who's
I
gonna
don't
fail.
fucking like 'em.
a failure.
Yeah.
Those comics that fail. Well, Patrice always had the very best line about all this stuff. He said, if you think of something is really funny or if you think something is offensive, it comes from the same place. A guy's just trying to have a bit, work on stage and get laughs. That's what they're doing. And you never, for people who don't know, when we create stand-up, we really don't know if something's going to be funny. There's many times where you have an idea and you're like, fuck, I hope this works.
Yeah.
And you go up there and you sweat, and every now and then it does.
Yeah. And when it doesn't work,
Yeah.
you gotta go. Sometimes if you say something fucked up and it doesn't work, you gotta be like, all right, my bad.
Yeah.
Everybody?
I've many times said, well, that's
Yeah.
the last time I'll ever
Yeah, of
say that
course.
one again.
And then you say it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, this
In a
crowd
different
likes
way.
it, you motherfuckers. I knew last night was fucking pussies.
So they don't fire you at first,
Yeah.
but then it keeps piling on.
Yeah, it was only like 4 days, but the whole time I knew I was getting fucking crushed. Oh,
Yeah.
and they make you have to put out a statement. So they like, and this was like within hours.
Who makes you? SNL?
NBC asked me to put out a statement, and the statement they send you is just fucking.
They wrote a statement for you.
They were like, here's what you gotta say. It was inexcusable. You gotta say all this stuff.
Wow.
And I was just like,
Did you write it? Did you?
no,
put
my
it out?
statement was bad though.
What'd you say?
Sorry, let me give you some context here, because it was. Hold on.
One more.
One more. I'm at 4 more after that. Said I was gonna do your podcast joke.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't
God
sure. I
damn,
thought that was
dude,
going
that thing's
somewhere
been
else.
in my head for fucking 5 minutes or however long it's been. You know,
That?
Saving
Really?
Private Ryan when he gets the ringing in his
sorry.
ears.
I thought there was more to it. I was just like letting it
Dude,
hang there in the air. I wasn't.
Dude, I like felt my face go flush. I was like, oh fuck, I blew it. Dude, go back and watch the tape on that. That's gonna be rough.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't give you
No,
enough.
no, no.
I
I
was
just thought
hanging there.
it was just funny how confident I was at the time. Of just like, I don't give a fuck, man. I'll go do Joe Rogan. And the call never came. And I was like, fuck. I'm fucked. I was doing podcasts for a while. Be like, Rogan, help.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah.
Damn, that's one thing about me not paying attention to anything. That shit doesn't get back
I mean, I
to
was
me.
just joking, obviously. I never felt like I was entitled to anything like that, but it was fun to go on podcasts. St. Rogies, help. We pray to St. Rogies, dude. Descend and save me.
You gotta kind of just go through these things, you know.
I
That's-
agree.
In the end, one of the things that you and I have been talking about is that it made you stronger. It really did,
Yeah.
right?
Definitely.
Made your stand-up stronger.
Absolutely.
Like when people hear you, and I heard it last night when they introduce you, and Tuesday night too.
Yeah.
People go shithouse. They get nuts. They're happy
Yeah.
you're there.
But for a while, what happens the first like couple weeks I was in New York too, so people are very
Very uptight.
and you go on stage and then it's just in your head. Like you see people like whisper to each other, and you're like, he's telling her who I am. She's gonna be like everything you see.
And you see the girl's face change, like,
Yeah.
oh.
And I mean, I was having dreams about fucking comments. I was having like, dude, it was crazy. I'd have a dream about comments or like tweets about the worst secrets in my entire life being out there.
Wow.
Because that's what happens. People like post pictures of your family out.
Right.
Families that you get people getting death threats. You know, my family's getting letters from fucking dudes.
Oh.
It's like, we're gonna kill you. And my family has no idea like what this is.
Right.
We're getting death threats. I was like, death threats are nothing. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. But like, they're just in Mechanicsburg,
Right.
chilling.
Fuck. Wow.
And this was the first thing they were like proud of. You know, my parents, they don't know
Right.
shit. I'm like, I got JFL. They're like, what the fuck's that?
Right.
I got this. And they're like, but then when you say like I'm on SNL, they're like, finally we can be proud of this loser. And then like 4 days later, the whole world's like, your son's a racist piece of shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So
Oh my god.
Poor
that's
dude.
who I felt bad for.
So it lasts for 4 days.
4 days.
You put out the statement. What does the statement say, roughly?
All right. So they send you. They're like, hey, you need to apologize right now. You need to apologize. And I was like, can I just not apologize, please? Like, that's how this gets passed. If we say nothing, if we start interacting with this at all, I'm fucked. I'm dead. So I didn't know an NBC producer was on this group text I was in. I just got it from like an agent that was like, you need to apologize. I was like, fuck them. I'm not fucking apologizing. I had no idea NBC was in the group text. So it made me look like I was a baller, but as soon as I was like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm looking at my phone, fuck, dude, I'm fuck. I mean, it's pure panic.
Oh
it's
my
pure
God.
panic. And this, again, I'm going from zero. Like, no one knows who I am at all.
Right.
To, like, the whole world is, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And then, so they asked me to put out a statement. I'm like, fuck no, I can't do that. It was a ridiculous statement. Inexcusable, growth, all that shit.
Yeah.
That's just wild.
Yeah.
And I talked to some comedians, and they were like, how are you going to do stand-up again if you say this? Like, how are you going to be able to go do comedy having just said everything I said was inexcusable? From now on, everything you said is, you know what I mean? It's just disgusting. Everything you've done, you regret. And it's disgusting. And then I talked to Lauren. Lauren called, and he was like, just give me something. Give me anything. Because I told him I couldn't do that. I was like, I can't do this. I'm sorry. I was like, just give me something, but I need it in the next 10 minutes. So I had fucking 10 minutes to write this thing.
Oh my God.
So I'm sitting there. I mean, it's raining out. I was at the stand in New York. I was like trying to do stand up. So I go in, and he's like, or my manager was like, just say you're a comedian that pushes boundaries, and sometimes. So my first thing I tweet out was like, I'm a comedian that pushes boundaries. And fuck, that's so lame, dude. God damn it, I blew it. But yeah, I was like, sorry to anybody that's actually offended. That was never my thing. Because I didn't think anyone was actually offended.
They probably really weren't.
Almost no one.
Well, there was a few.
Of course, there are people that saw it that were like, this bums me out that this
Yeah.
word's getting thrown around.
Yeah.
You know? And
Yeah.
I get that. And I am sorry for that.
Yeah. No, I believe you are. Yeah. Because that's not the way you meant to do it in the context.
Yeah.
Again, it's a thing that people do. They're just talking shit. It's not real. It's like you're saying something inappropriate on purpose.
Yeah.
And the only way you can do that is if the other person knows you're not racist.
Yeah.
That's why it works. It works because you're saying something that's ridiculous. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying?
Yeah. We're doing a podcast for 500 people.
Yeah.
That's how many people listen to this.
Yeah.
Me and him, me and my friend Matt McCusker. What up, bro?
What up,
I
bro?
can't believe it took this long to shout him out. You would like Matt.
I'm sure.
You guys are the same guy.
Really?
Yes. Everything you've said to me this week, I've heard from Matt. Like, dude, every single thing.
Really?
Yeah, you're like, humans are supposed to be like this. Like, we're supposed to be out gathering. Like, all that shit.
That's fun.
Matt. What the fuck was I saying? Who cares?
You were at your statement.
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes.
Statement. I had 10 minutes. I put this thing together. It's okay, but it's one of those things where it's like you're caught up in this moment of like, this is huge. You're emotional. And in a couple, you're gonna be embarrassed. Don't ever apologize. That's what I'm saying. Like,
you can apologize for hurting people's feelings.
for hurting people's feelings, certainly.
You can
but
still apologize for things you
don't
said.
issue a statement.
Yeah. The problem with those statements are so grandiose, too. It's like people, like when Jimmy Kimmel made a statement about doing blackface in the 90s, it's like, oh, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. They know that you were just doing Karl Malone. They know you're not racist. But you're appeasing to the worst humans.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is the people that want you to apologize for that stuff, they're all sanctimonious shitheads who are just trying to take people down. They're not really thinking you're a bad person. No reasonable human being thinks Jimmy Kimmel's a bad person.
Yeah.
Or a racist. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're looking for targets. They got a bag of rocks and they're looking at windows.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's fun to watch someone get fucking crushed.
Oh yeah.
That's what people like.
I like watching car accidents.
Yeah, all the time. I watch, the worst things possible. I watch that.
Mm-hmm.
And on Twitter, even today, even after it happened to me, I'll see it happening to someone else and be like, it's crazy.
It is, but You know, we were talking about Tony. When Tony goes on stage now, I'm telling you, the round of applause this fucking guy gets is like double what used to happen.
It's your
They
fans.
cheer.
It's fans reassuring you.
Yes.
We like you.
Yes.
We know what you did that wasn't you.
Right.
Like we know that.
We know it's just you're just doing comedy. You're fucking around, and it might have been the wrong thing to say at the time, but he probably had about 5 seconds to think about what he was going to say as he was walking to the stage and said, "I'm gonna light these people up."
Yeah, I like to think about like Tony right before he went on, like looking at someone like, "Watch this," going on. It's just what the
ruining
fuck
his
was
life.
that?
Ruining his life for a full week.
Yeah. No, mine was for a couple months. I got fucking drilled by that. But
Please leave your
yeah,
message.
it's a very surreal thing.
How long before you went on stage again?
I went on stage that night. I did shows at the Stand.
Wow.
Yeah, because that was the only place that I wouldn't have been freaking out.
Right.
Like it was at a comedy club.
Right.
Like I didn't want to go home and sit in my apartment alone.
Oh yeah.
It would have been crazy.
That's crazy. What was it like the moment you went on stage? Like knowing all this shit is happening to you?
Place went crazy. Yeah.
No,
Because
wow.
it was the biggest story at the time. So everyone in the room was like, it was the only time I've ever experienced like what it must be like to be famous and do stand-up as like a drop-in. And then after time, it's funny because after time everybody forgets what happened.
Yeah.
So
Did
then
you address it?
Yeah. That's all I talked about. I mean, it was happening
Yeah.
while I was on stage.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And it happened.
fun.
And it lasted for months.
Yeah.
How long before they fired you? How many days was it?
4 maybe.
And so, what was the decision? Like, how did they explain it?
I knew it was. I was the one that was like, you guys are gonna fire me. Like it's okay. I get it. I wasn't even like, fuck them. I should have my job. I was like, I get it. I said something fucked up. This is a corporation. It's SNL. You can't.
Yeah.
I understand. Now, if it wasn't me, I'd probably be defending me.
Of course.
But because it was me, I was like, I said it. Whatever. Keep making your fucking show.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's weird. It's weird defending yourself. I don't know. Maybe I gotta improve my self-worth. You know?
No. I think ultimately, look, life is filled with these weird trials and moments of revelation and ways you understand things. And the best way to understand consequences is to really have a moment where the walls come tumbling down. And when you come out on the other end and you don't think you're ever going to, because there had to be times where you didn't think you were going to come out on the other end.
Yeah.
But when you do, it's like there's a feeling of levity. It's lifted off of
For
you.
sure. For sure, yeah.
It's also the embracing of the importance of stand-up comedy, like the real raw
that was the best.
nightclub stand-up.
Oh, that was the best. There's been 2 times I've like loved stand-up comedy. One was I went through a breakup after a long time, and I was fucking devastated. I dated this girl for like 6 years, and then I went and did stand-up that night and like almost cried. Like because it was the first time I was happy after going through a breakup, and I was like, damn, I love this. Same thing with that. Like while you're getting fucking crushed by everybody, you can go out and do stand-up, and people are like, it's like, you guys like me.
Yeah.
Everyone else hates me.
It's an art form, man.
It's fun.
It's so fun just to watch still. I've been doing it for more than 30 years, and someone goes up and kills. I have a great time. I'm loving it.
Yeah,
It's
there's
the
nothing
best
better.
thing to watch. It's so much
Nothing
fun.
better than someone killing.
No, there's nothing better.
Yeah.
Nothing better when you don't know their material too.
Yeah.
Never seen them before, and they're just lighting a room on fire with really interesting shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better, man. It is, because like if you're contained inside that Saturday Night Live structure, no disrespect to anybody that is, but you're not as free. You're gonna be more reserved. You're gonna hold back.
Definitely. Yeah, there's that for sure. I think I would have done well though. That's what
On the show, you would have killed it.
I think that's what bothers me the most, because people like to. Here's one thing that I noticed: that people that do the canceling or attack people on Twitter, however you fucking want to call it, they like to vindicate themselves by being like, no one gets canceled. They love saying that.
What does that mean?
They're always like, cancel culture's not real. It's like,
Of course, it's real.
I mean, I lost my job.
Yeah, what does that mean?
But they they like to be like, nah, you're doing better now. He's better now. It's like, you're the one who got me. You can't fuck someone over like that and then be like, you're fine.
Well,
It's like a real big brother thing. You ever like,
yeah.
you know,
He
like,
beats you up
stop
and go,
crying,
trying to
you're
make you tough.
fine. Yeah. And they like to say, like, SNL couldn't have used me or wouldn't have used me. They would have been like, he would have been a waste on there anyway. It's like, I think I could have been good.
You would have been great.
Yeah.
But you would have never had the kind of freedom that you are doing your sketch show now. That you have, rather.
For
Dude,
sure.
Your sketch show now is wild and raw. And that fucking OnlyFans dad that you sent me today.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. I
Yeah.
mean, imagine. You would not be able to do that anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's better than anything SNL's doing. That's a fact. It's better. It's better for me. What
Sure.
I like. People like different shit, right?
You ever get on a Sybian?
Not yet.
Those things hurt.
I'm sure.
It fucks my groin muscles.
Really?
Yeah, that was like a hard one to film.
How do you film it?
I just had to sit on that thing for
And hold your legs together?
Yeah, I was like straddling it.
Was your cock and balls really out?
No, but I was in like a flesh-colored
Speedo?
like Speedo, which there's all these like girls around, dude. I'm not. It looks terrible, dude. It's just, and you're nervous when you're filming stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So I had like the smallest dick possible,
Of course.
like that sticking out forward. Don't even look at it. You might be able to see it through there. Yeah, but that was the whole thing was cool. Filming all that stuff.
It's a great premise, too. That OnlyFans thing is wild. I mean, I know a girl who makes $100,000 a month showing her feet.
Nice.
Like, what? Yeah. She works for a buddy of mine. She's, works on his podcast. She makes $100,000.
She just shows feet.
Just showing her feet.
$100,000 a month?
Yeah. Yeah, what? Right.
How horny are these guys?
They're so horny. But it's not just that they're horny. They're like, it's very like they're fans of this one person because they've seen her before, and so they want to jerk off to her feet.
And it's just her feet.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't subscribed, but that's what I understand. It's just her feet.
Yeah.
I mean, probably like her and her underwear in her feet. Those kind of things.
If like the Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee thing launched on OnlyFans, how that would have gone down.
Right. And if they just started just banging
Yeah.
on OnlyFans and just releasing videos.
Yeah. A lot of girls got into OnlyFans during.
Well, it's a great way to make money, but the problem is you get addicted to that money. If you're making $100,000 a month, and then you go, you know what, I really want a family someday, and I got to stop showing my cooter,
Yeah.
and then you get off of it, and you realize you got a $4,000 a month condo, and you're like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I gotta show my pussy again.
Yeah, I got to show my pussy to pay for this fucking Lexus I bought. It gets weird because you can get imprisoned by bills or your lifestyle. And if you have that kind of lifestyle, it's super hard for someone to give up that kind of money because that's like way more than porn money. You know, porn star, like unless you're like top of the food chain porn gal, you're not making that kind of loot.
Yeah, porn stars are pretty exploited.
Well, they're doing the OnlyFans now too.
Good for them. That's actually nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, they're not just exploited. Like they're in a weird situation now where no one buys DVDs anymore. Right? So
Yeah.
that was where they made the most money. One of my neighbors back when I lived in California is a guy that I did jiu-jitsu with. He was like 2 houses down from me. He was a big porn producer. He was a crazy dude. Really crazy guy. He was always coked up and
Yeah.
Yeah, he was doing great. Balling, making videos, and he would tell me like the real money's in producing, and then then the fucking internet comes along and just pulled the rug out from underneath that business. Then everybody was just getting porn for free.
Yeah.
And so, like, they went from making millions and millions of dollars every year to nothing. Boom.
Yeah.
He lost his
Yeah,
house.
what'd they do?
His
What did
house
they
got
do?
repossessed.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, he lost his house. He moved out of the neighborhood. They eventually foreclosed on his house. And, it was a wave of things falling apart. And, I mean, I think the only people that can make any money are the girls. The guys make very little money because there's always
the actors, the
yeah,
male actors.
the male
yeah.
actors,
Those
the male
the
actors,
thespians.
Yes, those guys they can't make much money at all. It's hard unless they're very
Yeah, of course.
very industrious and they figure out some sort of subscription only plan where they only fuck all the hottest girls. Right?
Yeah. I'd love to add to this.
It's a weird world because a lot of people beat off. but a lot of people like to lie about it.
Yeah.
It's a weird world.
I've been up before Ari got here. I was just up in Tim's mansion in the hills alone, just beating off up in the mountains.
Nice. It's good. Beating off's good. I'm glad we can do it.
Beating off
on it, I
up in the
couldn't
hills.
feel it,
Changes
so I
people's
had to
feelings about things.
basically had
You
to
beat off, it relaxes
hang
you.
on to
Dude,
me so
I'll
I
start
didn't
DMing.
fall.
They're like texting.
I was wondering how
girls
you got
just
home.
just
So
wanting
Basu
to
went
beat
with
up.
you?
What am I
What am I
doing?
doing?
What the
Yeah,
fuck am I
I
doing?
They used to have a whole bit about jerk off first, then think about
Yeah.
keys to life.
I got
Like
home,
if
I
you're thinking
just,
about doing
I've
something,
been
just
here
jerk
laying on
off
the
and
couch,
then
man, I went, I just
a lot of
woke up.
times your perspective.
I want to say
is
something.
on.
You know, Mom, you can invite me to
Sorry.
these, and I can take you sometimes if you give
You
me
don't really like
enough
the
heads
person
up.
you're
Like
gonna
I don't know,
call.
a few days.
So you're not really like,
You know, I can come up there and get you.
but you want to fuck them,
Well,
and then you
I
jerk
gotta
off.
go to,
Like if a guy jerks off,
Mom's
the bit was
memorial
basically that if a guy
deal
jerks
at
off, he
VA
calls you.
in Columbia.
Yeah.
When's
That's
that?
real.
I think
Loves
it's,
you,
Yeah.
not just the
I
opportunity.
think it's the
not coming.
12th.
Yeah.
It's on a Friday.
So,
Yeah.
so
And
embarrassing.
I
When
can
you're a
take
young man and you don't understand
no
it,
more than
like I remember
3
being like 18
people.
and 19, being so
Well,
confused.
say I could
was-
take you up there.
I was really into a girl,
Well,
and then
you
I had an
don't
orgasm,
come up
and I
there
was
with me
really
or
not
meet
into
me
it,
there.
like really
Yeah.
quickly. And some girls would think that,
'cause
like,
I
oh,
gotta get-
he's an asshole.
gotta get a
He tricked me into
picture.
thinking he liked me. Like, no, I tricked me too.
No, yeah, I loved you.
My,
I fucking
they
loved you so much.
take up
Please
there, but they'll give it back to me after
I bet they feel the same way.
after the
too.
No, I think
memorial.
they're. Oh, yeah, maybe.
So-
After they,
Yeah.
So far, nobody's going up
Oh,
with
this guy's
me.
thicker than me.
Yeah.
with that shit.
I can go with you.
That
Oh,
guy
that'd
fucked
be
me.
nice if you can.
Well, yeah.
No, they like it.
You
Once
never tell me
pop
when
up,
this stuff's going on, so I mean, I never take off work.
Some of them are.
Yeah.
Because they want you to raise
I
the children.
was
with
gonna
them.
see if
It's
Steven
like the
wants
weird
to go
primal
too.
instincts, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Cause that's pretty close, so.
So this,
That is true.
so back to the SNL
Yeah,
thing.
back
so
to SNL. We talked comedy.
they,
I'll
so
call you
the hits keep coming.
tomorrow
They keep
what
coming
time
after
I'm
you.
supposed to be there, 'cause
It's
I
like
can't
4 days
remember
now.
right now.
Right? And how
You're
long
talking about
you-
Friday,
when
like
do you
when
decide?
though? Like next week
Like,
or?
When do you
You
give
know,
up?
it's
I gave up the
the
first night.
12th.
The very first night.
This
Like
Friday.
the first
Oh,
article.
wait a
It was
minute.
funny. The first
Yeah, it's the
article-
eighth. It's the
that I
8th right now, so that's 4 days. But that would only be
My
Friday.
agent
That'd be
calls me.
Monday.
And it's like, did you say that? This word? And I was
Or
like,
it's the
I would never
16th,
say
I
that.
mean, so it's
I was
next
literally like,
Friday.
that's not
Yeah,
even,
yeah,
don't
which I can
say
make
shit.
that. No big
She
deal.
was like, here's the video clip. I was like, it looks like I said
Where's
it.
that? Columbia?
Oh, that
Yeah,
was
Columbia
UTA.
at the
Shout out
VA.
UTA. They
Yeah.
dropped me.
Ah,
Kept Jussie Smollett. Dropped
Did
me.
they really?
Easy
They
place
kept
to
Jussie
get.
Smollett as long as they could.
Still?
I don't know if they still are.
Wow.
wow.
Yeah, I think,
Dropped me for
Well,
maybe joking.
I think I've probably. I mean, I've definitely been by
Jesse
there.
Smouillet,
Yeah.
as Dave Chappelle calls him.
Juicy.
Yeah.
Juicy.
Yeah.
That's right. He was really good in that Alien movie.
Was he?
Alien Covenant.
I just use my GPS.
Doesn't mean he's not a great actor.
GPS, I
He's
get
not
up
a great
the
actor. How
first,
about that?
Is he not?
first.
No.
It's
He was
rated
okay
by
in that movie.
university.
He must have been a terrible actor when those fucking
I
cops
take
showed
the
up.
first exit in Columbia.
I'm sure he's
Look
done.
it up, I
New still
hang
around
right,
in that
I
hole in a
just go
Subway
all the
sandwich.
way out
It's
there.
one of the dumbest plots of all time.
It is up there.
And that Chappelle bit is fucking magic. It's magic.
It's so funny.
It's magic. And the way he spells, like, pronounces his name.
So are you
wrong.
feeling pretty good right now?
That French actor.
Yeah, I'm just
Juicy
drowning.
Smouillet.
I'm supposed to
Yeah.
stay laying down so I don't get a
He's
headache.
incredible.
Oh.
No, I just wanted to shout out UTA.
Yeah, listen, man, all those structures, all those things, like, they can do you good.
Yeah, so I'm just gaming. I'm live streaming video games right now and drinking a little bit.
Yeah,
That's it.
you can't count on them.
No, they turn on you.
Yeah. The
It's-
moment
Well,
they
I'm
have to,
watching the
they'll
8
turn.
movie.
Yeah.
I've already seen it.
That's okay though, as long as
Yeah,
comedy.
I wanna go watch the new Deadpool
comedy is the
movie.
only thing that we can all count on.
The what?
Comedians
Deadpool.
and audiences
Superhero.
that love comedy.
That too.
And there's a lot of people
watch it on
outside of
the
that
on
world
my
that will try to
computer.
change
Oh, they got another
the
show
true
I
meaning
just
of what
seen
you're
last
saying and
night.
try to
It's
pretend that
called
you're being serious, try to pretend that you're a bad person, or try to pretend that it doesn't matter.
All the same
And you should
actors.
never be able to
Yeah.
say those
Oh,
things.
is that out now? Cause yeah, I want to see Beetlejuice too. It's got Michael Keaton in it. The old actor
You
Michael
guys
Keaton.
all eat shit.
Yeah, it's
all eat
already
shit.
out, but you can't.
Because
It's
you know
not
what
on
you're
TV
doing, and
or
it's not.
nothing,
It doesn't
but
work
I think it's
anymore.
on
The
Apple,
thing
but
about this whole
I'll just get on my
climate,
popcorn
this
on the
oversensitive
computer
climate,
and
is that
watch
people are
it.
fed up with
Right.
it.
Yeah,
So
I
there's a
think it's in theaters
massive
right now.
rebound when someone gets through on the other end.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are definitely, everybody's tired of it.
But
Get
right
to every
now,
day.
I mean, I watched the
But there's still
Godzilla
people
movie. I like
that is their
That was
currency.
good.
That's
Yeah,
what they
I haven't
trade
seen
in.
it yet.
So
I heard it's
cancel
good.
people all the time. And
It
with a
is
lot of it,
good,
one of the things that
but
Tim
it's
said,
on
and
Max,
I
though.
became
You
friends
can
with
watch it
Tim
on
after he
Max,
wrote
I
something
think.
really.
Yeah, well, I don't have. I only pay for
About comics
Netflix
that were
and I
coming
think
out against
Disney.
He said one thing that they have in
It
common
might
is
be
they're
on
all really
Netflix. I
mediocre.
can't remember.
And they love the fact that
Yeah,
this
I'll
brilliant
look.
guy
Yeah.
is being taken out, so
I've already- I
it moves
watched
them
all
up
of
the
them
ladder,
on,
and they're trying to gain
my
social
popcorn
clout
deal
by
like
attacking him.
movies
Yeah,
out
100%.
And the
theaters.
Louis thing
Oh yeah.
was everybody knew
But
that.
the new
Everybody knew that story about Louis in comics
Oh, yeah.
shit.
before that it dropped.
Yeah, I knew
Before
about
the
it.
news broke,
Monkey
I knew about it. I was an
movie is
open
on
micer in
Netflix
Philly.
right
Well, I knew
now.
that he
I'm
used to
watching it.
ask
Is
Sarah
is it 12
Silverman.
Monkeys?
He would
I
jerk
saw
off, and
something.
She would say yes.
Yes.
And he would jerk,
Is
and
it
they
12
would laugh about
Monkeys?
it.
We heard the
Whatever.
story.
I saw
and
something
then-
come out
so
about
everybody knew
monkeys.
it. Again, I knew it. I was
It's
an
called,
open micer in Philly.
Yeah.
I had heard
Kingdom
about
of
it. I
the
didn't know
Planet
it.
of the
Right.
Apes.
And
Oh,
then
yeah,
as soon as
yeah,
it
new-
becomes
yeah.
in the news,
Haven't seen that yet
speak
either.
out against it.
It's okay, but
Like,
I
where were
like
you? When you heard about it, I heard about it.
Godzilla
Right.
movie
They,
better.
well, they were scared
Yeah.
when
Nice.
Louis was on top.
I'll have to check
you know,
that out.
They came after him, then everybody else would take out
Yeah,
them
it's on,
and try to, you know,
Hulu.
make Louis happy if Louis didn't get
Yeah.
taken out. But once it was clear that Louis was
Okay,
dead,
you got Hulu.
wounded.
So.
You know, you ever seen what happens with
I didn't
buffaloes
know it was on
when they
Hulu.
get attacked by a
I've been
lion?
watching it.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
When there's a video of these water buffaloes get attacked by a lion. One water buffalo gets attacked and finally manages to get free
I mean,
of these
it's
lions. They're
okay.
fighting off
It's
these
pretty
lions.
good, but
Finally manages to get
still like the
free. And
Godzilla
as he's moving
movie, I
around,
heck of a lot
another water
better.
buffalo comes along and
Yeah, I think it's
slams
like
into him
Ground
and knocks
Zero
him
or
over, and then the lions get
Godzilla
him.
Zero or
And I'm
something.
like, that is comedy.
no,
That's
it's,
nature. That's humans.
uh,
That's just biology. When someone senses
Godzilla,
weakness, the
King
really
Kong and Godzilla,
the
something
really
where they fight
shitty
together.
people
It's
amongst them,
really good.
those people
Yeah.
attack.
I really like
Oh, King Kong's in
Pretty
it.
funny that Buffalo did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, King
Funny,
Kong.
the video's
It's
funny.
the brand
Because
new
you watch
movie.
him like, what
First
the fuck?
Godzilla.
He's gonna get out of this. Oh man, he got
And then his friend
betrayed.
But it's on
rams
Max.
into him and knocks him over.
I
Yeah,
watched those
think it's just
videos.
Max right
How,
now.
I mean, just stand up for
But
yourself.
it might be on.
They try.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
have his horns. All they have
No,
is
but
horns.
there's so many.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been
There's a
on
place in
for a
Africa.
month.
There's an
I mean, I've
amazing
watched them all
documentary called
already when
Relentless
they first
Enemies.
came out.
And in this documentary, there's a strange part of Africa where
What is
the river
popcorn?
shifted. And when the river shifted,
It's a-
these lions and these water buffalo got stranded on an island.
It cost me
And it's a large island, but it's
I think
only filled
50
with
something a
water
year to
buffalo
hide my
and lions.
VIP.
Yeah.
And so because
Oh,
the lions
your-
can
your
only hunt
VPN.
buffalo, they all
Yeah.
group
Yeah,
together.
VPN
So
blocker.
they have enormous
And I
lions.
watched.
Like the
Yeah, I
female
watch all
lions
these
are as big
movies
as a
when they
male
first
lion
come out
everywhere
in
else.
the
They look,
theaters.
they look
Yeah, I got a VPN
cartoonish.
blocker. I
Like they
could
have
probably
giant
use that,
muscles,
honestly.
like the Hulk. It's
And
crazy
then-
because
then
all
there's
the ones
another
that
one I
survive are
used
ones
to,
that figure out how to attack a lion.
1, 2,
Put
3,
a
something.
picture of these fucking lions.
I watched a lot
Remember
of
that
movies on
documentary,
that too.
Relentless Enemies?
Oh, there's the
You know, I just
Kroger
use
one.
my
Yeah.
regular
So,
VIP.
is this the
and
one
then
where the buffalo
already
escapes?
paid for and stuff, and
This is
then
where the
I
boys
got it
finally
good.
unite.
Yeah, I was gonna say I live in the Netherlands.
Take out the lions.
This is
For my
great. It's so
VPN.
fun.
It says
Yeah.
it says I live in the
lions
Netherlands.
are so much
so.
smaller than a buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once they start attacking the lions, it's like, ah, it's kind of sad now.
Not
But
really.
I got a bunch of those.
That's how it goes.
My,
This is how it goes.
what do you call
See if you
it,
can find that Relentless Enemies lions. So it's just a weird
virus
genetic.
protection deal, whatever.
Yeah, I
application
use
for
Norton.
natural
I use
selection.
Norton antivirus like you
These
used to
lions have
use.
gotten way bigger, but
So I
Yeah,
bought. I,
the female
oh, I was gonna say honestly, Mom, you can use Norton. You can use my Norton account on all of your computers. I bought the ultimate bundle, and I can have like 15 devices. So like you can use my Pro on your phone and on all your computers.
Oh.
I can give you my
Well,
login.
that's what I use with
Just
my,
give me some
my internet deal. I like it. I used to
It's a
use
great
Norton.
documentary.
I faster that virus is bad. I don't care too much for Norton.
Oh, I got all the tracking and stuff. They track
Pictures of them,
everything.
they look fucking super
Yeah,
awesome.
I actually bought the ultimate, but I always buy. I mix it up.
So,
Because I always buy a year membership, and then at the end of the year, I tried something new. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was
Well,
probably
I got
like
a
4 days in.
membership
I met
deal.
with the people that
Mine's
like the head of
Casper.
NBC, all that.
Also, do you use Verizon?
You're at like a giant marble.
What's your
Yeah.
top of the skyscraper.
I would say I don't know why we don't make like a mixed like join our accounts together to save money.
Come on, guys.
I've had Verizon for like 7 years.
Yeah, met with NBC,
person.
met with people from SNL.
What did they say to you?
I hardly remember. It was such like it was for real. It was like I blacked it out. Like it was that.
Oh, I actually pay for Verizon.
Maybe
Yeah, so
dramatic,
Verizon will run you like
but, like,
65 bucks,
It was so surreal. Like, it was
65
totally
bucks a
cash,
month,
and I was like,
and
no,
then
I
if you
don't
buy a
care.
phone,
Kept being like, I don't care.
well, you know,
And
you've
everyone
got,
would be like, are you alright?
you
Like,
probably
are
pay
you
for
okay?
your phone straight out.
You know,
I actually, I go through
you don't wanna be
Verizon.
like, no,
so.
I'm not okay. I said bad words and everyone's mad. No, you gotta just be like, no, I don't give a fuck, dude.
I haven't taken off my phone, and I
Yeah,
unlimited
finally
everything.
get the call that's like,
I was
yeah,
like,
we're gonna. They offered me I can resign.
10 years, 11
And I was like, no,
years,
you
and I
guys
never
have
had no
to fire me.
problem with it.
Like this has to be on you guys.
Yeah, I thought. Well, I just got away from them after I
And they did.
moved.
Like, alright, yeah, you're fine.
What did they say?
They are the cheapest.
And then they were like, we're gonna release a
I can go
statement.
down
You
to
release
the lake, down in the bottoms. People can't get
It's all
out with
planned.
Verizon phones
fact,
or AT&T and all them. Hell, I get out
Since my
everywhere.
thing,
Yeah, you've been.
I like
When's the last time you've been down to the lake?
gave me.
Was
Just say,
it
just
last
about
year
the
when
thing.
Brad passed away?
It's all fake. The entire thing
Right.
is
Go
fake.
down
Oh.
there.
The people that are outraged
To
are
watch
not
him and
serious. The
everything.
people
Make
that are
sure you
sorry
get
are not
phone
serious.
stuff.
Yeah. Wait, what happened to that one guy you were talking to
Basically, everybody that
recently?
has said sorry has been like, yeah, I'm
Oh,
very sorry.
Kenny?
Yeah, whatever happened to him?
Like, and
I
that's how
still
it goes.
talk to him and stuff.
And the whole time,
Oh,
no one
okay.
cares. No one cares.
Yeah, but what?
He,
Weird dance, isn't it?
It's a very, very weird thing.
So
I
when you
like
went
him
over
as
to
friend.
Kermit,
He
that's
wants
the thing
more
we're
than
worried
just
about?
friend, but
Well,
he's crazy and love me, but you know, I helped him
Thing that
get
can
his
get you in the
license,
most
but
trouble.
now he can't get
Yeah.
his
It's
'cause
license
it-
now,
it's
so
so
he gotta try a
free
different.
flowing.
Wait, why-
Alongside
Why
another
can't he have his
comedian
license now
who's
that he
just
tried to
trying
get his license?
make each other laugh, and
Yeah.
the
I feel like he was an addict.
comic class say some
Honestly,
shit you're not supposed to say.
I felt like he was an
But we
addict.
know.
It's the funniest. It's
Yeah.
the only
Oh
way.
no, Kenny's not. I mean, he drinks.
Yeah, I mean, but still, he's had multiple. Yeah, he's an addict.
Yeah.
That's.
Say
I mean,
something.
I know. If you want to, I just don't want to sugarcoat it. That's what he is.
Yeah.
So
Personally.
Oh,
they
well, and I'll tell him.
eventually
I mean,
release a statement.
he's been
These
off.
things he said did
I
not
mean,
align.
Yeah,
with
we can't.
He's
Yeah.
been
He's out of here.
Yeah.
And then,
trying to
Did
get
you
his
ever have any
license
contact
long
with
enough where he should
Brian
already
afterwards?
know.
Yeah.
Drinking better. And
Well.
alcoholic gets hard, but still.
Yeah, can't teach an old dog new
You ever
tricks,
seen
mom.
some of your sketches?
Yeah, he's seen all
I
that.
told him, I said, you
Does
got
he
to
like
keep saying, I'm doing it for you. I said, don't do it for me. I said,
No.
do it for yourself.
Yeah, 100%.
No,
Nobody
he's
but
been cool.
yourself.
But honestly, that
You
you
know,
can't
but
teach an
it's-
old dog new tricks. That dude ain't gonna
Yeah,
learn
he
nothing.
was nice.
I mean, I never said that, but
I didn't take
that's
any
what
of
I
that
haven't
to
seen
heart.
him. I haven't heard from him.
Yeah, I knew he
Yeah,
had to. I knew it wasn't up to him. I know it wasn't up to him. And everybody's like, yeah, it was. Like, no, dude, this
change,
is
you
If
know,
he doesn't,
money.
they'll come for him.
they're
Yeah.
gonna do it.
He-
I said,
yeah, I get
if
it.
you get pissed off and things don't work
Yeah,
out,
they'll
you know,
And
I
it,
said,
yeah, and
then
that's
you
it.
get to
I don't
drinking,
know. I
that
thought I'd
ain't
be
doing
more
nothing.
capable of
I mean,
discussing.
Yep.
He wants to
But-
come over and
Yeah.
help do
No,
things,
it's
stuff
uncomfortable.
like that.
Yeah.
It's
No.
like I
Back
don't.
to his girlfriend, and
I'm
he
not too
tried to
worried
come
about
back
it
and-
anymore.
He's
I don't like.
He's a user.
I don't like.
He's a user.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. It's you know,
Like I don't want to be a victim. I want to be a comedian.
yeah. Well,
So I don't want to come on and do stuff where I'm like, yeah, and then it was unfair how I was treated. It's like, no, I get it. I understand why I was treated that way. I said wild shit. I'm gonna keep saying wild shit.
yeah.
Nowadays, there's no chance I'm gonna work at NBC.
Right.
So those are the rules now. If I want to argue why we made these rules, that's different. But
Yeah.
I understand the rules, and I wasn't abiding by those rules.
I have zero desire to do a television show now, but I've been offered multiple ones over the last couple of years, last few years. And the first thing that I think of is like, I don't want to defend any of the shit that I said in like 2009 or whatever. I'm not interested in doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, if you know what I'm doing, then good. And if you don't know what I'm doing and you see it and you're not offended, all I can say is just, that's not what I meant. I'm just fucking around and don't listen.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen. There's a lot of things to listen to. There's literally a million podcasts.
He is
now.
saying
There's a
that to
million. You don't have to
really
listen to mine.
Go listen to like
That's
women
it's
talk
a good
about
spot.
murders
There's a lot of that.
and be like, oh, this is good.
There's a
Now,
lot
those
of
guys saying bad things.
Right.
That's bad. Not this entertainment value murder, rape, suicide I'm listening to.
Chicks love those true crime shows.
They love 'em.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
My oldest daughter's really into them. I'm like, why do you watch that? Like, doesn't that disturb you?
They like it.
Yeah, I don't like them. I try to watch The Night Stalker, that Netflix
Dude.
series.
You didn't like that one?
No, makes me very uncomfortable. I don't
liked
like
that
it at
one.
all. Did you?
There was some funny parts of it.
Really? What was
Dude,
funny?
Fucking. See, this is Bud Light number 4. Here it comes, dude. No, there was one part where they like listed in the Night Stalker. They listed all his victims, and 2 of them were sisters that he got with like a hammer, and they were like 88 years old. And then, now, obviously, there's nothing funny about it. It's just funny that's the wildest shit I've ever heard. So I was like,
Yeah, there's nothing funny about that, but yeah.
just
it's
2 old ladies
crazy.
like, who's
He's
at
killing
the
an old
door?
lady with a hammer.
And he's like, it's me, the fucking devil.
See, I hear stuff like that, and I just
It's
want to
terrible.
find that guy. That's my.
His ending
I
was
just wanna
funny.
find
He
him.
went through like a Mexican neighborhood, and they all started beating the shit out of him and turned him in.
Yeah, but they didn't kill him.
Is he dead now?
Yeah, he died in prison.
Oh yeah, did he? Oh, that was the worst part of the documentary.
Yeah.
At the end, it's like, yeah, he died. He had a long life and died of like cancer.
Yeah, I think he died of
Yeah.
cancer. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was broken. You know, there's a lot of broken
Definitely.
people out there.
Definitely.
The crazy thing is things like the Zodiac killer, like guys who get away with it,
Yeah.
like leave notes and get away. I think there was a new breakthrough very recently on the Zodiac killer. They think they know who it is now, but they've done that like 10 times. They think they know who it is.
Yeah, wasn't it Ted Cruz's dad? Wasn't it Ted Cruz?
That was a Trump.
I think it was Ted Cruz.
Didn't Trump say his dad killed Kennedy
Yeah.
or something? Like,
Dude.
he's ruthless. And then Ted Cruz is out there fucking carrying water for him after that.
Oh. He's like, I was about to do a Trump.
Go
I'm
ahead.
flailing.
Go ahead. Don't be scared. Yeah. So, when did it relax for you, where you felt everything's okay again?
I mean,
Where you felt
it was like
normal?
5 or 6 months after I got like canceled. COVID started, so that's kind of when everything shut down. So it was
Right.
like we
that,
got bigger.
that helped Ari as well.
We got bigger fish to fry right
Yeah.
now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So that was it. It just sucked. Like, it was kind of inconvenient timing for me because I would have liked to have kept going. You know what I mean? Like, not stop at all. But then it
Right.
did look like I got canceled and stopped because
COVID.
COVID. You know, I
Right.
couldn't.
Are you still doing a podcast?
Yeah, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast.
And how many people listen to it now?
I don't know. We're usually top 100. Oh yeah, now? Yeah. Patreon went up.
Yeah.
Donate to the Patreon, dude. Support the cause.
Yeah. How do we get to that?
Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast Patreon.
Okay.
Google it.
How many downloads do you guys get on a regular basis?
I'm not sure.
You
I
pay
don't look that
attention?
up.
Really?
No.
Good. Good for you.
No. Yeah.
That's smart. Yeah. I didn't know until it was too late.
Oh, really?
I wasn't paying attention until it got really big, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Now you gotta worry about what you say, or at least not worry about it, but you know what I mean.
You gotta
You
get-
gotta be like, I'm joking. This isn't real. Because people, you know, it's
You
an issue.
also have to establish a relationship with your audience where they understand who you are, and they know that even if you say wild shit, you're saying wild shit because you're being silly.
Yeah,
You're
and then
trying to be funny.
but I think it gets so big that like you lose the relationship with people, and
No.
people join. Yeah, but then I'm saying outsiders will jump in and be like, "What did he say?"
That's okay.
You know?
That's okay. It's worth it. It's
Yeah.
all worth it. To be able to have something like, for me, to be able to have something where you can talk. I would do this podcast exactly this way if I was just starting out and no one knew who I was,
Yeah.
and there was just 100 people listening.
Yeah.
I would do it exactly the same way. And it can be done that way, but you got to take your lumps.
Yeah.
Like, they'll come for you, and when they come for you, you just gotta go.
You gotta be like,
Yeah.
this is crazy, huh?
Yeah, I just keep going.
I was taking the fucking subway home while getting canceled. I would go to like 30 Rock and like meet with Warren, and they're like, we're gonna be all right, like all that. And then I would get on the train home, and everybody, it was #1 on Twitter. So people were just like looking at their phone, looking at me, just sitting there like. I literally watched people go like this, like just staring at me. And I'd be sitting there going.
Second eyes.
I'd go like this.
And what did they say? Did you have conversations with
I've had a
people
couple.
about it?
Yeah, I had a couple, and everyone was like, every normal person. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people understand people inherently, but when
Yeah.
people try to pretend that they don't and try to reduce you to the worst thing you've ever said, and this is you, this is evidence of you. They're all failures. That's the crazy thing. The people that want to do that, most of them, they want to be a comic, or they were a failed performer. They were either a failed comic or a failed writer. There's something
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah, yeah.
Most
Sure.
critics are critics because they don't have anything to contribute.
Yeah.
They don't have, like, do you think Stephen King wants to be a critic, right?
Yeah.
Do great writers want to be critics? No, they want to be writers. They want to put out art. They want to, like, explore the boundaries of their creativity and their discipline to bring that creativity into a tangible form where other people can absorb it and appreciate it and enjoy it. And if you can't do that, you criticize.
And that's actually a good point, because before, so like while I was an open micer in Philly, I was criticizing because I wasn't creating anything good. So I would sit there, I'd be like, this person sucks, this comic sucks,
Yep.
fuck them,
Yep.
fuck that. And then you start to get good at stand-up, and you start to fucking meet these people that you just shit on.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck was I doing? Why the fuck was I? So it's almost the same thing where, like, while you're in that little incubation period of like being an open mic, I was miserable. I was like, fuck these people. That person sucks. They suck. Everybody sucks.
Dude,
I'm good. That thing.
I had the exact same experiences when I was coming up, because I was super hypercritical of other people.
Yeah.
But it was because I wasn't doing well.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I remember I had a bit about Jenny McCarthy, and then I met her, and she was so nice.
Oh, what a bummer
And
that is, isn't it?
I had to drop the bit.
Holy
It was
fuck.
just a bit. It was, I mean, it wasn't the meanest bit in the world. It was a bit about her. I read that she was getting her breast implants removed. And I go, that's like Tiger Woods chopping his fucking arms off. I go, put them back in and make them bigger, and no talking. I go, you're not famous because you're gonna, what are you gonna go do, Shakespeare in the
Yeah,
park
your
now?
mind.
I go, you're hot.
You think we like your mind?
Yeah. But it was just mean. And then I met her, and she's so friendly.
It happened
and I
to
was
me.
like, fuck.
It happened to me like crazy. Every comedian, I'd be like, this person's special sucks. And then I'd meet them. And then I'd see them do stand-up. Be like, fuck, they're so much better than me. They're
Well,
so good. You know what I mean?
The thing about specials is everyone's special is 60% to 70% less funny than how they actually are live. There's no way around that, because the experience of being there live is magic. And I say this as an audience member. Like, I watched Chappelle this week. We did these 2 shows in Vegas, and Chappelle has this bit. I don't want to give it away because it's so good, but there's this bit about the Me Too movement. It had me crying. Like, tears are rolling down my eyes. I'm holding my sides. Like, if you see this live, it's so good. And I was like, there's a special thing in the air when you see a comic live. And you get a lot of that through a special. Like I said, 60 to 70%. You don't get 100%.
No.
You don't get 100%.
No.
And you're also tense when you're doing a special. Like, especially, like, you did this special this past weekend.
Past weekend, yeah.
And I was super bummed out when I heard that you only got to film one night.
Yeah,
Because I like 2 nights. I do 2 nights and I do 4 shows. Because that way I'm loose. Because I know I have 4 shows to get it out. One of these are going to be great. But you also feel better on the first show. Like my last special that I did, that I filmed in Boston, most of it was from the first show. The reason why I did a couple of extra bits in other shows that I figured out a way to sandwich in, because I forgot to do this on that first show. Because the only reason why I put anything in from other shows, because the first show I was super loose, because I knew I had 4 shows.
Yeah.
But some of my specials before that, I only had 2 shows. And you go out there for those 2 show specials, you're like, boy.
I got lucky. Saturday early, I did well. If I hadn't, Saturday late show sucked.
Oh,
And
no.
if those had reversed, like if my first show sucked,
The confidence.
I would have just been on stage, just like, what the fuck?
One of my biggest specials I did was in 2014 for Comedy Central, and a lady heckled me during my first set.
I would have lost my. You bitch! I'll fucking kill you.
It was such a
fuck.
dumb heckle too. She's like, "Prove it," and I was like, "Oh my god, you're in the." She also didn't understand what I was doing. Like I was going. The bit was about the guy that broke into the White House.
I remember that bit.
That wasn't a bit. That was the second special. It was another bit, because that was my 2016 special. That was triggered. But whatever the bit was, it was the setup and it eventually made men look really stupid. But the beginning was like, hey, where you going with this?
Exactly.
And then, I see where you're going.
It happened to me this weekend. I was doing a Trump joke, and I started the Trump joke, and she was like, "We hate Trump here." I was like, "Do you hear what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, do you think I'm gonna do a special where I go on stage and I'm like, I loved our last president? Like, what type of psycho would that, you know?
Right. It's not funny.
I'm not gonna go on stage and be like, I support the government.
Right. Just let the bit play out, stupid.
Just listen to me.
Yeah. But people are just wanting their voice to be heard, and they're not taking into consideration that you're filming something, you know?
Yeah.
And if you are, they want to be the one who gets it on recording.
Yeah, as if we're gonna keep it.
Yeah. Well, you live, you learn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But filming specials is a fucking harrowing experience because
It was the only one I did. Got done, and sat in Tim's house all my friends went back to Philly and New York. I stayed in Tim's house by myself for like 2 days. I was like, damn, I'm sad.
why are you
It's like a
sad?
depressing feeling. I don't know. I never
'Cause it's
filmed a
over?
special. Yeah.
Oh, this is your first special.
That was the only thing I've
How
ever
long have you been doing
filmed.
stand-up now?
It was like 10 years, 8 years.
That's around the time to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
It's an uncomfortable feeling when you're done. Could I have done better? Stuff like that, you know?
Are you happy with it?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I probably won't like it. I don't know.
If you had a chance to do it again, you know, like Whitney was about to do a special, and we were hanging out in the parking lot at the Comedy Store, and she was like, you know, I'm confident and everything in this, but you know, like, what do you think? And I said, you know what I think? I think you got some amazing premises. You're a fucking hilarious comedian, and every special that I've ever done, there's always like 6 months before the special comes out or 5 months, and during that time I'm still doing some of that old material, and it gets better.
Twice
And I'm
as
like,
much
fuck,
as he
if
makes
I
now.
just
I mean,
waited
Mom,
3 more
yeah,
months.
I'm
I go, I think
probably
you should just
gonna
wait a
clear like
little, because I see some of these bits, you're thinking them out while you're doing them. They're not like, they're not just drilled into your DNA yet. And sometimes bits do get, they have a time, like a wine or a whiskey or something like that. There's a time where it's, take it out of the barrel, it's ready.
Yeah.
But if you take it out of the barrel early, they seem clunky. Like,
he
I
doesn't
remember
have
Louis was doing a
confidence
special
or
every
the
year,
people skills
and I
that
think even
developed.
he realized, like, this is not the way to do it. They're not ready after a year, but 2 years seems to be the number, and maybe 3.
Yeah,
Maybe 3 is even better.
It's tough to tell. I don't know. I'll see how mine. I don't know if it was good. I think it was good.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
it's always good to just get one out there anyway.
Yeah, and I'm doing it. It'll probably be on YouTube. I'll
That's
just
like-
make it myself.
Look at what Norman's doing. Norman
Norman, all those
fucking
guys.
killed
Yeah.
it. Schultz killed it on
Schultz.
YouTube.
Yeah, man.
YouTube made him. He
Yeah.
really did. You know, I mean, his special murdered
Schultz
on
helped.
YouTube.
Schultz helped with Gillian Keeps.
Did he?
He was like a big influence, like talking to the people I was trying to make it with. Like, yes, do it. Because a lot of people are very like, you don't want to risk losing money. It's like, if we just put our money together and make something really good, it'll pay off.
Right.
Maybe not right now, but in 5 years,
Yes.
it'll work.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know? And they needed to hear it from somebody who actually had that happen.
Well, he's one of the most industrious of all the young comics.
yeah.
He's in my
Absolutely.
opinion, he's like the best guy that took advantage of the pandemic too, because he put out
Yeah,
those
him and Tim.
those
Him and Tim
videos.
were-
Yeah, Tim's amazing too.
Both of them.
But what he did with those sideways videos, like turn your phone sideways, and then these wild rants where it's
Yeah.
like punchline, 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 bang, 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 which is very different than his actual stand-up.
Yeah.
You know, where his stand-up is like he'll hold a laugh, he'll
Yeah.
work the room, he'll fuck around a little, he's super loose and relaxed. But these things, he had figured out a very specific rhythm that's applicable for watching it on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. He's
One of the best.
He is. And he's a great dude.
Great.
He's the
Great
man.
guy.
Nice guy. All these guys are great.
Yes.
That's what's funny about it.
Yeah.
Like, you're great. I was excited. I was like, you know, when you meet someone famous, every once in a while they suck.
Yeah.
You were great.
Thanks.
Anyway, that's cool.
I try to be a nice guy.
You were. It was crazy. You were one of the nicers.
Were you worried I
Nicer
wasn't gonna be
guys.
nice?
Sometimes you can be crazy.
Oh yeah.
You get to your level, people lose their fucking minds.
Yeah, it's hard. It's the RPMs. It's like your hull can't take the RPMs.
It's great. I mean, we went to that bar. It filled up after like 45 minutes.
That was
must
weird.
be crazy.
Yeah. What was weird is like people tell people that you're somewhere. We went went to see what's that? Netherland?
Fuck,
No.
dude.
What are they called? Nether Hour.
Yeah.
Nether Hour. Really
Yeah.
talented guys.
Yeah.
And so I called Tony. I'm like, "Where you at?" And he's like, "We're seeing our friend's band. We're playing this. They're playing this little bar in the east side. No one's there. Come on down." So we go, "Fuck it, let's go." So we all get in the SUV. We all head on down. We get dropped off. We hop out. We go in there. There's like 20 people in the whole place.
Max.
Within 40 minutes, there's 300 people there.
Yeah.
And everyone's staring at you, and they all got their phones out. I'm like, "Oh Christ!"
Yeah, man.
It was weird.
And we were a little fucked up, so like
We were lit.
Yeah, we were fucked up.
We were lit.
I like
The
kind
next
of looked
day,
around. I was like, holy shit, this place is full.
I had a pounding headache.
Yeah.
We just kept doing whiskey. There's a lot of whiskey flowing around, but I was having a good time, man. It was
was
like
fun.
It was great to meet you. I was like, we got this ball rolling. We're having fun. Let's go out. Let's go see a band. Let's go
It
get
was
some
fun,
food.
man.
Let's
It's fun
fuck around.
watching you. I got to watch. Yeah, it's fun to watch you. It's fun to watch famous people like live.
Why
You know?
is that, what's weird about it?
It's you can't like
Tell
you
him to
go
call me.
out
I called
and
him
that
twice,
happens. Like it's just weird
but-
to see like you have like
Yeah, if
45
you get
minutes.
hold of
You're
him,
like,
tell
all
him to
right, I'm
call me
normal for
regardless
45
if
minutes
it's
out
in
at this
or
bar.
No, tell him to come down.
And then it's ruined. You know what I mean?
It got ruined.
That's what I mean. So there's
It
like a
got to the
small
point where
window
people
to.
kept coming in. We're like, we gotta get out of
Can
here.
I get a picture with you? I was just like, God damn it, dude, get out of here.
That's when it gets weird, when you can't have conversations, when
Yeah.
everybody just wants to take a picture.
That's what I meant by like it's fun. It's fun to watch a famous person be able to live like a human for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Like an empty bar, we're all just friends drinking.
You can do it. You just gotta move around a lot. You just gotta stay at a bar for like 20 minutes and just go.
One of the only times I met Pete Davidson, he brought that. It fucked me up. We were kind of smoking, and he was like, "Yeah, being famous is cool. I can't go outside anymore." And I was just like, "Holy shit, dude. That's crazy." Like he can't go outside.
You can. You can go outside. I go everywhere.
No,
Yeah.
but
Say
the
that.
bigger thing is
Most
it
people
it
are.
puts me
I mean,
and
I don't mean
Steven
just
and,
me.
you know,
most.
Misty and
I mean, like
Poncho, or
almost
Misty and
all.
Brandy and them.
Occasionally, I'll get someone who gets weird with me, but it's really, really, really rare.
Yeah.
Most people are super friendly.
What do you mean? What do they get weird with you on?
These are schizophrenics, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I need to talk to you about some things.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting these really important messages that I have to
I
deliver
get
to you.
some
like,
schizophrenic DMs. I get those.
There was a schizophrenic the other night at Vulcan. Grabbed me on my shoulders, wanted to talk to me. Really important. I was getting off saying, I need to talk to you about some things.
Yeah. You should have been like, what?
Nope.
Tell me.
You can't help them. There's a lot of nutty people out there. I mean, they say that 1% of all people are schizophrenics, right? So if you have,
That's a lot.
it's a lot. So if you have 300 million people in this country, you have 3 million schizophrenics. It's a lot of people. They're out there.
They're having fun.
There was a guy yesterday breaking scooters. And
And everybody lives together, so if you weigh out the cost,
That's an honest day's work.
yeah, he was slamming scooters and talking to himself. I told you, motherfuckers. Now fuck that shit. No, fuck that shit.
Well, yeah,
He was like walking around. After he did like body slam these scooters.
At least the schizophrenics like do what they're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, you know, it is. It's just like
He's having fun.
I think he wasn't having fun. Give me one of those.
I used to.
Well, Bud Light drink, kids.
Yeah. I used to work. I worked for the state for Pennsylvania for a little, and I would have to go around and go to like, I would investigate like state-run like homes. And a lot of them were like schizophrenic houses. So you'd go in and just be, dude. Something happens to schizophrenic people. They get very fat.
Really?
They all wear like, dude. Every schizophrenic house I went to was like dudes in fucking full sweatsuits, chain smoking cigarettes, just like screaming at a lady. It was great. Just imagine a house of Tim Dillon's. They're like, "Where'd you put my fucking?" just going nuts. And I'd stand there like,
Tim's mom.
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
schizophrenic. Yeah. He
Yeah.
talks about it on stage. It's fucking hilarious.
It's funny.
Yeah. He's. I wonder if he worries that's gonna come for him.
Might.
Well, as you get more and more famous, like he's handling fame very well because it hit him.
Yeah.
You know, he's got that crazy internet fame where it hit him over the last, I will say, like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It's like ramped up pretty significantly. You know, but
Yeah.
he's handling it really well, and he's getting funnier, which is amazing because he's always been funny. And there's no one better at those just random rants about everything and anything that's going on in life. Did you see what happened with some car thing? Some car rental place didn't honor his reservation. So he said they're all pedophiles and the guy likes to fuck kids. And it's like,
That's crazy.
he put it on Twitter.
What are we talking about? He might get schizophrenic.
Oh, he's out there.
He's there, dude.
Yeah, but he's not schizophrenic. He's
No,
doing
of course,
comedy.
of course. But I'm saying
But
that's
he'll
literally
attack.
what you just said was the most
Like,
schizophrenic.
let's say it's Betty Sue.
Or
I,
funny.
I went to war
Make sure
with
they-
the fucking
make sure
Enterprise
they-
and called them all pedophiles.
It wasn't
You have
Enterprise.
schizophrenia.
It was a small luxury rental car company. I wonder if he
course.
still got it up on his Twitter. They made him pull it down. It's still up there? Wow.
Every once in a while, Tim will do something that reminds you that he is gay.
Every
You know
once in a while?
what I mean?
Like what?
Like,
All right, we're back, folks. Young Jamie went wacky and he started spazzing out and started doing karate underneath the table and kicked some wires.
Jamie fucking freaked out, fucked up. I was in such a good flow there.
You were so good.
That was crazy. That's what people say when you come do this podcast. They're like, first couple minutes you'll be nervous, and then you just develop a flow. And
Is
I
that
think
what
I
they
did
say?
that nicely.
Who said it? Norman?
Norman.
Start being gay.
Yeah,
Hey,
comedy.
hey,
I'm gay.
comedy.
No,
Hey.
I'll be alright.
Yeah. Well, you're how many Bud Lights in now? 5?
This is 5.
That's a normal amount.
This is about where I take control.
Oh, tell me what? Tell me what to say.
Dude, I'm
What are
not
we
saying
talking
shit.
about?
The anxiety over the shit I've said on this podcast already.
Really?
Yeah.
You haven't said anything bad. You're
I
good.
know, I
Trust
know,
me.
I
Just
know.
stay off Twitter. You got to stop reading comments.
For sure.
You think you're gonna get to a point one day where that'll be untenable, and you're gonna have to just like not read it?
I'm getting better. It comes and goes. Like, I'll be like, I won't
Man.
read Reddit or Twitter or all that shit. I read Reddit.
Reddit's wild.
Reddit's
Sorry, I
wild.
haven't really been here.
Fucking people are wild.
Well, that's the thing, because Reddit is wild, and it's funny, though.
Yeah.
When it's not me, it's
Yes.
hilarious.
Well, Reddit is filled with some of the most intelligent commenters on the internet.
Yeah.
And psychopaths and idiots all mixed in together.
Yeah.
But it's very self-regulated. But the thing that bums me out about Reddit is generally uncensored, right?
Yeah.
Generally. But they took out the Donald when they had the Donald
The Donald was great.
subs. Yeah. They took it out, but I think people were really concerned with. There's a thing that was happening during the alt-right movement of like 2015-ish, somewhere
Yeah.
around there, where people were realizing like there's a lot of attention that can be gathered up by joining that movement and attacking the libs and and calling them pussies and saying we're gonna punch them in the face and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And it became like Pepe the Frog and
Pepe the Frog was funny.
yeah,
It was funny.
it was funny.
I know it was funny.
It was funny.
Yeah.
It's still funny to me.
It's still pretty funny.
I mean, Pepe the Frog all of a sudden had a Nazi outfit on,
Yeah.
and you're like, hey.
Yeah,
But
come
that
on,
doesn't
man.
mean Pepe's a Nazi. Like, the whole Feels Good Man was funny. And it was like when
Yeah.
someone was saying something mean, you'd have the Pepe the Frog crying.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah,
all that.
like, it's funny. But somehow or another it got connected to white supremacy and all this.
That's because they're saying the worst things you can say through. They were anonymous.
Yeah,
They were so. It's
Some
the worst
people
thing you
were.
could say.
some people were.
Yeah.
And then some people
There's some
were
dorks
using
actually.
it the right
yeah,
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I mean, I'm a big proponent of free speech, but I'm also I understand that things can get out of hand with these, these communities.
Yeah, they did. They a couple of times.
Yeah.
But do you ever see the thing with Kekistan and Shia LaBeouf?
Yes.
Shia
Oh
LaBeouf.
my God.
We
dude.
talked
That
about
was
it on the
like that was
podcast.
like the beginning of it, where it
Well,
was like.
We played the Radio Lab podcast. It was a Radio Lab podcast. It was brilliant. And Radio Lab took it down. They gave into the pressure. And the podcast was about how brilliant these people were.
They found it.
Yes. They
Yes.
found the flag.
Yes.
And they went, fuck Shia LaBeouf.
They were looking at the stars and
Yes.
flight pad. They were like, this bird calls.
And they drove around honking the horn to try to
Yeah.
triangulate the location.
Yeah.
So you could hear the horn honking online.
And that was fun.
It was amazing.
There's no denying that was fun.
Editorial update. Radio Lab has decided to take down this episode. Some listeners called us out, saying that telling the capture the flag story in the way that we did, we essentially condone some pretty despicable ideology.
What's up, guys? Hey, thank you guys. If you guys are here hanging out, chilling, I really appreciate you guys.
Who felt that way, and to everyone else, please know that we hear you. and that we
This
take
cat.
these
Wait,
criticisms
what?
I
Oh,
feel
shit.
awful.
5K cat. Yeah, at all time. I gotta admit. You know what?
That way.
You know what I should do?
That's on us.
Actually, hold on a
It
second.
was certainly
Let me-
not our intention. We apologize.
We should
Nonsense.
we should,
You're reporting on a fascinating
maybe
thing
hold
that
a new
happened on the
standard.
internet Where a pretty preposterous actor who's really
Should we hold a new
ridiculous,
standard?
He will not divide us.
Yeah.
He will not divide
He
us.
will not
Yeah,
divide
and He
us.
puts up this flag,
Yeah.
and they found the flag. They found the camera. Like that's
So
just
I
what
think
it
we
does.
should uphold a new
It's
standard,
beautiful
like
that way.
10K
What
minimum,
they said, they didn't condone anything.
10K
They were reporting on
minimum
people
caliber.
smart enough to figure out where the location of this
Yeah.
thing is based on the goddamn stars in the sky.
Yeah. Tracking flights and seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, for those
11
of you who
too,
don't remember
right?
this, yeah, there was just one
Right?
more.
Is that-
Shia
I think
moved his
10,000
flag
minimum
just in the
sounds
middle of
nice.
Tennessee with like an upward camera angle at a flag.
Also, Ninja, what are you doing, bro? Let me hang out with you. I'm just doing random stuff.
What did the flag say?
I also farmed a little
They
bit.
came out to
That was it.
I don't know. I've just been kind of hanging
He will
out,
not divide us.
doing
This is-
whatever.
This is the flag.
I kind of want to
And
upgrade
it was
this
funny
gun
'cause
just
they
because
were
it
all,
looks
like,
cool.
Weaponizing autism, that's what they were saying they were doing. They were like, he has no idea the power of autism. Just guys, autistic dudes in their basement. Like,
I have honestly,
It was fun.
that's,
They were having
I don't
fun.
even need
But I
it.
can't believe that
I actually have more caliber than anything else I could buy in the game right now, if I'm being honest.
Again, back to the SNL thing.
I could buy every item in the game, I would say right now for sure, which I
I'm
don't
gonna get
care
fired.
to do.
Yeah.
I know I am.
Yeah.
I know the rules. You know?
When did it feel like the storms passed?
I would say,
Right before this podcast gets released.
oh, god damn it, yeah, this one. Well, the problem is now I have to like pick a side.
By the way, Ninja, you
So,
are
like,
for
me
sure
coming on here being
100%
like, I
winning my
understand why I got
giveaway as
fired,
well.
yeah,
You're going
it's
to be
fine.
getting more caliber, my guy.
Fucking pussy.
No, you get.
That's just how I
what their-
feel.
That's
Yeah.
their business
I
model.
understand their business.
No.
It doesn't mean it's not gay, but you know.
Now you're getting double canceled.
That's,
by the
that's
gays.
5
The
Bud
gays
Lights.
are gonna be like, we liked him up
Five.
until that moment. That's the weirdest gay voice ever. I mean, what was that? It was like a grandma.
Yeah.
We liked him.
You're using
He's-
white voice.
Shane's a good old man. He's a good fella.
Oh, what's that? A cock?
Put that away before
Hey.
someone gets hurt.
This is a neighborhood. Get those cocks out of here.
Comedy's incompatible with the corporate.
Shane
environment.
Gillis.
It just is.
Yeah.
It's Shane Gillis, by the way,
That's why I was saying that.
on Joe Rogan.
you know,
So wait,
one of the
so
best things
Ninja,
about
do you
all
have
this
me on any of my socials, like Instagram or anything, bro? DM me,
you
bro.
appreciate what it takes to do stand-up. It's a fucking wild.
Obviously, like I will creep you a little bit
Yeah.
since you actually do hang out and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're on my Instagram, it's Buttsinator on my Instagram. Just add me. I'll check your stuff out, bro.
No, there's not.
I've got videos of me shooting pistols, skateboarding, like all that. Like I like the one where I'm shooting my 9mm because I was very drunk, hanging out at an old buddy's house, and he actually got mad at me because I destroyed his TV center, which I paid him like $100 for, and it was like a
There's lot of
$20
people that claim these things.
trashy
Someone
piece of
pays to see
shit
you.
entertainment center.
Someone willing
But
to pay to see you. It takes a while to get
I've
there.
got some funny
It's
clips.
like you were saying.
And I've
you
got
got
clips
10
of me in
years
nature
your first
where
like, that's about
literally
right.
there's actually a clip I almost died on.
It really is a 10-year
That was a good
journey,
day.
and
That
only
was
if
a
you
great
work hard.
day.
The people that sort of dabble in it, like that is one of the saddest things when you see like an open micer who you've seen for 12, 13 years, they're still an open micer.
Yeah.
And they're still struggling and bombing and they kind of go on stage once a week or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's
Tell you what, when you get canceled, those are the guys coming out of the woodwork. They're
Go
coming
after
out
you?
just being like, that motherfucker was mean to me in a bar once, and here's a 3-paragraph thing. I forgot about you. What are you doing?
yeah. Well, you
Yeah.
deserve to be mean to.
Definitely. Yeah, there were guys
Fuck
who were
cancel
like,
culture,
"Told me
bro."
Quick comedies. Yeah, I was hammered. You just bombed again. I saw you bomb 1,000 times. Finally, I was like, I wasn't mean about it.
There's some people that like you want to tell them like you're probably good at something. This isn't the thing.
I had a
Fine.
club owner tell me that once.
Really?
First club weekend I ever had. So I was doing open mics in Harrisburg. I'd been doing open mics for about 3 months. There was a local guy. He was doing a weekend in Pittsburgh, at a Pittsburgh Funny Bone, I think, in Mars, PA. So he was like, he asked the club. He was like, "Are there any good open micers that I can bring to open?" They suggested me.
Sucks.
He gave me the weekend. I drive out there. I invited my friends because I was like, "Yo, we got a hotel room, dude. We're doing it." I brought like 3 of my friends from home. We drive out there. It was right when Four Loko came out. Remember those drinks?
Yes.
We we were playing fucking drinking games all day with Four Locos. Dude, I'd never done a weekend in my life. I'd never done a club in my life. I show up to this thing hammered. The owner's like, our feature bail. How long can you do? And I was like, he was like, can you do 20?
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I had 3. Obviously, I had 0, but hostable 3. So I go on in this tiny hotel banquet room, just blacked out, doing 20 minutes of just. I did so badly that there was a guy in the front row. I'll never forget this. He was wearing one of those like throwback Pittsburgh Penguins jerseys, sitting like this the whole show, and then finally, like 10 minutes into my set, he looked at his friends. He was like, "That one wasn't bad." As soon as for some reason, nothing clicked that I was bombing. I was so new. I was like, I don't know what this is. Finally, when somebody like halfway through my set was like, yeah, that one was all right. I was like, holy shit, how bad am I doing, dude? Get off stage, the fucking club owner's like, what are you, this is when I was at college. He was like, what are you studying in school? I was like, history. And he was like, you want to be a teacher? And I was like, yeah. He was like, you should be a teacher. There's a lot of good things you could, he tried to pursue.
you
Yeah,
away.
yeah, yeah. It was pretty funny.
Well, it's hard to tell when someone's young and drunk.
I should have
and
never been
bombing.
up there. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
I mean, it was his fault.
because
What
he
a
asked you to
dumb
do
club.
20. Yeah.
What a stupid. Well, I
Well-
mean, that's how you end up running a hotel comedy club in Mars, PA.
Well, you never know, too, though. You could have actually had 20, right? He didn't.
Oh my God, Yes is a babe.
If he said
What?
20, and you said yeah, and you went
What?
up there and kind of were funny.
Why have I not put this
True.
skin on?
True.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah. And you weren't blacked out doing.
Oh
Four
my
Loko.
Well, I
goodness,
wasn't black.
girl.
Yeah, I did tell the story wrong.
I need
The
no
first
back
night I wasn't
attachment.
that bad.
0.
The
Take
second
that off.
night,
Take that off.
There was a wedding at the hotel, and me and my friends were like, "Let's crash a wedding." It was like when Wedding Crashers came out. We were like, "Yo, let's crash a wedding."
So you just showed up at the wedding at the hotel?
We went to the Salvation Army around the corner, bought a bunch of suits, went to this wedding at the hotel.
Oh my God.
We're in there, we're all hammered. We were drinking at the indoor pool. We were drinking Four Locos at the indoor pool all day in Pittsburgh, just getting fucking hammered. We go to this
Oh
wedding.
my God, it's getting so hard to play
We
with
were
one
literally
hand. Are you
taking a
kidding me?
picture
Look at
with the
this.
bride. And she
Oh
was like,
my
"Wait a second, who are you
goodness, what a
guys?"
babe.
And the groom tried to fight us.
I'm glad I'm trying to level up the
They
Essa
get
now.
mad if you
Holy
crash a wedding,
moly.
People don't like it.
This,
So they were all
oh
trying to
my
fight us, and then I
goodness.
leave to go do
Baby
this shit.
girl. Also, I like the earrings that
In the
light up
hotel
right there.
lobby. My fucking face was everywhere in the hotel. The groomsmen showed up to
So,
the bar that I was
I think we
performing
could
at.
probably paint
They're
that,
like, "There's that
actually.
motherfucker."
While you were on stage?
After the show, they're like, "This guy's a piece of shit," and the club owner was like, "Yeah, this guy is a piece of shit, dude. This guy sucks."
God.
Yeah, it was first weekend I ever did. Wasn't good.
Yeah, but they're never good. First weekends are
Yeah,
always
yeah,
a
yeah.
disaster.
That was about as bad as it could get. Not as bad as it could get, but yeah.
How long
Having
had you been doing comedy at that point?
Maybe 4 months. And this is once a week, maybe at best. I had 0, dude. I had 0.
When did it start rolling for you?
I moved to Philly, so I lived in central Pennsylvania, and I was like kind of dabbling in it. But there's only so much you can do. You can go down to.
What gave you the confidence, or what made you think that you could go to Philly and make it?
I did Magoobies. You know Magoobies
Yeah.
Joke House?
Yeah.
I won their new comedian of the year in 2014. And then I was like, all right, I can do this. And then I moved to Philly. Because Baltimore was kind of the closest city from Harrisburg. So I'd go down to Baltimore to do stand-up, go to Philly to do stand-up. And yeah, then I moved to Philly. And I moved to Philly with the sole intent of doing stand-up. You know, I didn't move there. I moved there with no job, none of that.
Had you graduated from college?
I did.
So you had a degree.
I had a degree in history.
Right.
That is
Good luck with that.
useless. Yeah.
So
Unless you want to be a teacher.
So you just decided, I'm gonna go for it. Did you give yourself a certain amount of time?
No, I got fired from that state job that I was doing, which was fine. I was literally going to like investigating like children's crimes at like state-run children's houses. It was the most depressing job possible.
Crimes against children?
Crimes again. Anytime like an orderly would subdue a child.
Yeah,
you'd
I'm
have to
honestly glad I'm not
investigate.
farming olds.
But then there was obviously
I mean, I bought all that stuff, so
constant abuse.
I thought about complaining and getting some of my money back for the grind, even for like the Endurance Legacy. The odds are not what they say.
Yeah, moved to Philly.
you have a day job? What were you doing?
I worked at a garage in Philly. I didn't work on the cars. I just worked at the front desk. I have no fucking idea. I sold cars after college. I sold Hondas. Have no idea how cars work at all. Worked at a car garage. Have no idea. People would be like, "What's wrong with my car?" I'd be like, "Fucking yeah, other thing, the rotor."
And so, what clubs were you getting up in Philly? Did you
Helium.
Helium?
Yeah.
It's great.
Helium's best.
Helium. Mark Grossman's opening up a spot out here.
I heard.
Yeah.
What do you think you got?
No, I'm excited. Keep coming. Bring them all in.
Yeah.
When I lived in Boston,
Probably tomorrow. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Or no, Friday. Yeah. No, not this Friday. Not this Friday. Next Friday. Every other Friday. I think is what I'm gonna do. Once it starts to get bigger, I'll do every Friday. Every other Friday, just hanging out.
I think it could be better. I think
And there's this upcoming Friday will be a lot more than last Friday.
separate, as I was saying before,
They're gonna be way better amounts now that I've been doing this
any
frequently.
Other showbiz institutions that are more hesitant to take risks, right? Like television and film, and this is connected by. It is now a mainstream network of podcasts. Because if you thought about like what mainstream mass media is, podcasts were never thought of in that light because it's just even this room. It's like just fucking two of us and Jamie. You know,
Yeah.
it's like you would think that for something to reach millions and millions of people, it has to be. There's got to be more folks here.
Of course.
But that's not true
You
anymore.
giving out?
And because Segura's here now, and he's brought his podcast, and his wife is here, who's brilliant. Christina Pazitsky, she's hilarious.
Yeah.
You know, Giannis Papas is splitting his time here. Tim is splitting his time here.
Slowly gaining levels, honestly.
Who's
I
here
mean,
two
I didn't
weeks
even know it
ago?
was 22. I thought it was 21.
Brian Simpson he's been coming down here. Fahim's been coming down here. There's so many comics down here now.
Yeah.
And Tony's here. It's just like there's a good talent pool here.
Certainly.
And there's a real enthusiastic group of up and comers. Real enthusiastic.
Yeah, they moved.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Oh, dude, yo, not with. What's up, dude? So the giveaway for this one next Friday.
I would have had
Just hang out and chill. Ninja in here, he's already won.
to be up by
Also,
July
Ninja, if you
4th.
want, you can welcome one of our new guys here, not with the mix.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you Mix.
That's all right. Take your time.
Yeah,
Get it out.
it's all good.
I mean, younger comics should. It is a good opportunity.
Basically, just hang out, chill. Pretty much everybody wins, honestly, because I don't have a lot of followers.
Good luck. There's gatekeepers.
Yeah,
Right here, it's pretty good.
here there's escorts. They'll
Yeah.
help you in.
Yeah.
Because that's what needs to happen. I mean, there's a lot of these comics like Genevieve who went on the shows
She's
with
been
us
killing
before.
it.
Right?
Yeah.
David Lucas was on the shows with us. Like, we'll help you. That's the whole
Taking
idea
a
of
leak, I'll be
comedy
right
is,
back.
like, a lot of comics just need a little help. They just need a little encouragement, camaraderie. They need to know they're loved and accepted, and they got a place, they got a home. And that's what I'm trying to do.
It's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I think so. It's something I can do, and it's not something a lot of people can do. Buy a club and
Yeah, you're one of the few people that can.
run a club with the expressed idea, expressed intention of just keeping it open. Not using it as a money
Yeah.
venture. I'm just trying to keep it open.
That'll be sick. And you'll know, obviously, what a good club should look like. So the room will be good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, that'll be sick.
Yeah, I can't wait till people start filming specials at the club. That's gonna be exciting. I'm gonna make that available too.
Yeah.
I just want it to be a super comfortable environment for everybody, and also a place where you can do wild shit. You know? That's what I want.
That's why we all got into this.
Listen, man,
To
I
have
would
fun.
be no one without Mitzi Shore. And Mitzi Shore was a wild lady. She was
Yeah.
a wild lady. And if you want to talk about all of the people in stand-up comedy that are important, she is the most
Yeah.
important person.
I can
ever
send you
stand-up
whatever.
comedy. She's number one. Because all
It
the
doesn't
other
matter,
ones,
like,
whether it's Richard
as long as you
Pryor,
have a
Eddie
one of the
Murphy,
PayPal,
George
Cash App,
Carlin,
Venmo,
Eddie
Zelle, whatever
Murphy,
apps,
Rob
as long as it's not some
Bill
sketchy
Hicks,
third-party
She's
website, then
non-comic.
I can use it,
She's
right?
a
Also,
non-comedian who is one of the most important people in the history of the art form. Because when she ran the comedy store,
this is my dog,
she-
Una.
her whole thing
This is
was
my puppy.
"We have the inmate to run the asylum."
Yeah.
This is my puppy,
She thought it was
Una.
funny that the comics would run things. She thought it was funny that the comics would do wild shit. She thought it was funny that.
But yeah, I do
there was
giveaways
some
on
crazy
whatever.
shit, and when people would call in or they would send in complaint letters, especially if they got kicked out from heckling.
Yeah.
That was like a lot. They would say, "Your comedians were rude to me." She would read them and laugh.
Yeah, however,
That's
whatever
funny.
works for you.
Don't do that anymore.
She didn't give a fuck. It was just her. She was so eccentric.
Would you get like Christians coming at you? That's what everybody always like tries to make the comparison. Like the cancel culture now is like the left. A couple, 2 decades ago it was the right, like the Christians being like, you can't talk about sex, you can't do that.
I think it's ion particles. I don't need that. I think it's ion particles.
It feels easier to dismiss the.
I don't need an Enzo.
They're less aggressive in their desire to stop you from doing
Yeah.
your job. They might not want people to go to see you,
what?
or they might not want
Lame.
their friends to see you. But I don't think they're trying to.
I don't
get
need an
you
Enzo.
fired.
Boom!
Left.
Ultra precision
You know what the thing is going on
analyzer
with
like
left?
that with a
There's
miss.
a lot of
Also,
idiots.
when the bitches complain on the
They're being
Reddit,
bullies.
fuck them. And
a
I'm
lot
actually I've
of
been drinking for
people
like
that are
hours.
progressive
And if I
that
can
are
drink
really,
for
like,
hours and
minded,
still get an ultra precision analyzer with an ultimate Viesa,
there's a lot of people on the left.
the
that
people on
were
Reddit are
bullied
bitches.
by
Okay,
assholes.
that's all I'm saying.
When they were young.
Those things are so easy. I like
Now
the
they have
challenge, but
those- they have
it's a
resentment.
challenge once in a while. Like I might waste
Not
one,
gonna be one.
one out of every
They
5,
have
6, maybe.
serious resentment, and they want to go after the
Yeah.
people.
Oh.
that
It's
they
nerd
think
rage.
to be
Nerd rage
Is it
is
here?
the most
Yeah, it's here.
dangerous rage.
that is real.
Nerd rage is the meanest, saddest rage.
Yeah,
And they have it.
that is it.
I agree with that. Nerd
Yep.
rage.
Yep. And it's also people that they don't have a lot of love in their life. If they do have love, it's like very conditional, and it's very, it's very precarious.
Yeah.
It's like, obviously, I'm making mass generalizations of
No,
huge
but-
swaths of people, but it's a personality trait that they have.
Yeah.
There's a thing that leads people to want to be completely uncompassionate and attack people relentlessly and try to get them fired. Most of those people have experienced.
You have the
deep
IQ,
trauma.
dude,
It's
bro.
the expression.
Look at how thick my glass. Like I'm literally blind.
That's what it
Also,
is.
one
That's the
day,
reason why
I think
cancel
one day
culture
on
comes
stream
from
I'll
the
probably
left,
do
so
like
vicious.
a
And the most vicious
GoFundMe
shit is coming from
because
trans
eventually
people,
I will need new eyeballs. I have degenerative eye loss. I never
Yeah.
talked about that, but
They've been bullied. They've been
like
bullied.
I
They're
stream
angry.
mainly
Big
to
time.
like
Yeah.
hopefully
So
one
when
day
something happens, they
support
come
my
for
new
you.
eyeballs. Like just because my health is not good.
I don't know. The one thing I will say, like we touched on a little bit about.
But we don't make the stream about my health, so it's just about having fun, farming, giving away stuff.
Mean.
Yeah.
Maybe one day,
And that's where I think a lot of these people.
but for now nobody gives a fuck about my health, so it doesn't matter.
Comedians that are like, no, fuck them, fuck this. I think they have that, and I've been there. You know what I mean? Like I've been in that where it's like I'm not doing. shit.
Basically, the goal is just to make it big and hopefully make sure my daughter gets taken care of in the long run. That's what the stream. The stream is literally about video games and passion and making sure one day my daughter will get taken care of. That's it.
If you go to
That's all
see
it is.
them live, like
Yeah.
I've
Pretty
seen some of
simple.
these established comedians on the road.
Keep it simple,
you're gonna
stupid,
have
you know,
to
that's
go
what they
find
say.
a night.
Yeah.
Because even though they're
Gotta do
established,
the
they're not
KISS
selling
management.
tickets. There's people that you know,
Michael
even
Scott
on
method.
television shows
Yeah.
that have been on sitcoms and stuff.
You know,
they're
Michael
not selling
Scott,
tickets on the road.
Steve Carell, the actor
Be like,
from
"Alright, let's
The
see that guy
Office.
who scolds people on fucking
My favorite
Twitter.
show. all time.
Let's go see what he has to say. Can you imagine just listening to like a grumpy white dude giving you fucking a lecture about how to be a good person?
It's exhausted. I've had some of those fuckheads.
Because
on
I
the show
think I'm going to go.
Yeah.
get into these conversations when you realize like they're not thinking deeply or honestly about things at all.
Probably
They're
do
just
in-game
subscribing to this
conversion
pattern of thinking and
Probably do this
behavior
one.
Yeah.
that they think is going to get them,
Yeah.
And it's hard. It is
ingratiated.
hard to be honest.
It is hard.
It's very hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
Like I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with it during.
Probably do
Yeah.
chill specialist
Yeah,
next.
I
Because
get it.
I've felt the fucking. I have
Yeah.
personally experienced what it's like when you try to be honest and you get fucking just back people like, what'd you fucking say?
Yep. They come for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does fuck you. That's the one thing I like about cancel culture that does fuck you up. Like all those comments, they do fuck you up.
Yeah. People
Ninja, what are you
want
up to,
be
man?
loved and accepted.
Yeah.
And even the people who are like, I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm a rebel.
They're
That's
wrong.
Nonsense.
They're not telling the truth.
Yeah.
I have experienced it. I've seen people who have experienced. I'm friends with them. It does hurt. It
Yeah.
does hurt.
It
It is
does.
bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing to do to someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Especially when you know.
You're so mean to me. I'm one Bud Light away from being like, Joey, this thing is so much better."
Bust out the whiskey.
You're relaxing and watching me. It doesn't sound relaxing if you're watching me play video games. I'm kind of just farming some Viessa stuff and also leveling up Viessa. I'm just bored. Got a catalyst making. I bought a catalyst earlier.
Easy, dude. I am gonna cry.
Not here for a long time. I'm gonna cry, dude.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, dude, I honestly love Shane Gillis because I act a lot like Shane Gillis. What up, Gore? What up, Gore?
That's what's up.
You know,
So-
fuck SNL, dude. Those motherfuckers.
Fuck
Brian
SNL.
Michaels isn't even American.
Dude, those guys will fucking talk shit on me.
Yeah, it'll all be water on the bridge. It's actually already, right?
It really is.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
definitely water on the bridge.
no matter
already
what
for
I
them.
do, there's always a couple people that are gonna be like, "See, I knew he was a Nazi," or like, "What?"
Shit, and they're all crying themselves.
See, but they're talking about the owners of
Yeah.
SNL.
They're
And
not happy when people are just attacking people.
Shane Gillis on Joe Rogan is always pure gold and pure honesty.
Make them more cancelable. Those are not happy people. And
Yeah.
I think part of it is, I don't think you were here when I was telling you this story to some friends the other night. That there's this guy that I'm friends with online, and he runs I don't even know what he looks like. He runs a philosophy page, and he's a really fucking smart dude. He'll
The
say
hair on Viessa?
things
I don't know. I'm more worried about the
Super
fucking
insightful.
the lines
So
here.
one of the rare people that I
Here, let me
contact
check
online
after
that
this.
I actually listen to what he says.
So if
And
we
he said,
customize
"You're gonna
descendant
have a
skin,
problem with what you're doing
she's got that
with
one.
other people because you have a walled garden." And he goes, and
I
you're
can buy
very close
that.
to your friends,
That's
and you're
cool.
very supportive
we
of
talked
all
about
your
this.
friends. Yeah, and people on the outside, they don't like the fact that they can't get in, and it makes them angry. So they want to attack that walled garden.
Of course.
They want to
Really
attack
need
these
to buy
close
that.
friendships
Actually, yeah.
because comics in general, you know, we're all insecure to a certain extent, but also like desiring of love and attention. That's why we go on stage in the first place. And when you see a whole group of people that seem to be having this amazing party, that you
Holy caliber!
and they're all supporting each other,
Yeah.
it's rare
Yeah.
for comedy.
It's kind of
a rare
it's
thing
kind of
for
a thing,
comedy
you
to
know.
have like this, like real love and acceptance amongst people that also do what we do.
Yeah.
But the people on the outside, man, like even people that are successful,
Holy
They're
caliber!
resentful.
Oh, what's this little
Bothers
kitty?
like to be an island.
Where'd I get
to
that
be
guy?
One person alone.
I'll put that on.
Even if you're
I'll
doing
put that
well,
on them
out there
titties.
floating around. Like the only people that like you are your fans.
Yeah, that's tough.
Other comics don't like you. You don't have real comic friends. Like comics without comic friends, bro. That's a shit life.
Yeah,
You
minimum,
Didn't
minimum,
have your comic
10,000
friends. Like if you
caliber.
just tried to go out
is
and
minimum.
what happened the other night happened, and you were just by yourself, that shit would stick. Like every time you went out, there was just a crowd,
You'll be really
and you're
weird.
not there with your friends fucking around.
Which
being like,
I've
"This is
leveled up my
weird."
bunny
Yeah,
10 times,
by
Ajax
yourself,
once,
Or if
4,
I let
2,
it change me.
Yeah.
And, all of a
and then
sudden
I've got a
I thought that
Eugen
it was
going. I've
over.
almost got these
It
3
was over.
unlocked. I didn't buy
You know,
these 3.
like, yeah, this is what people feel about me, man.
Yeah.
I'm infecting.
Honestly, Ultimate Jaber, I think can be
It's a
cool.
Slippery
bad place to
fucking
be.
Place too. That's
That Joe? Yeah, yeah, that is Joe Pesci.
people get on that.
Yeah, what do you mean funny? Funny how? Bro, that's my mentality. Honestly, Joe Pesci,
Comics without comic friends.
definitely,
Terrible life.
I definitely have been up his alley quite a bit. Yeah, yep. I'm glad.
You have
Home Alone.
a job
Home
that you
Alone,
do.
by the way. Home
You
Alone.
have the love of your
Have you seen
people.
Home
You
Alone?
have the love of other people
With
that do the
Macaulay-
job you do.
Macaulay
You don't feel like
Culkin
you have their
Culkin.
back, or you're not-
That's Macaulay
you feel
Culkin's
like
full
you're
name.
a
Macaulay
traitor,
Culkin
or you're
Culkin.
not helping, or you're not supportive, or ugh.
Yeah, funny like a clown.
Yeah, but that
Me?
that walled garden thing, that's very, very true.
Very true.
Especially with you and your guys.
Yeah, Joe Pesci's kind of
Oh,
I've seen it.
kind of have a lot of his
Probably
demeanor, so
all those
it's very suitable. I've got a keyblade. You know, I've got a keyblade, and I've got the Oblivion keyblade in the back.
Yeah. I'm
Cowboy
sure.
Bebop.
yeah,
You
that's-
know, that's actually a
that's
hand
real, and
painted.
that makes sense.
That's actually from a local artist in Colorado. That's actually a very, very nice
He
piece.
talked shit on me, which a lot of them did.
But
a lot of them very publicly.
yeah, I love Cowboy Bebop.
didn't
I've
really
seen all
respond
15
to that.
episodes. I've seen the movie. I've got signed
Yeah, I know
copies
exactly where you're
of
at.
the DVD
Yeah.
set
Where it's
from
like,
the
I'm
entire
gonna take
cast.
advantage of this moment because
So
It'll
yeah,
be
bro.
good
Yeah,
shit.
that's hand painted
but
too.
not once.
Not once.
Local artists up in
Yeah,
Manitou
I met
Springs near
you,
Colorado.
Louis,
Colorado
Chappelle,
Springs, Colorado.
Burr, everybody. You guys were all fucking cool. Burr was my favorite one. Everybody else like had like advice and talk. Burr followed me at the stand, and he watched some of my set, and he was just, "Yeah, you're funny. You're gonna be fine." He just walked right past
That's
me. and I was
perfect.
like,
That's his outlook
Yeah.
on everything.
All Star 1. That would be
Regardless of
sick.
age, 'cause he's
That would
not
be-
really
yeah.
social media at all.
No, good for him.
Yeah, he doesn't really pay attention. He's smart.
I have more Cowboy Bebop artwork too.
Yeah, he's posting like.
I actually need to get
That's
Yeah,
it. That's
yeah,
it.
that's who he is.
oh, what is it
He's,
called? Man, why am I
remarkable
gonna
in
zone
his
out on this right now?
ability To like maintain who he is.
They made
despite
a
his
show on it
Massive amount of fame that he's achieved.
Yeah.
as well on
That
Netflix.
was
It
like the
sucks.
That was like the
Fuck.
first podcast I listened to.
It's on their old anime during the same time as Cowboy
Yeah.
Bebop. Not
Well,
Trigun.
his podcast is like
but,
Tim's in a way that he's got that muscle where he can just rant.
Fucking crazy.
But no one
Holy
else
fuck! It's such a
powers.
memorable name. I can't even
I've
think of it
done
right
a few
now.
podcasts solo. They're not. It's not my thing. It's hard. I could do it with just me and Jamie. It was just me and Jamie. See the way Tim Dillon does
It was
it.
just you and Jamie. Like, Jamie, put this on.
Yeah.
Yo, look at that.
Space Go. Wait, no, no, not
talk
Space.
shit. We'd be
Space
fucking with
Ghost
each other.
Coast to
But, like,
Coast. No, it's Sea
That's one of the
Labs.
things that Tim has a massive
Right?
advantage. He has his
Right? I think I'm
producer,
thinking
Ben.
Sea Lab
So Ben is sitting
2021, or
there
is that
laughing
Space
at
Ghost
everything
Coast to
he
Coast?
says. So he's got like this one.
Hold on a sec.
In
I'm not thinking like it was on Adult Swim.
Because if you're doing it by yourself, you're like.
Space. I know Space Ghost. Okay, I gotta Google
But
it.
that's
real
the
quick.
thing about Bill. He's not worried about whether or not
No.
he's saying something funny or not. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but he makes himself laugh.
Yes.
Which is very funny.
Yes,
He'll be like,
yes.
talk to this fucking guy.
No. Yeah, not Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
No, he's-
However,
Worse,
Space
over.
Ghost Coast to Coast and
He's not
Sea
good.
Labs,
Yeah.
100% a top 5 best shows ever created on Toonami. Yeah,
5, 6
yeah,
drinks.
it was on Toonami.
Blew it, dude. This is my big
Have some
opportunity.
more of this.
Space Ghost Coast to Coast. I looked it up. It's Space Ghost Coast to Coast full name title.
You're not confident yet? You should be
I'm
confident.
getting there. I'm pretty good
Pretty
right
good.
now.
Should be confident.
I really do want the. I mean, that part, that SNL part was great. There's one moment where I was like, and then I was like, I'll just go on Joe Rogan.
Space Ghost. No, Ghost.
I was waiting.
Man,
for
what was it? Something with like I think there's numbers in it.
Dude, you should have seen my face, just like. Like it was fully like.
That was my failure as much as yours. I
No,
thought about having you on, and I thought about like even rescheduling people, but I was like this guy's just got to go through this.
No,
And I also thought that like perspective that you achieve through time is valuable for something like this. You
Yeah.
you don't want to catch it on the wave.
it would have been.
So
Worse than this.
it was.
Would have been me.
It's not
It would
that
have been me
long.
on there, just like. What happened? Everybody's mean. Everyone's so fucking mean. Fuck Chrissy Teigen, that bitch. Like,
Oh,
you know,
that
it would
poor
have been
lady.
crazy.
Did she go after you?
Of course she did.
Cowboy
She'd get
Bebop.
canceled. I'm sitting there like.
She's not just getting
Sea Lab
She's
2021.
Do a mental breakdown.
She might
I saw.
be
I love Sea Lab 2021, but no, the show.
irreparably-
Man, it was.
irreparably. No, it's not a
God,
word.
it was with the
Irreparably.
black guy with the robot eyes
That's
and the girl that's a
3 Bud
robot.
Lights, 2 shots of whiskey, folks.
Bro, why can't I think of it, man? It was
she,
very
St.
popular.
Rogies as Descendant.
It was the black
She
dude with the
seems
robot
like
eyes.
a legitimately.
It was like
original
robots,
person.
a camouflage. It was futuristic, older.
She's fat.
No, she's not bad.
Something
Joe-
30, 35, or
Seems like
30. I don't.
wasn't she
3005,
Fat, even
2005.
hard- Was she a fucking?
True.
I don't know anything
I
about
can't think
her.
of the fucking name,
I know
bro.
he's a musician. This is how out of the loop I am. I don't even know. I find out about good music from my kids.
Ghost Shell.
Yeah.
Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell. I think it was Ghost in the Shell.
was
Hold on.
a
I think that's it.
Victoria's
Ghost in the
Secret
Shell.
Yeah?
Toss that up. Yes,
That's
dude.
her?
Ghost in the Shell. Let me see.
And then
Boom. Ghost in the Shell. That's it. I just fucking can't. Ghost in the Shell.
there's a hot guy.
Ghost in the Shell. If you have not seen Ghost in the Shell, watch Ghost in the Shell.
Good singer.
And also, yeah,
good.
Trigun.
I don't
And
know
then there was a
any songs.
Big O. Big O. Holy fuck. I haven't even thought of Big O.
Dude, I'm-
Big
I'm-
O. It's like Gundam, but Big O. Oh my god. I'm gonna rewatch that. The Big O.
Classic rock. That's
Yeah, the
what
Big
60%
O
of
TV
my
show.
time when it
That
comes to
is
music.
literally.
It's basically like Bruce Wayne,
Yeah, I
but
love,
he
like,
had a big
old
Gundam. The
school,
Big
like,
O got a 7.5 on
Star,
IMDb. Holy
like,
shit.
like
The Big O. 2 seasons. It came out in 1999. The Big O was one of my top favorite shows.
I love listening to the shit like that.
You know what's funny though is like when
Fuck,
you get
man.
canceled or whatever, you get out of nowhere like there's like celebrities because I was fans of these people and they just fucking crushed me.
Who crushed you?
Ghost in the Shell. Yep. Yep. So you're probably at least like mid 20s, right? Like I'm 32, but like you're probably at least mid 20s.
Stinks.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
But dude, Big O. If you have not seen Big
my
O,
God.
I
That's-
saw
bro,
that.
watch
He was in a
Big
movie with
O.
Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big O and TBD. Oh, dude, yeah, I watch every episode of DBZ all the way up to
He was
Kid series. Kid series, I started to get a little bit older, right? And then, so I watched Kid series, and then after that, like I watched the GT series with
He's a brilliant guy.
Kid Goku and all that stuff, Pam.
He really is.
Like,
He's
I
a
was-
really
And
good
then that's
person.
kind of when I got out of Dragon
Yeah,
Ball
with him,
Z,
he's a
actually.
great guy. And he did these shows with us this weekend. He rapped. Like, it was part of the show. Like, and it was a surprise musical guest. So, like, Friday night, DJ Trauma does a set, and then people don't even know till he's going on.
Yeah.
And then he goes on, the place went shit house.
Yeah,
and
he's great.
crushed.
It was just funny, like sitting back and like getting crushed by people that I
Who
was
else?
like, damn.
Who else crushed you?
No, I hated GT. Being an OG, I watch all the Dragon Ball episodes. I watch all Dragon Ball Z.
They did.
GT was my least liked series out of everything.
I don't really pay
Well,
attention to
Dragon Ball,
My diet of
early
Twitter
on
is
Dragon
about-
Ball, I could watch GT over early Dragon Ball,
Yeah.
right? So I won't say GT was the
and
worst,
then shut it off.
but
I'll read it.
I would, yeah, I like obviously I like GT more than like early on Dragon Ball, you know. First few seasons of Dragon
I
Ball,
want to
but
take those people.
I'll watch it all. I also played all the Budokai Tenkaichi games. I played the Budokai games. I bought every Budokai Tenkaichi for PlayStation. I bought PlayStation 2. I also bought Ultimate Fight 22 on the PS1. My buddy brought it from Australia when I was a little kid in a very small town. It was actually really cool. We felt super cool. We had a game from Australia called Ultimate 22, which was not released in the United States yet. This is before Ultimate came out to the United States, and I got it like 2 years early access. And at the time, we didn't know who Boo was, and we didn't know who Cell was. And Cell actually and Boo were not on the English version yet. Or no, sorry, we didn't know who Boo was, and we didn't know who like Shinron, or not Shinron, but the big white dragon from GT, the big white dragon. We had to fight all the dragons. So that was really cool, though. That was a really cool time. I'll never forget that.
Maybe these people.
But I'm a game nerd, so
That
you know.
gave me some assurance of like, at least I'm second.
Sparkling. I've never heard of Sparkling Zero. I also played the Game Boy Color games of Dragon Ball Z as well. I played all the Game Boy Color games, and I played Dragon Ball Z Legacy, like Game Boy Advance games.
Yeah.
Jamie
But
was
yeah, Fighter
super
Z. I
social
played Fighter Z on Game Boy
He
Color.
had, like, feminist on his-
But yeah,
instead of his-
I played it all. I played Dexter's Laboratory,
Nobody had
Powerpuff Girls, bro.
pronouns.
Like, I was on the Disney. I was on the Disney.com website back in 2006, 2005, when Disney.com had video games on it.
Like, okay.
Right? Like I played all that shit. And Nickelodeon.com, I would go to Nickelodeon.com, bro.
Mixing it up,
Like for real.
making me
I would go to
comply.
Nickelodeon.com and play like Rugrats, Rocket Power, All Real Monsters, like all of it, bro. Like that's how old I am. I played like the games on the websites before games were real. Like the websites owned it all, and then you would go to their website and just hang out and play games. Wild. Fuck, I'm old.
That's perfect. It's like what? Them down by the
Yeah.
river.
Oh, dude, Newgrounds. Oh my God, bro. I played Newgrounds. I got in trouble, right? I was playing the game with the little guys who killed kids in a school, and I even thought about this the other day. I shit you not on Newgrounds. I forgot what it was called. It was the little action figures shooting. Shooting. Oh wait, what's going on?
Gender, to try to like have like a path carved out.
That's
If you
weird.
say someone's he, him, there's certain people that just they don't feel like a he or a him.
But yeah, there's a game where you would like kill kids in the school. It was burning and stuff. And my teachers got it onto me because I was playing a game where I was like shooting and killing people in a school, and I was like, it's just a video game. Why are you bugging me? Why do you hate this game? And I'm like 9 years old killing kids in a school, which I didn't think of it that way because like I guess I'm a good person, so I was like, it's just a video game. It's not me killing kids in a school. But the teachers saw another way, so I had to stop playing it in school. They actually would watch me when I was on the
Leave me the
computer.
fuck alone. I don't want to be a part of your reindeer games.
Yeah, but then they're on fucking Twitter.
Bitch fucks.
Well, okay.
Just let me murder innocent kids while I'm a kid in school. Like, what's so wrong with that? I'm a kid enjoying my life. Jeez. Tough crowd.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
get
of course. You can't
Even though making fun of it, I get it. I get it. But I make fun of everything. I make fun of my own children.
I make fun of everything too.
Get it.
Even my
I
own
get it.
kids.
But if you tell me I
My
can't
own
make
kid.
fun of things, or I'm a racist or a sexist or a homophobe or a transphobe, I say fuck you, because I
Yeah.
know what you're doing. Yeah, fuck you.
Of course.
That's not real. That's not real. You can't. I make fun of everything, including myself. I love me, and I make fun
Yeah.
of me. So what? So what are you saying? I can't make fun of you if I love you? I can't make fun of you, or I'm some sort of a person who is I'm in some way demeaning or marginalizing you. That's not true. I'm making fun of life itself. Life itself is a big, messy soup of crazy shit, especially being a person. We've got billionaires flying into space for no apparent reason.
I like
Billionaire
it, dude.
space
I
race.
like it.
One's gonna die.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
One's gonna blow the fuck up. 50,000
Think
feet
about
in the
think
sky
about their
on the way up
wives.
to space.
Their
On their way
wives
up to
just sitting there
space.
watching them take off. Like, please be a challenger.
Yeah, they're just thinking.
Give me this money, dude.
Chicka,
Challenger off right now, dude.
Yeah,
Give me this money, dude.
right. It's wild. It's a weird way to die.
What, in space?
Experimental spacecraft.
That's a good way to go.
That is a good way to
That's
go.
a fucking good way to go.
That is a
I
good,
think
very good way to
I'll
go.
have a heart attack in a hotel at like the Albany Funny
Yeah.
Bone. Some dude's gonna launch into space.
Kaza to my dad. I don't know what Kaza is.
When a comic dies on the road.
I played all the Windows 95 games you could think of, though. Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows 2000.
You died in Rochester?
Yeah. I think George Carlin died in Vegas at a hotel room
Nice.
where he was performing. See if that's true. I believe that's true.
It's still a little too glamorous. I'd like to die.
It's still too
Eh,
glamorous.
the places
hope
he
I'm
was
in-
performing. We're not
I hope I
hope it's
die
Flint.
in a
He
good
was
way.
like the Stardust and shit.
Oh,
you know,
really?
One of those places. Have you ever? There's something about like the New Orleans, the Orleans.
Yeah.
So he's in a hospital in LA.
Alright. Well, they probably
The legend
helicoptered him.
was so much better.
Where was he when he got before the hospital?
I said heart failure out of hospital. So
Yeah. I
Did
feel
he
like
have
I'm
a
gonna
heart
die. I'm gonna
failure?
die of heart
Was-
failure.
Find out if
brain
the weekend
cancer.
before that he was working.
How about the guys that die on stage?
No.
You ever see those?
He
Yeah.
was admitted earlier in the afternoon with chest pains.
Damn it.
Damn, the lore was always that he died on the road. Like people say, you know, he died in Vegas. He was working. That weekend. He never stopped working.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
George Carlin.
we were just talking about LimeWire the other day. Also, bro, thank you for the follow. What?
I hope a lady says
Appreciate
so.
that. Hell yeah, dude. Also, my stream is like fucking up. I gotta restart my stream. I can't even see your like. Who followed? Who followed? Who followed?
Just fucking died.
That's
Man, I should have
hilarious.
showed up fucked up.
No.
1 week after his last performance, he was in Vegas.
Alright, there you go.
I'll take it as a win.
That is a win.
That's a win.
He had 1 week to
Yeah.
sit on that and be like, that show sucked.
He just feels his heart twitching every now and then. I bet before your heart gives out, it probably gives you a few warning shots.
I bet it gives you a warning. And like any man, you're gonna be like, I'm not going to the fucking doctors.
Do you know when you're poor and you have a car and you're starting it and it goes,
Yes. Yes.
and you know one day that is just gonna be click 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 click, click 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 click.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely everybody's heart.
But like, how else do you want to die? I mean, maybe it would be nice to die around your family, but wouldn't that be very traumatic for them? It's traumatic for them.
Yeah,
no
but
matter what if they die.
I mean, if you
But
die around
you
your
know,
family,
one
that's
of
better
your
than
room,
dying
I hope I
alone in a hotel
spontaneously combust.
or at your house.
I hope it's at Thanksgiving dinner. I'm just like,
Right,
hey, would
like-
you pass me that? And I just burst into flames.
All right, hold on a sec. I gotta check this. So Gore, thank you for the follow. Also Tony Saz. Oh, Tony Saz followed. Lithonian,
part of
thank you guys
me
for the follow.
that
Just checking
was-
out.
We knew he wasn't doing well. So there's part of me that was relieved that he wasn't in pain anymore. And then, but there was part of me that was, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there when that happens.
Yeah. I watched my grandpa die. I was in the room, and he started like he was laying there, and he just started like, and they had to like shove a tube down his throat, and they pushed me out of the room,
Yeah.
and it was
Well, it's
just
like they know it's over, right? And so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
have to do whatever they can to prolong life. Isn't that fascinating, like how we feel about life? Like even if a guy's
Yeah.
136 years old, if he's
Let's
in the
give him
hospital,
137.
but you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? Even if he's like, he's done it all. If he's in the hospital twitching, they'll get clear,
Give him,
clear.
bro. Give him heroin.
Yeah,
Give him something wild.
give him some heroin.
give him.
Give
Yeah,
him a drip. Let him do it himself.
I did. My friend Spud, shout out Spud, shout out Billy.
Shout out Spud.
He took Molly with me for the first time, and he was like, "My mom died of cancer. I watched her get put on every drug imaginable." It's like, bro, if they would have just gave her fucking Molly, or like gave her like one of these drugs to just, you know what I mean?
Corey, seriously, thank you for the follow,
give
man.
her something that makes her feel really good before she goes.
Oh, you'd like this. That night, the night we were talking about that, me and Spud, we took a couple hits of Molly, and then I ate. See, I'd always done.
I also play like I play
always
a
did,
lot of
like,
games. Like I play everything. My Final Fantasy 14 characters are sick. I spent a lot of money on Final Fantasy 14.
It felt like
But
we
Rocket
was
League,
and then one night,
I haven't played
I
Skyrim. Like I haven't played Elder Scrolls Online. That actually is the only
I mean, bro,
MMO I haven't really played.
I never did that. So we're sitting at, it was my friend Matt's bachelor party. We're outside.
Yeah,
by the
same.
fire.
I haven't stopped
All of a
playing.
sudden,
I've played every
I
day
blacked
since
out,
it came out.
Dude, I couldn't see. I went like blind. I was sitting there. I was like,
I probably have like 300 hours.
they're like, you're alright, you're
You're
alright.
not supposed to do 7 grams with a bunch of people around.
You were on Molly too,
I did do a little Molly.
so you started on that.
Started on Molly.
That seems like it's a little more too, right? Should I hit people
Listen to
then?
Jamie.
It was a lot.
It's like
Look,
your start, like your precursor.
I
now.
haven't done drugs
Wait, you have
since.
310 hours in, or I have
Yeah,
310 hours in?
Right, yeah.
Can you see how long I've been playing?
Describing it, you'd be like cautious. Like this seems like.
Look,
Someone should have told you to.
That is such a crazy idea. First of all, it's a crazy idea to do
Oh,
Molly.
okay. I don't know if you can
and
see how many hours
mushrooms
I got, but
Look,
what does Steam say?
Molly took over. Somebody dropped
together. Oh, the Molly made you do mushrooms.
Ziploc bag of fucking mushrooms, and I was just sitting there munching as many as I could. To the point, like, I was having trouble swallowing.
Dangerous.
Is it?
No.
Yeah, it was. There was nothing
you
actually.
never
dangerous,
really die.
But I did die.
McKenna thought there was a time
I
where
did die.
McKenna did. I think he did some sort of an MAO inhibitor with mushrooms, and it was one of the few times. Like I've listened to a lot of Terrence McKenna lectures.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Not really. There weren't lectures. It was like he gave these talks that he would do in front of like a couple hundred people who travel around the country. And he gave one of them about some combination of drugs. I'm not completely sure I remember, but I think it was an MAO inhibitor and a large
All right,
dose of
Ninja.
mushrooms
See you,
together.
man.
And he said that he could feel like his thought process, his ability to think was getting erased. He could like lines of code getting erased.
Oh.
Yeah, that his ability to
My last name
process
is Butts.
thoughts and the ability to communicate was like he could watch it get erased, and he was like genuinely concerned that he was never gonna
Hence
come back.
Buttsinator.
I'm paraphrasing it.
Yeah, my last name is Butts. I can't even say my last name on this game, bro.
The mushrooms thing.
Conversation. But
Everybody talks. My friend Matt
Yep.
McCusker.
It
he's
makes
all
more
about
sense now,
mushrooms.
right?
shout out to Matt.
Matt, the shaman, Matt McCusker.
Shout out to the
He's
shaman.
always talking about how it's like a religious ego death. Like he talks about the ego death, and I'm more of a Bud Light guy. You know, I'm like, dude, fuck, what are you talking about? I took that amount of mushrooms fully. Dude, I had a vision of I kept dying, going to heaven, seeing my dad who was still alive. I would be in heaven with my dad, and then I'd get brought back to life with a paramedic shining lights into my eyes, like I was overdosing. It was crazy. I thought you'd be fired up. Wasn't it wild?
That's pretty wild.
And wasn't it wild for you?
It is. No, I'm trying to absorb
Wasn't
it.
my story wild for you?
It is. I'm trying to absorb it.
And it was so vivid. I stopped doing drugs. I was like, that was an overdose. That was an overdose that I would have had if I kept doing drugs. I don't know.
One of the things that I think about with psychedelics is how much of the way you think normally plays a part in what you see. And if that's the
Sure.
case, but if that's the case, what is happening? Like, what is happening? Is it that your anxiety and your fear and all your ego is interfering with your imagination and creating these nightmare scenarios that aren't real? Or is it that the way you think about life and the way you behave and the way you treat people changes the world itself, and it changes your world, and it's represented in the psychedelic world, that when you embrace a a certain mindset and go into these psychedelic experiences and release yourself and allow whatever it is, the DMT or the mushrooms or whatever it is,
Yeah.
to take a hold of you and take you on a journey, then those journeys are generally positive.
It was extremely negative.
Yeah.
All right, last one. I'm gonna play a few games of Rocket League, and then I'm gonna go back on
Like, I
farming.
woke up the next day like, bro, I gotta change a lot of things.
Right. So that's the thing about negative ones. They're not really negative. They're just
No, it's just hard while you're in
It's just a hard lesson.
Yeah.
It's a hard lesson. I think when people struggle with psychedelic experiences, or if people have legitimate mental illnesses that do psychedelics, that's never a good idea. You know,
Yeah.
people that are like hanging on by a thread already and they eat 7 bags of mushrooms. Like,
Bro, it was. I was staring at people. Like we were outside by a campfire, and I was literally I'd be like staring at someone, and they'd be like, "What are you looking at?" Because their face would change. They'd have like 3 heads. I'd be like,
Alright.
"Dude, are you okay?"
so that makes me think, like, what is that?
You know what's weird is we all kind of see the same things.
That's a problem.
It's like you ever have sleep paralysis?
No.
Oh, I've had sleep
I
paralysis.
had sleep paralysis one
I
night.
hate it.
And it was at the foot of my bed. Have you've heard of sleep
Yeah,
paralysis?
yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Also, by the way, if you guys want
Long,
exclamation point
spindly,
Discord gets you in
Shadowy
Discord.
figure just standing there.
Exclamation
It was fully
point
real.
Discord.
It was real.
And also DM me because honestly,
Side of my bed,
I need to give you your
reaching down
badges
my
in
face.
Discord. I've got like roles
woke up,
I give people
tried to
who
fight
joined my Discord.
I thought
And
it was,
also,
it
it
was so real that I thought it
100%
was, like,
increases
true.
your chances of even
You know what I
making
mean?
like
There was no
getting free
marketing.
caliber, hanging out. You get rolls,
And
you get
then-
free stuff.
Months later, I found out about sleep
Whatever.
paralysis.
But make
I
sure you
never
get in the Discord. Exclamation
Googled
point
it.
Discord.
And there was a image of
Neon
exactly
Nights.
what I dreamed on the internet. Like I saw it,
Whoa.
and I was like, it gave me fucking chills.
Like
I
it's
was like,
common.
holy shit! And everybody sees the same thing. It's crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. What if
And
it's
that
real?
goes to the mushrooms thing with like the ego death or whatever the people, all those dumb fucking hippies want to call it. I did experience it, even though I'm
Yeah.
like, these fucking dumb hippies. I literally experienced an ego death.
One of the weirdest experiences I've ever had is with 5-MeO-DMT, which is a different kind of dimethyltryptamine. It's in a different molecule attached to it. And there's no visual. With regular DMT, it's a wild, fractal, psychedelic.
Looks like a video game.
Yes, it's super luminous, and then you have entities that are communicating with you in this wild thing.
I'm sorry to cut you off. What are the entities saying?
I had a bunch of jokers the last time I didn't give you the finger. They were all gestures, like with the bells.
Really?
And yeah. And they're like this.
Oh no.
And it made me realize instantly, because my first thought was like, hey, fuck you.
Hey, fuck you guys.
My first instinct, like it was all laid out in front of me. They were saying, you take yourself too seriously.
Real.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's right.
Damn, I wish everybody got to see you get that high. Like, get that high and be like, hey, fuck you.
But it was a real lesson because it's true, and it changed the way. I mean, this was just a few years ago. The last time I did it, I think it was 2.5-ish, 3 years ago, and I still think of that as like that made me a markedly more relaxed person from that moment on. Like the way because I was realizing like there's this tension when you're worried about what people think about you, and there's like a thing if you take yourself too seriously, you don't want people to talk about you a certain way, and whatever it was. I'm doing this experience, and I'm also doing the these guys are like, fuck you, and I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh, and I go like this, like, oh, I get it. Like it was instantly apparent. Like I knew I had you're managing a certain level of fame, and sometimes your ego gets in the way, or that your perceptions are off, and you're not willing to readjust, whatever it was. But these gestures giving me the finger, I realized exactly what it was about. You take yourself too seriously. I go, oh, and then I had to examine it really briefly. I'm like, you're right. And then they all started nodding like that, and then they went away. And then they went away, and then it became this beautiful journey. But it was an opportunity for me to have a bad trip, because not terrible. It wasn't like demonic shit.
Sure.
I was just seeing.
That would have bothered me.
They were all giving me the finger. I was like, oh my god, there's so many of you. It was like fractal. It was like who knows how many? Like there's no way I could count them. But there was like a massive number of gestures giving me the finger. And it let me know, like, that shouldn't bother you at all. Like, that shouldn't bother you. You should embrace that. You have two ways to look at that. You can look at that and you can be bothered by it, and you can look at that and think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
If it's true, the only reason why you'd be bothered by it is you're connected to your own self-image, and you're connected to this idea that you want to project out to all the other people. And the gestures were right. You're right. It's a great lesson. They're right.
You're like, you got a good point.
You're right. I was like, you're right. I don't know what to do, but you're right.
Isn't that this kind of goes back to the cancel thing, but same thing with like the mushroom thing. Where like there's that trauma, the gestures, whatever, however you want to describe it. But there's like you wish you could keep it because eventually you start to lose it.
Yeah.
You forget that low point where you have that moment of like, this is what I am. This I fuck it. You know what I mean? That fucking who gives a fuck
tough.
attitude. You do lose it,
It's tough.
and then you get it back.
You gotta reinforce it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's one of the good things about failure. Like failure forces you to reassess, and also you can get too like with comedy in particular because it's so weird. Like there's no directors, there's no producers. You're writing it, and then you're producing it, and then you're performing it in front of everybody. And you can get lost in what you're doing. You know, you need a little failure. You need a little like slippage. You need a fucked up word. You know, the word comes out wrong. You stumble on your words. Those are good, man. They don't seem like they are at the time, but they really are good because it's the only way you're gonna like reignite your enthusiasm.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at, which is like, I just started doing the cellar, and everybody there hadn't seen me do stand-up. So then I was able to do my best material, my old material. I was killing
Let's
it.
go!
This guy's great. And now it's like, do I have anything? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's that moment of like, I gotta start trying to do new at a club that I'm just
You need
filming that
different
festival.
places.
I gotta do new.
Different places for different things, right? Like if you're just doing arenas, you're not gonna write new material. You're just not. It's not right. It's just like it's a detached sort of feeling.
Yeah.
But there's a thing that's detached about doing a top level club like the Cellar.
Yeah.
The Cellar's it's an A club.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the best clubs in the world. It's in Manhattan, and everyone knows it. Chris Rock goes out there occasionally. Dave Chappelle shows up. You know, it's the best comics in the world. Dave Chappelle's there all the time. The best comics on earth. So there's a pressure to a place like that that's not necessarily conducive to creativity. Like it's good to do open mic nights. It's good to do shows when no one knows you're going to be there. It's good to do shows with small amounts of people. You got to think about it like training. Like when you're a fighter, like you don't just box. You have to do jiu-jitsu. You have to wrestle. You have to go to the strength and conditioning gym. If you don't do those things, you won't get as good as if you did those things. Like you could be a successful fighter and just work on takedown defense and punching. You can maybe get pretty far with that. But you won't get as far as a guy who learns jiu-jitsu, a guy who has amazing cardio. You need more weapons in
The
your
guy who
toolbox.
failed.
Yes.
Like we just saw.
Yes.
Gloria.
Yes.
Isn't that cool?
But that was an unfortunate ending. Because apparently that was an existing injury. He had that ankle scanned. He had probably kicked something really hard in training and created a stress fracture. And John Wayne Parr and then Eric Mixon from Extreme Couture, who's a little coaches in Vegas, they both put videos up on their Instagram. When John Wayne Parr noticed that his leg was starting to buckle in a weird way after he threw one leg kick, kicked him in the thigh, because he apparently had a cracked shin going in there, and it was there was of concern enough that they went to the doctor and got it scanned. So when you see him throw a kick, there's one where he hits the elbow, and then he goes back to sit down, and he's like,
That was a good
out on him
pass.
totally.
That could have been a goal, but he blocked it.
Kicking him with a broken
I was hoping he
leg.
would just let it go.
That's what you have to realize. That's what kind of a savage Conor McGregor is. He was kicking him with a broken
I'm only gonna play a few more. I'm not gonna play many.
because he's a left-hander, right? So his left side is the power side. So his left kick's his big kick, and that was the kick that he was throwing, even though he had a broken shin. Pretty wild.
That fucking. I mean, it's insane. It's truly insane.
He's wild.
That video we were watching of him driving around his scooter.
Yeah.
He's so
Respect.
He's so fun.
Nothing but respect for that guy. People are like, I did not enjoy the way people who are are not MMA experts were talking about the conclusion of that fight. And they were saying that Conor's old, Conor's done, he doesn't have the anger anymore, or the drive to become a champion anymore. Horse shit. You people don't know anything about MMA. Let me tell you what happened. You got a guy who went out there, guns blazing, giving his all with a pre-existing injury, and he got beat by a better man. He got beat by a guy who might have beat him anyway, but took him down, has a superior ground game. Dustin beat him up, and here's the thing that I was saying going into that fight. Historically, and this is never an indication of like what can happen in the future, because people can improve, they get better. But historically, Conor's really dangerous in the beginning. It's not
Own
as
goal,
dangerous
baby.
as the fight goes on. Dustin Poirier is dangerous for all 5 rounds. And that's a big factor. He relishes these combat, trench warfare type fights, where like you're 5 rounds in with Dan Hooker and he'll win it in the 5th round. Like that's who Dustin Poirier is. And he's had these 5-round wars. These wars with like Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje. Like he's had savage fights and gone into the trenches. So he's like real confident he can get through those trenches and be victorious. So the problem with the fight is not just that Conor broke his leg. The problem was that Dustin dominated the first round.
Yeah.
When Dustin, and he dominates the first round, he's likely the favorite to win the second round. And then he's even more of a favorite to win the 3rd round. And this is just based on historical moments and fights, what Conor has done and what
Conor, he has 2 though.
Oh my God, that's
I remember
next.
thinking that the second
The
fight.
3rd one's next, I guarantee you.
Yeah, it's got it.
That's it. That's the fight. You can't go right back.
How
to
great
Dustin.
is
Oh, what a
Gaethje
save.
has had fights with no time limit. He's winning them all. Here's the undefeated.
That last one. What the fuck?
Crazy.
He was. I mean, that's my
He
guy.
hurts Leon Edwards in
He
the 5th
points
round.
at him.
Yeah, he's like, I got you.
He didn't care about winning.
Oh my God, I had an argument with somebody who was like, yeah, he let Leon off the hook. He should have gone after him. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He did exactly what you're supposed to do. Leon's not dead. Like, you don't just go after him. You go after him, you run into a straight left. Watch Pat Barry versus Chet Congo, okay? Watch Pete Sell versus Scott Smith.
Yeah.
When people go after people recklessly,
that just
they
happened to
get
Hardy.
cracked.
That just happened to Hardy this last weekend.
Well, yes, you're right.
He
you're
thought,
right.
because what's his
He
name?
thought Tai Tuivasa was
took
gonna
a misstep, and he tried to charge him. He got fucking
You gotta
destroyed.
be super careful when you're going after people you think are hurt. And
Yeah.
people who don't know that, they should shut the fuck up.
How great is
The
that?
picture he points at.
Dude, how about his fucking, I don't know if it was this one or the last one, his post-fight interview, where he's like, yo, house party at my house. Dude, I would watch that, I was like, this is the greatest dude of all time.
He's a gangster. Well, that was one thing that really popped up that I was trying to express after the first time. Like, you guys have to understand, I know you want to promote this one superstar.
Yeah.
You got another superstar. He's a goddamn superstar. When I interviewed him after he chokes out Conor McGregor, he goes, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
So look, I went into that. You asked me because I was playing like a Notre Dame poll or whatever. You're an Irish fan or whatever, and you like Conor McGregor. I love Conor McGregor, but Nate Diaz, the build-up to the first fight, when Nate Diaz and Conor were doing interviews with each other, I was like, Nate Diaz is the fucking man. Because Conor was getting in everybody's fucking heads.
Yeah.
Talking all that shit, and then he tried to do it to Nate, and Nate, there's one interview with like CNN Business or some bullshit, where he's like, Conor's sitting there, and he's like, you're skinny fat, you're like a gazelle, I'm a lion, I'll fucking tear you apart. And Nate just goes, no one even knows what a gazelle is, dude. This is immediately I was like, well, that guy's gonna win, dude. Oh, and in the same interview, Conor was like, probably knock him out in the first round. And he was like, he better. And I was just like, oh, it's the meanest shit talk I've ever heard in my life.
I was telling people going into that fight because it was a last-minute replacement. Someone got injured.
Oh, yeah. He fucking... Dude,
Let's
this
go!
was incredible.
I think
Let's
it
go,
was
baby!
It was a dangerous fight for Conor.
He's like, Nate, go
Give me
get
some
her
of the-
coffee.
And Connor, did you change your approach once it got named for your fight? The only approach I change is I go to grave a little bit wider, a little bit longer for make skinny fat long taller. That's the only difference I made.
Let's go!
Connor says this has been the easiest training week of his career. Do you think he's
Fuck yeah.
Get the line up. Little nobody. Look at my last 25. Better step it up to listen. Connor, your response to that? His last fight was a decision. I bounce heads off the canvas every time. Against the normal sized human being.
It's just,
Connor, you said
I mean, it's a fifth grader. It's incredible.
you actually like Nick and Nate. Has your opinion changed about that now after this week? No, there's no emotions in it. I have no problem with him. I'm gonna slap the head off him. It's business as usual. I'll steady him, and you know, I'll let his gazelle team got a record.
Oh, here it is.
What's real? You know, this is the real. See, you know what's real. It's supposed to be. You know it's the real. You know it's the real. And you're no Saturday night. You're no Saturday night.
It's coming with the gazelle comment. It's coming.
What's your approach? How do you want this fight to go down? Yeah, we're gonna see what happens on Saturday. We'll see. Better hope. He better hope.
Yeah, he better hope he gets that knockout.
Better hope he gets that knockout. That's actually a night one.
Ooh.
Connor, if you don't get the knockout, is it a up night for you? If he's still conscious when he hits the mat, I will crush his hips and pass his guard and mount him. Strangle him. I'll let that forward kick grip the wrap around his long frame. A forward kick grip the wrap around the gazelle. Lane by lane. We're not even that long ago.
It's coming. It is coming because no one knows what a gazelle is. This is America. Or rewind that to the gazelle part.
Are you intimidated at all? There's going to be a massive contingent of Irish fans, just like
Oh, hold on. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Dude, fucking gangs deep, man. That fucking that line when he was like, yeah, I'll probably knock him out with first round. You better fucking get that.
Can I just say
knockout.
something right now? They should never do interviews this way. It is the dumbest, most
Hey, thanks,
disconnected
Score.
way.
Appreciate that.
Well, not only that, there's two guys
Have a good night.
who I don't know if they're MMA fans. I don't know how much they know about MMA. Then they have written questions on pieces of paper, and they're throwing it out at two guys who are literally about to engage in the most important fight ever
Yeah, they're low
in their lives. Yeah,
They're having fun.
these guys should be in a room somewhere together, and there should be a skilled moderator, like a Max Kellerman type dude, who can talk to them.
Well, that's because that was 2015, 14.
Somewhere.
So
around
it was right
15,
before
16?
like that fight really made MMA. It's starting to get to the point where it's treated like the NBA or the NFL.
Well, the big
Where like
thing.
they start respecting it enough to not have guys on fucking Fox Sports, whatever.
What's up, Jim?
Oh, nice. People don't know what that means. Gazelle. This is
Those
America.
two guys in suits going. It's just those guys talking about MMA in that context. It seems so preposterous. With their little scorecards and reading off like the little gotcha questions. That's old media.
The money interview, the like CNN Business or whatever that was. There's a lady asking a question, and it's just he's like, Nate, we're talking money. Get us some fucking coffee. And Nate's just like takes the mic off. He's like, fuck this. And
Does she know about MMA?
no. She's talking to Connor, and she's like, what's your plan? He's like, my plan is to make $100 million. She's like, how are you doing right now? And he goes, I'm steaming right to long.
Steaming
At
right
the
to
time,
long.
At the time, he was at fucking. I remember him saying, he said he wants to make $100 million. She goes, how are you doing right now? He goes, I'm steaming right to long. So I Googled his net worth. At the time, it was like maybe a million. It was just very funny to be like, now he is. Now he is there. 5 years later.
Now he's worth like $500 million.
Now he's, yeah.
I knew that guy was special in 2013. I was watching him fight in English. I reached out to him on Twitter. We had a little Twitter back and forth in
Really?
2013. I said, I hope that you call me to fight someday in the UFC.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's documented somewhere. Him and I going back and forth together. Because I saw him fight online. I was like, this kid, he's moving in a very special way.
Actually, you know what? There's a good example of, like, you know how I was talking about earlier about, like, when you see someone say something
Easy peasy.
and your instant reaction is just like, fuck that.
Right.
His post-fight interview, where
Yeah.
that whole thing, it's
Yeah.
like, bro, he just shattered his leg.
Right. Lost
What
a big
would you be saying?
rubber match.
I'd
Yeah.
be, bro, I would be screaming crying.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you motherfucker, you
The amount of pain he was in right then, too.
Oh,
must
and
have
he
been-
was like animalistically angry. You could see him.
Yeah.
I mean,
When people like watch the interview, he actually brought me over. He goes, come on over here, lad. Let's have a podcast.
fucking break my fucking
He said, like, come on, Joel, let's have a fucking podcast. He like asked me to sit down next to him. Like, I was like, how am I gonna do this? I feel like I should just get something out of it.
No, it was good.
Because I knew, even if you recognize the fact that he's emotionally charged up like that, this is just him expressing himself while he's emotionally charged.
And it was
Look at that.
truly.
This is me and Rogan framed this in the studio. By the way, Connor, I'm framing this in the studio. Dakota Meyer, our friend from the podcast and Great American Hero, who's actually
Bro, look at that fucking
we're
face.
framing that. That's gonna be in the studio.
What a man. What a
As
beast.
soon as he said that, I'm like, of course I'm gonna frame that.
But he,
Take that scooter down here, Connor. Come on, man. Let's talk. Let's have some fun. And let's do a podcast, Connor. He's a special person. You know, it's like it takes a special person to even want to fight the way he's fighting with $500 million in the bank. He's probably literally like the richest guy that ever really wanted to fight hard.
yep.
You know? I mean, even Floyd Mayweather, as rich as he is, and he's one of the all-time greats, if not the greatest boxer of all time, he's fighting people that have zero chance of beating him,
Yeah.
right? Because he's smart. Because, like, he's like, I'm just going to make a lot of money here. Conor is fighting Dustin Poirier.
What was
He's fighting Cowboy Cerrone. He's fighting Khabib Nurmagomedov while he's worth hundreds of millions
how
of dollars.
terrifying is that guy?
He's my favorite
It is
response
the
ever.
scariest. There's nothing like when Conor was like, I only count knockouts in my record, and then you just see like a reply from Khabib that's like, take people to deep waters and they discover themselves. It's like, dude, what the fuck is this guy talking about? What's scarier than a white Muslim just talking shit?
I take people in deep waters and they discover themselves.
It's
That should be
terrifying.
the name of his book.
Dude,
That should be the title of his
his
book.
social media. Khabib will just today he posted a picture of like him with a bunch of pigs. Or fucking, this is the scariest guy on earth.
Amazing. Look at him. What is that?
Dates.
What does it say?
Dates.
There's not even. Oh, from all the way from Dubai to USA. Thank you so much, brother.
These are my scary.
These are my favorite dates.
dates.
These are my favorite dates. Bro, he smashed everybody. There's never been a guy like him. That guy made it to undefeated as a world champion, and the last guy he beat was what many people thought would be his most dangerous challenge, and he almost had him in the first round. He got him in the second. He's the greatest of all time.
That wasn't close. Poirier came close.
Poirier came close. Poirier almost got him in a guillotine. He almost got him in a guillotine.
Yeah.
It was just like a few adjustments, and maybe if he was less tired. You never know. Like a human's a human, but
Yeah, but that guy.
really elite grapplers, it's hard to submit them, man. They can get out of stuff better.
Yeah, that guy's up there fucking wrestling stairs.
When he was a little kid,
There
he's
was
so.
one.
He's
I
so.
keep bringing up these fucking UFC. There's one with him. I think it was Max Holloway. And Khabib's just like, you're American. don't talk to me. And it was just like,
Wow.
terrible.
That fight never took place. They pulled Max.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Max was cutting weight, and the New York Athletic Commission decided that he was too skinny. He couldn't make it. Couldn't make the weight. And he was like, I could have made the weight. He goes, yeah, it would have been hard, but I could have made the weight.
It's good he
They
didn't.
just stepped in and decided. I don't know, man. You know,
Of course, that's how fighting goes.
Max was the problem was he's losing a lot of weight in a short amount of time. But when it comes to skill level, Max is at a very, very, very high level. Very high level. And he's also a very good grappler. He's really good at moving. So if he can keep the fight going. The thing about a guy like Max Holloway is like he never gets tired. So if he can get you into the third, fourth, and fifth round, if you don't have the cardio to keep up with Max, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Because he throws crazy volume. Like
Yeah.
the last fight that he had with Calvin Tater is like literally one of the greatest performances I've ever seen inside the octagon. Against Calvin, a guy who's like really fucking dangerous. Real scary guy.
No one is ever close to this kid. Dude, that while he was fighting Connor, and he was like, now we talk.
Yeah. Come on, we're talking.
Whoa,
Let's
shit.
talk now. While he's punching him in the face. The best thing he said, other than the lead up to the Connor fight, was I want to change his face.
Think about seeing that. Like, I get upset about comments that like, he's not that funny. I'm like, what'd you say? Good lord.
Don't make like those guys all need to change. As crazy as that sounds, like the
For sure.
sport needs a Khabib. You need a guy who's so ultra super dominant that he makes everybody else rise up.
Yeah.
They're all better because of Khabib.
Nate Connor.
Yeah.
Nate.
Even Khabib.
Yeah.
Connor needed Khabib. He needed someone who's a no-nonsense guy. Because he's all about all this style and all the, the fucking
Talking shit.
expensive watches and driving around the Rolls. Look at us, we're half that Billy.
3 men died making this watch.
Yeah, exactly.
What a truly bad thing to say.
But meanwhile, Khabib drives a Toyota truck.
Yeah, bro.
And he lives in the same house he grew up in. It's like that kind of a person. Like he's not. He's just about hard work, man.
Now we talk. That had to be a bummer getting hit by somebody being like, now you want to talk.
It was a wild fight to call, man. Because then the melee broke out after the fight. Because Khabib wasn't done. People were talking shit on the side of the rope, on the side of the cage. Right, he jumped over the cage, went after him. Like that's a wild motherfucker.
The craziest thing ever.
Wild, having a fight for 4 rounds, with Conor McGregor, and then jumping over the cage and fucking up people in the crowd. He's not playing. This isn't a game.
No, he's
He's
not.
ready to fight to the death.
Yeah. There's no business. There was no business.
Yeah.
You know?
It's funny. Don't talk about this.
Oh, it was like, he was like, what do you know about fighting? Like, I'm fucking Dagestan. Yeah, of course it is.
Hard places create hard people. That's hard motherfuckers. It's kind of incredible. People like that are so important. He's one of the best, for sure.
No, I don't know about the best, like, at it. But
No, as a character,
just the best guy
one of the best
possible.
ever. But all of them, you know what? This is why I never got into pro wrestling. Like these guys exist in reality. They're not scripted. And I know people love pro wrestling. I get it. And I got into these whole A&E documentaries on pro wrestling recently. They were really good. I was like, oh, I get pro wrestling.
Yeah.
But for me, the real people are the fascinating ones. Like Conor McGregor. Like that's who he is. Dustin Poirier. That's who he is. That's what's fascinating to me. Francis Ngannou. Talking about working in sand mines when he's 2 years old. Digging wet sand. What
That
the fuck,
fuck,
man?
Fucking imagine
Can you fucking
if
imagine?
you had to fight fucking Francis Ngannou.
Just the paralyzing fear you have
You're a
leaving your locker
firefighter.
room.
You're a firefighter in Cleveland.
But he's also the greatest heavyweight of all time.
Of course.
Francis fought and knocked out the greatest heavyweight of all time in Stipe Miocic.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Francis is he's like when extreme determination.
So the 50th anniversary of Richard Nixon's resignation as president is in August. We're upon it. It's right now. Nixon was, by some measures, the most popular president ever elected. And then into a second term, he was gone and lived the rest of his life in a kind of disgrace. And so as the 50th anniversary arrives, you have to ask yourself, is everything that we think we know about Watergate true? What did happen there, actually?
And people who were close to that or whose name figured in the press ultimately resigned. And it turned out the cover-up was actually run.
I see a suit of armor around the world.
I now possess the power to establish a perfectly content, perfectly ordered world, all under the benevolence of my iron will.
Hey, welcome back, Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy, and we're all still reeling from the announcement that Robert Downey Jr. is back in the MCU, but not as Iron Man, but as my all-time favorite Marvel character, Doctor Doom. One of the key elements of this casting that I think we can all agree on is that this version of Doom will most likely be a multiversal variant of Tony Stark. A Tony Stark who went on a very different path in life and became a very different superhero, or should I say, supervillain. Someone who is very different from the Tony Stark that we know. So we're going to take a look back at the history of the MCU's Tony Stark, and we're going to pinpoint the exact moment that this version of Tony Stark may have strayed the path of a hero and became Doctor Doom. To do this, we're going to comb through the entire history of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and look back at every single moment that Tony Stark could have made a life-altering decision that could have changed everything. Because what is the theme of the multiverse saga if not choice, and how the choices we make can change everything about our lives. So we're going to start with some of the more simplistic options, and then we're going to work our way through the timeline chronologically to some more devastating possibilities. And before we get rolling, guys, I want to thank Alpac on YouTube for suggesting that we make this video to begin with. We love getting suggestions from you guys in the comment section. Please let us know what you think of this video so far. What if this Tony's alternate path in life began before he was even born? A timeline deviation that resulted in Tony being born into very different circumstances. Perhaps Howard Stark never became the success that we know him to be in the mainline MCU. Perhaps he never joined S.H.I.E.L.D. This would alter Tony's path in life big time. I mean, after all, Howard Stark was quite the womanizer in his youth, so maybe during World War II he hooked up with a European lady and then she gave birth to this variant of Tony Stark. Or maybe the path diverged not before birth, but at a young age. Tony Stark was born into privilege, but imagine a universe where he didn't grow up with that privilege. Imagine a scenario where, like, the Stark's plane crashed over the mountains of Latveria. Latveria being where Doctor Doom rules as a king in the comics. I can imagine a universe where the Starks were targeted early on by Hydra and their plane was taken down in that region, and a young Tony Stark may have been the only survivor. As we learned in Captain America Civil War, Tony's parents were killed by the Winter Soldier who was sent by Hydra. But what if the Starks were targeted earlier on? Imagine a universe where their private jet is shot down and crashes into the mountain, and a young Tony crawls from the rubble and sees shell casings for missiles that brought him down, and on them is his own family name, echoing this shot from the first Iron Man that greatly affected Tony's direction in life. Young Tony could be believed to have died in the crash, but really he was taken in by locals from Latveria who gave the young boy a new name, Victor Von Doom. This young genius could have worked his way up the ranks and turned this small village into a technological marvel and eventually become the ruler of their kingdom. Or we could see Hydra step in after the plane crash and take the young Tony and corrupt his mind from a young age. And maybe it's Hydra who gives him the new name so that no one knows that Tony Stark survived. With the influence of Hydra, Tony could have taken a very different path in life and eventually worked his way up their ranks as well. And in either of these scenarios, we could still see a young Tony, or young Victor rather, go to university in the United States, go to MIT, and there he would meet and become rivals with Reed Richards, who in this universe has taken Tony Stark's place as America's poster boy genius. One thing I really hope they keep in the MCU is Doom's actual greatest weapon, his propaganda. Doom isn't just a supervillain, he's a monarch, a head of state, and this grants him diplomatic immunity. But also, the people of Latveria have been raised to revere him as a god, because that's what happens when you only get your news from one source. And sadly, that's actually how we tend to consume media in our own lives. We follow the sites that confirm our pre-existing bias, while most of those outlets are driven by profit and are just trying to keep up engagement for higher ad revenue. Guys, we are at a critical time in our country's history, and I think that we can do better. So, if you want to cut through the bias and hear the real news, I recommend Ground News. They're the sponsor of this video. I use Ground News every day. I like it so much, I subscribed on my own. But what the heck is it? Ground News is an app and website that gathers related articles from across the world into one place. But they give you the context about the source's political leaning, their reliability, and their ownership. This means that you can see through the bias and think critically about the news that you consume. For instance, here's a huge story about the prisoner swap with Russia that brought home tons of people to the United States. Left-leaning and center outlets focused on Biden's words that this was a masterpiece of diplomacy, while right-wing outlets tend to focus on Trump's criticisms of the deal and claim that the deal was slanted in Russia's favor. Especially with the election coming up, I want to be informed, and I want to know that the news isn't trying to sway me one way or the other. So they even have a blind spot section that shows you news stories that each side is ignoring. Like, I did not know that Elon Musk agreed to fight the president of Venezuela, or that Kansas stopped enforcing a law against impersonating election officials. This is an incredible resource. I've been looking for a service like Ground News for years. I highly encourage you to check them out. So if you go to groundnews.com/ScreenCrush or click this QR code, you'll get 40% off their Vantage plan, which includes unlimited access to every feature. Or you can try their Pro plan for less than $1 a month, which is totally worth it. Your subscription will not only help our channel, but also be supporting an independent platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. Now, back to Doom.
Now back to Doom. And this booty, man, them cheeks are thick.
In the comics, Reed Richards and Victor Von Doom were intellectual rivals from a young
Don't
age.
attack
This
me.
rivalry predated their ascendancies to becoming a superhero and a supervillain. The Tony
Don't
Stark
attack
in the
me.
mainline MCU did not have a Reed Richards to challenge his genius. Our Tony Stark didn't really have any peers that rivaled his intellect. He was largely regarded as the smartest person on the planet, a title that's typically given to Reed Richards.
The smartest man alive, Reed Richards.
But what if, in a universe where Tony Stark and Reed Richards both existed, these two innovators came up together and became rivals? We know that the upcoming Fantastic Four takes place in another universe, a universe that is far more advanced technologically than the MCU. So perhaps Tony's intellect wasn't as highly regarded in this universe. Tony wasn't regarded as this
Why?
genius with competition like that of Reed Richards. And maybe that leads to Tony becoming more defensive, more aggressive, and becoming more determined. This could exemplify bad characteristics from the pre-Iron Man Tony Stark, such as his arrogance, his support for militarization, and, overall just being a bit of a jerk.
The day weapons are no longer needed to keep the peace. I'll start making bricks and beams for baby hospitals.
There's that much?
Every night in front of the mirror before bedtime.
This universe's Tony Stark could easily go down a path that doesn't lead to Iron Man, but the path to becoming Dr. Doom. Doom, who was always an overconfident, competitive bully. It would also make sense that in a universe where Reed and Tony both exist, they would at times be colleagues. And, like in the comics and in the films, Doom and Reed could acquire their power at the same time via the same space catastrophe. And this could be when the vain Tony Stark receives his facial scarring. In the comics, Victor has scarring on his face that his vain nature won't allow him to accept, so he views himself as a monster. If a young Tony Stark is injured, perhaps in an incident he blames Reed Richards for, I could easily see him taking a villain turn and becoming Reed's arch nemesis, Dr. Doom. I also want to take a moment to share with you guys our awesome new Doom-inspired merch that we have up for sale in our merch store right now, ScreenCrushMerch.com. We've got RDJ in the classic Obama Hope poster design, but it says Doom instead of Hope. We've also got the Somehow RDJ Return shirt, plus many, many other fun shirts about Deadpool and Wolverine, Marvel, Star Wars, and many more. Shopping the store is the best way to support our channel so we can keep making videos for you like this one. Thank you so much for your support. Now, of course, one of the reasons that Tony's father, Howard Stark, was killed by Hydra was because of his association with S.H.I.E.L.D.
Clearly, you know my dad better.
Now, Tony never really knew his father, not well anyway. So what if that hadn't been the case? What if there were a universe where Tony did know about his father's involvement with S.H.I.E.L.D., and if instead of pursuing his father's footsteps and becoming CEO of Stark Industries, he instead joined S.H.I.E.L.D.? We could have seen a scenario where Tony Stark grew up and matured a lot sooner than he did in the main MCU. A Tony that had his hero turn long before the events of the first Iron Man. In fact, this Tony Stark may have never even been kidnapped by the Ten Rings and may never even have become Iron Man. Instead, he would have worked his way up the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., surpassing even Nick Fury and become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. And here is where it gets interesting. Something you'll notice to happen in multiversal type stories is recurring themes and events that ripple throughout time. I think some of the things that we saw happen to Nick Fury would instead happen to Tony Stark. Nick Fury suffered a pretty brutal face scarring in his younger years, resulting in his famous eye patch. So I'd imagine that if Tony Stark became director of S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps it would have been him who obtained that facial scar. Perhaps one that required a larger covering than just a small eye patch. Another thing that burdened Nick Fury as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was his sheer knowledge of the threats to humanity. Fury embraced weapons of mass destruction and preventative measures that jeopardized people's right to privacy. Now, Tony also went down this path after the events of the Avengers, and that's what resulted in the creation of Ultron. But what if Tony had gone down that path a lot sooner in life? And as soon as things got worse and worse and the world became more and more at risk, we could have seen Tony go the path of a villain. Not a villain, but like an I'm doing this to save the world, I know better than you type of villain, aka a villain like Dr. Doom. So, like we mentioned earlier, Tony's parents were killed when he was a teenager. But it wasn't until Captain America's Civil War that he learned that it was the Winter Soldier who killed them. But what if we saw a Tony who reacted to the deaths of his parents very differently? A Tony who was hell-bent on revenge. A Tony who solved his parents' murder years earlier and knew it was the Winter Soldier who killed them. This would have led to Tony discovering Hydra much sooner, as well as discovering the SHIELD was infiltrated by Hydra much earlier on. We could have seen Tony use his weaponry to annihilate Hydra, kill Bucky, and take over SHIELD. Once again, taking on a villainous type role, falling victim to his preventionist mentality that we have seen plague Tony throughout the Infinity Saga. Yeah, Tony and Fury both kind of fell victim to being burdened with great knowledge. The knowledge of how screwed mankind would be if they were attacked by outside forces. This type of fear can push good people to do bad things, all in the name of protection. Okay, so now we have finally arrived at Iron Man. So let's say everything we know about 616 Tony Stark happened exactly the same way it always has. He's giving his weapons presentation in the desert. 10 Rings attack, you know the drill. But what if, in the process, Rhodey was killed? Rhodey, as you all know, is Tony's best friend. Without Rhodey's friendship, Tony would be a very different man. So imagine a scenario where the 10 Rings killed Rhodey in the midst of taking Tony hostage. Tony's moral compass would be gone. He would be emotional and erratic and even more so set on revenge to take down the terrorist organization that killed his best friend. Instead of Tony having a life-changing experience that turned him into a hero down in the cave, he could have had his villainous turn. In the main timeline, Tony shuts down his weapons manufacturing and views himself and the military-industrial complex as the problem that creates and incites these terrorist organizations in the first place. But in a timeline where Tony is hell-bent on revenge for the loss of his friend, a reality where he never takes a moment to look in the mirror and have some self-reflection in that cave, this could create a Tony that becomes even more determined to create even more weapons to wipe out any and all potential threats across the world. And this could put Tony at odds with Captain America, who, remember, had this to say in The Winter Soldier when Nick Fury showed him shield-made weapons and surveillance technology.
Punishment usually came after crime. Can't afford to wait.
In the main timeline, Tony changed for the better, but in this timeline, we see him changing for the worse. And honestly, this could have happened even if Rhodey didn't die, because it was the character of Jensen who truly turned Tony Stark into the hero we know and love. Had Jensen not been there, or had Tony not listened to his dying words, Tony could have taken that experience in the cave and used it as an excuse to become an even bigger hawk. Hawk? Oh, like he becomes Hawkeye? No, buddy, a hawk. Someone who seeks out conflict and sees it as the only solution to the world's problem. Instead of shutting down weapons manufacturing, Tony could have doubled or tripled their weapons output. We could have even seen Tony begin to rub up against committing genocide in the name of world peace. Jensen said to Tony with his dying breath, meaning don't waste his second chance at life. You can easily see a scenario where Tony took those dying words very differently and committed his life to ending terrorism in a very different way, a very doomful way. Plus, come on, that original Iron Man suit would be stoked as a Dr. Doom suit. And the same shrapnel that got lodged in Tony's heart could have also scarred his face, once again playing into the vanity and insecurities of Tony, just like Victor Von Doom. We could see a Tony who is so physically and emotionally scarred from his time that he never leaves the Iron Man armor. Tony Stark may have been the one to enter the cave, but in reality, he never really left it. In a way, the armor becomes symbolic of that cave that is keeping Tony trapped in the darkness. And the armor symbolizes the constant torture and turmoil a villain like Doom would live in. This turning point in the cave that created Iron Man was a situation that I could see creating a villain far more times than it would ever have created a hero. And I'd love to see a flashback in Avengers Doomsday that gives us that montage of Tony Stark becoming Doom after his time in the cave, as opposed to him becoming Iron Man. Hell, we could even see Doom referred to as the Iron Man. Let's reset. Let's hop back to the main timeline. Tony goes the path of a hero after his time in the cave, but his next crucial turning point arrives just a few years later. The attack on New York. In the Avengers, we see the Chitauri attack New York City via a portal in the sky. S.H.I.E.L.D. moves in to nuke the city. Tony Stark is able to catch the nuke and send it through the portal, defeating the enemy and saving New York. But what if he failed? What if that nuke hit the city? Well, I think that we would have seen Tony Stark riot. Characters like Captain America would be dead. Black Widow and Hawkeye would be dead. Millions of people would be dead. And Tony Stark would blame himself for not being able to save them. As much as the incident in the cave in the first Iron Man movie was Iron Man's origin to becoming a hero, I would argue that the Avengers was really the moment where Iron Man became a full-fledged superhero. Prior to the Avengers, Tony had really gone up against demons from his own past. The Avengers was the first time Tony became a truly selfless hero. But in a timeline where he failed, I could see all of that crucial character development going down the drain. Tony would likely use all of his power and influence to expose and destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. for their transgressions against humanity. And we could see him pursue a vision of the suit of armor around the world so something like that would never happen again. But let's say that didn't happen. Let's say Tony is able to save the day and he throws a nuke into space. Well, after that came Iron Man 3, where we saw Tony suffering from severe PTSD. I think the close call in New York and the realization of the threats beyond Earth's atmosphere could have been a turning point that led to Tony once again taking a more hawkish approach. And if someone like Pepper had actually died in that movie, that could have been the final nail in the coffin that truly sent him over the edge. Instead of destroying all his suits and scaling down his Iron Man operation, he would have likely ramped up his operations and begun his Ultron protocol much earlier. In Age of Ultron, Tony envisions a suit of armor around the world. He is enchanted by Wanda, and he is likely influenced by the presence of the Mind Stone. And what if Ultron had actually worked? What if instead of becoming this rogue AI, Ultron actually became this
that's the best one.
servant of Tony Stark? Tony Stark would be in possession of an Infinity Stone and the most powerful AI perhaps in all of existence. With that much power, you're almost certain to be corrupted. We could see a scenario where Tony's suit of armor around the world becomes a reality, and Tony would feel vindicated. This could create a world where superheroes are no longer needed, and the Avengers are no longer needed. Tony's creation of a police state that sacrifices freedom for protection would be something that's right up Doom's alley. In fact, Tony's Ultron bots would serve as the perfect Doom bots. This could set up a similar conflict to the one we saw in Captain America Civil War. We could see Tony and Cap go head-to-head in a war of freedom versus safety. And what if Tony wins that war? What if Tony wins the fight and he kills Captain America? He kills the symbol of freedom. Hell, Tony killing Cap could have happened in Civil War anyways. So let's say that Age of Ultron panned out the same way. Ultron goes off the walls, the Avengers assemble to take him down, yada yada yada, Sokovia Accords. Cap and Tony are at odds. Tony finds out that Bucky killed his parents and that Steve knew all along. What if, in this brutal showdown between the three, we see Tony get the upper hand and kill Bucky? I think killing Bucky in cold blood would have fundamentally changed Tony forever. And if Tony had taken it a step further and killed Steve Rogers, well, then there's no coming back from that. In this scenario, Tony likely becomes the leader of this new government-approved Avengers. Once again, sticking with our theme of Tony falling victim to his tendency to want to control the world in order to keep it safe, just like Dr. Doom. But let's take another step back. Let's say Civil War pans out the same way as it did in the main timeline, except for one little difference. Tony never forgives Steve. Maybe Steve even scars Tony's face during the battle, and Tony has this physical scar that represents an emotional scar that he cannot unsee. Perhaps, in this world, Tony continues the pursuit of Cap and the other Avengers, becoming an ipso facto villain for the Avengers. And there's also the Spider-Man Homecoming option. Let's say Civil War ends the same. Tony somewhat lets go of his beef with Cap, but then Peter Parker is killed, whether it be the incident on the ferry or his battle with the Vulture. The death of Spider-Man, a 15-year-old kid that Tony brought into this fight in Civil War, would be another life-changing moment for Tony. Peter's death could reopen the scars from Civil War and result in Tony rejoining the cause to put a check on superheroes, and it would also inspire Tony to take another crack at his suit of armor around the world. But not just around the world, but on every street corner and every dark alley. Tony says to Peter that the Vulture situation was below the Avengers' pay grade, but after that same threat kills Tony can make it his mission to police every level of society, once again creating the safety versus freedom conundrum. So, in Infinity War, this is a movie where Tony loses almost everything. Almost. He loses the fight with Thanos. He loses Peter. He loses half of all living beings in the universe. But he doesn't lose Pepper. So what if in Avengers Endgame, when Tony arrived back on Earth, he was greeted by Steve Rogers, but no Pepper Potts? In these 5 years after Infinity War, Tony hung up the armor for good. He accepted defeat and focused his life on Pepper and their daughter Morgan. But in a world where he suffered great defeat, lost Peter and lost Pepper, and never had Morgan, I think that creates a very different Tony Stark. I know we keep coming back to this well, but it's true that Tony's biggest flaw is his mentality of only I can fix it. Steve Rogers was able to humble Tony and make him into a better hero. But in Endgame, even with Pepper alive, Tony had this to say to Steve following their defeat.
And I need it. As in past tense, that trumps what you feel.
Tony was angry with Steve, and Tony felt vindicated. And I think that without Pepper, Tony would fall into his same obsessive behaviors. He would lock himself away, take another crack at creating something like Ultron, and be hell-bent on making sure something like this never happens again. Now, you would think that regardless of Pepper being there or not, Tony would go that path either way. In fact, with Pepper and Morgan, you'd think Tony would be more determined to make sure something like this never happens again. But here's the thing. In a world where Pepper blipped, Tony wouldn't have that buffer keeping him from falling into his obsessions. And lastly, guys, we have Endgame. We have. Now, this was the moment that Tony Stark cemented his place in history as Iron Man, the hero of the MCU. He made the ultimate sacrifice. He didn't cut the wire. He laid on top of it.
You're not the guy to make the sacrifice play. To lay down on a wire and let the other guy crawl over you.
I think I would just cut the wire.
But imagine a timeline where Tony didn't make that sacrifice. Imagine a timeline where Tony did not make a selfish decision, but a calculated decision. What if Tony took the time to use the power of the Infinity Stones to first empower himself, to upgrade himself to be able to withstand their power? What if Tony took this opportunity to not only destroy Thanos and his armies, but to create a suit of armor around the world, hell, around the entire universe? What if Tony Stark took this ultimate power in the palm of his hand and used it to shape reality to his liking, just like Thanos? What if Tony allowed himself to become corrupted by this absolute power? This could not only show us a situation where Tony Stark becomes like Dr. Doom, but instead, God Emperor, the Doom we see in Secret Wars, the most powerful version of Doom. A Doom who ripped Thanos' spine from his body. In a world where Tony didn't die after using the Infinity Stones, you can easily imagine a scenario where Tony doesn't let go of that power. This can make him even worse than Thanos in the sense that Thanos, as crazy and genocidal as he was, he thought that he was doing the right thing, and he didn't have an interest in holding on to the power of the Infinity Stones after his mission was complete. Tony Stark, however, who did become a selfless hero in the end, could have easily taken a very different path and allowed his old self to resurface. He could have reclaimed that mentality of only I can fix it, and with that type of power in the palm of one hand, doomsday is inevitable. So guys, those are our moments from the MCU timeline that we think Tony Stark may have splintered off and become Dr. Doom, or at least Dr. Doom-like. Did we miss any crucial moments that could have taken a very different run? And what's your preference for how Tony Stark becomes the MCU's Doom? Huge shout out to Colton Onburns who wrote this video. He's the guy who's trapped in our television. He doesn't know it, so please don't tell him, and you can find his socials below. Let us know what you think down in the comments or at me on Twitter. And if it's the first time here, please subscribe and smash that bell for alerts. Screen Crush, I'm Ryan Airy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, hello, David.
Hello, Joe. How are you?
What's going on with your mask, man?
Nah, I just fucking. I just want to see how you react. All this Rona talk.
All this Rona talk.
Sick of it.
Yeah. Headphones or no headphones?
Oh, I'll
What do you
do the phone. Okay.
I just don't want to be the only one.
Nah, it's all good. Yeah, I turn them up right here.
Yeah.
Check. Here we go. What's up, fingers? He's over there typing every few minutes. He goes like this. Let's go.
So first of all, man, congratulations. You're the first guy to beat the system. You're the first guy to get fucked over by the system, go public with it, and then get your money. I've never heard it happen before. I don't think it's ever happened before.
Bro, I still can't wrap my mind around it. But I do have to shout out Chris McCarthy over at CBS Viacom. That guy, you know, when we were working this out, his approach was someone who was actually trying to resolve something.
Came through.
It was amazing, man.
It's amazing. It's a happy ending. Because usually those artist gripes, they never get resolved. Not to where the artist feels comfortable or happy with it.
Right.
They always feel bitter and angry. They got fucked over, and someone else is a producer, and they're making millions of dollars off of your work, and they continue to sell it, and make money off of it. And
well, I could say with a high degree of honesty. Not to say I was never angry about it, but I don't think I was ever like bitter. By this point in my life, I wasn't bitter.
You would joke about it. You were angry about it, but not to the point where it fucked with your head, but you would joke about it.
Well, I mean, you know, the bottom line is no matter what happens to you, you gotta keep going.
You gotta keep going.
And bitterness is quite cumbersome.
Yeah, it's bad for you.
Right. So, you know, jokes is a way of shaking that off or processing something with the alchemy of levity.
Yeah, holding grudges, bitterness, shit's very bad for you. It doesn't ever help.
No, and now we're getting on in age. You know what I mean? When we were younger, it's fine to hold a grudge. You didn't realize how, you know.
Didn't realize it was fucking with you. What is that expression? It's about jealousy. The jealousy is the only poison that affects the container that's holding you.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
But bitterness is the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. It's just not good for you. You got to be able to let shit go.
Yeah. I mean,
but in your case, you made a ploy. Like you said what happened, how you felt about it, and they were like, he's right.
I think, yeah.
Let's give him the money.
It wasn't a court of law. I don't believe I would have got anything.
It's kind of amazing.
In a court of law. I think in a court of public opinion, it was a good time for me to say my piece. And through the years, it wasn't something that I would harp on. When I did interviews and stuff, people would always ask me about it, but it was something I was actually reluctant to talk about.
Yeah. Well, it's hard for other people to relate to this idea that you want more money. You know, you're talking about regular people, and you're saying this thing, even though it is yours.
Money is
hard for people.
Money is, if you look at life, anything in life through the framework of money, you'll miss most of the picture.
Yeah.
And you know, in business, especially this stage in our careers, you realize through the years, people play incentives. You know what I mean? That they're incentivized a certain way. That's the way they're going to behave. So what they want is never really surprising. How they get there is where all the surprises are. So I feel like I can forgive somebody for playing an incentive. It's disappointing. But what was so remarkable when I walked away from the show, right, is that it was against incentive. So people couldn't understand it at the time. It was so much money. How could you do that? And blah, blah, blah. But you know, if I had taken that money, finished the show, I would have got the money, but I might never have been the same.
I think it was one of the most gangster moves in the history of entertainment.
But
and it made you a legend. And the fact that you then started doing shows like I heard like Dave doing a show in the park in Seattle. He's got like a box. He pulls out a speaker and just starts doing stand-up.
That was in Portland, yeah. Because in that sense it was freeing.
Yeah.
Something about, you know, I was geared a certain way growing up because I wanted to make it in show business. And boy, that shit fell all the way apart. And as far as I knew, my career was over. So where'd you go from there?
Yeah, but your career wasn't over. You just decided you were going to just sort of lay back for a while.
In hindsight, yeah. But when it was happening,
you really felt like it was over.
I'd never seen these things before. I didn't see anyone else do this and get back up. I didn't see, you know, and the drum beat is crazy, smokes crack, this is that.
Yeah.
It was a wild experience. The way people close to you reacted, like I had failed or I'd ruined my life. You know, and then you know, when you're cold, that phone don't ring that often.
Right.
And then I had over a decade of sitting in that choice, but I didn't languish in just that experience. I started doing stand-up for for much better reasons than making it. I still enjoyed it. I started seeing the places while I was performing. Normally, when you're like successful in comedy, you know, you get off the plane or the bus, you do the hit, you go back to the hotel, you get back on the bus, you don't really see anything. You don't really, like even now, like this last run we did here in Austin, we was here for weeks, and then I got to see Austin. I got to find restaurants. I met people that I probably fought when I'm in town, stuff like that. And it was like that all over the world, not just the country. I started going around just seeing the world. I got overwhelmed with this idea that none of my information was firsthand. I just read it in books, I heard it from friends, and I was eager to see something for myself. And I kind of entrenched this philosophy that my memories are some of the most valuable things that I have. These firsthand experiences.
Yeah.
Can't take it away from me. If I reminisce on a nice day, then it feeds you. Remembering something is neurologically almost identical, I read, to experiencing it.
Yeah, I think that there's a real value in having experiences where you do it on purpose. Like you go someplace to have experiences and think about having those experiences. Because most of the time, you know, like like you were saying, if we do shows, you just kind of show up, you do the show, and then you go home. But if you like set aside some days to do things, like that's very valuable for your perspective, which is ultimately valuable for your act. It's valuable for everything because you're choosing to take in more information and data specifically to enhance your perspective on life.
Right, you learn things.
Yeah.
You gain perspective, which is very valuable for a comedian and a person. And it's humbling and it's empowering at the same time.
Yeah, because we know comics, like, that was a big theme during, like, the 90s, right? Where comics would all tell the same stories about being on the road. All the jokes were about airplane travel.
Airline jokes.
Hotel food and that kind of shit. And the maid, do not disturb, knocking on your door. Because that's what they related to, right?
The road warriors.
Yeah, that was their life's perspective. And it kind of shows that interesting experiences are very valuable. But you don't think of them as valuable. You think of them as recreational. But they really are valuable.
Right. And I call, any information is valuable. I call it expensive knowledge, right? It's like your buddy that's a war veteran or something. You don't want to know the shit he knows if you knew what he had to do to know these things. That's what they call expensive knowledge. I would not recommend quitting your show the way I did.
Yeah.
If you can avoid it.
Yeah. But the way you did was so cool. Because, you kind of drifted off.
I promise I wasn't trying to be cool. It was a series of troubleshooting. It was like, fuck it, man. Like, what are you gonna do? You gotta, whatever you go through, you gotta live. You gotta make a way and find your happiness. And I'm lucky. I'm in show business, which is a pretty it's a multi-dimensional career path. This thing could go a lot of ways.
Yeah. Especially today.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So strange.
Yeah, and another time, would I have ever gotten that money? I don't think so.
No, because there would have been no social media, no pressure.
Right, no dropping specials on the gram, no comment section, no moveon.org, no.
And if you had gone to, say, like the Tonight Show and made a pitch like that, they probably wouldn't even aired it.
No, of course not. I had a gripe with someone that owned 6 of the media.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do? Tell the media on them? It's never gonna work.
Right, they would definitely edit that part out. They're like, why is Dave's section only 4 minutes long?
Yeah, edit it, spin it, whatever it is they do. But again, all parties involved. I thought in repairing that situation, I don't want to go all into what those conversations were like, other than to say, and it's not like I'm just happy because they paid me. It was a class act. It was like,
that's beautiful.
It really was. It was very encouraging.
That is very encouraging.
I think that coming up behind us, these kids are going to be playing on a whole new ball game.
I hope so. I think there's more accountability now because of the internet, because of people's ability to express themselves is so much different than it used to be. So you can't just be some ruthless executive just fucking over the.
What up, Chicon? Yeah. It's not Alex Jones. No, that's
legendary. The music
nope.
business is legendary.
Man.
Why? No, it's Dave Chappelle, bro. It's Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan. Like, I haven't even seen this one.
It was a bunch of waitresses talking about what celebrities did or didn't tip them.
Yeah.
Nobody can fuck them.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying something about my Ajax build for a minute. And I was like, wait a minute, is my Ajax build up?
All of a sudden, breaking
You like
news,
my
Ellen DeGeneres
BSs
is a
too?
bitch. What? What? Who knows? By the way, I like Ellen DeGeneres. This is what we're faced with.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
Personalities get yelped.
Yeah. Oh, but the thing is, like, if you talk to enough people, you're gonna have disagreements with people. And if someone if they curate only those disagreements and only take it from the perspective of those people that you had problems with, they could paint you out to be a piece of shit. Even if you're a really nice person who just doesn't take any nonsense from people.
Hey, make sure you're following if you want to win sometime, though. I give out Caliber to pretty much everybody that follows and hangs out. Everybody pretty much wins. I don't have a massive following, so.
This guy and told him to eat shit.
Well, that's why I usually don't do anything.
Oh, bro, thank you. Appreciate the follow, bro.
I see you go through similar shit. It's like they blow you up like a balloon and twisting all these wild shit.
Also, I love Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
It's once you're in that thing.
This interview's been amazing. I've heard about it, bro. Ooh, it's amazing. Yeah, I'm super chill. I'm honestly, I'm drinking, chilling, and smoking right now.
Play incentives. I'll give you an
Yeah, I'm
example.
just kind of doing all the above. Drinking, chilling, smoking.
Years ago, not that long ago.
No scotch, but today's sponsor, Tito's Vodka. And Monster Juice. Get some Monster Juice. It's not good for your heart.
Yeah.
And you know the context of that.
I'm 32. Do not be drinking energy drinks, bro. Like after the age of 25, just give them up.
Africa.
They're so bad for you.
Legal system. And in order to be successful, you had to be a good racist. And he was just succeeding. I'm sure he wasn't writing all this nigga shit in India.
He's writing all this nigga shit in India.
We're on the internet. It's
Yeah,
fun. Didn't Gandhi?
Internet's forever,
There's
bro.
people that were upset at him because he slept with a bunch of girls too, right? Didn't like
They Me
tempt
Too'd
himself?
Gandhi?
Yeah.
They
I
Me
think
Too'd
he
Gandhi.
tempted himself by sleeping. I think that was the way he described it. Like he would sleep with young girls.
To tempt himself.
Yeah. I think that was the.
The evil Knievel of pussy. and now I tempt myself. What the fuck is this?
I think I remember.
That's what I tell my wife. Go to a titty bar to tempt myself.
Yeah.
Going to city bar.
Tortured himself.
He called it, is that what he
called it
said?
torture.
Yeah, let's get this right, because I actually revere him.
That's so good. I had to.
Sexual Torment of a Saint. A new book reveals Gandhi tortured himself with the young women who worshipped him and often shared his bed. Yeah. And so a lot
Daily
of
Mail, so this has got to be true.
Oh, dude, Daily Mail brings a little bit of heat, not a lot of heat.
Well, that part was in the movie. I don't know about all this torture.
I didn't know it was that.
And then they just show a picture of him walking with some, we don't know. I don't know.
But go back
Oh,
to what it said there.
man.
Gandhi,
Honestly, I'm fucking dying right now.
A London-trained lawyer-turned-guru was a ruthless cult leader who enslaved his followers with such bizarre sexual demands that it became difficult for many people to take him seriously, even during his own lifetime. What? Oh, it claims. Gandhi Naked Ambition claims that Gandhi.
Someone wrote a book called Gandhi Naked Ambition.
Goes so far as to suggest that the draconian practices instituted by this iconic figure in the ashrams he founded prompted the perverted 20th century cults of Jim Jones and Jonestown. Okay.
Okay, all right. Then someone wrote this book. I look at Gandhi as the person that fought against white supremacy in his homeland. So there you go.
Yeah, so you like to
People
torture
fuck
yourself
funny.
a little bit.
I'm sorry.
You like to lay down and get hard-ons. What's the big deal?
I'm sorry I brought that up. I didn't know Naked Ambition just hit the stands. What was it, Gandhi? What's it called?
Yeah, but how would anyone know whether or not he tortured himself? Like, does his writing say that? Did he talk about it openly? Did he like to just get blue-balled?
Yes.
Lay there?
Yeah, see, it's that though, man. Like, it's all this, like, I hate the debunking of great records.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, imagine how the whites might feel if they tear down a Civil War statue. This kind of thing needs to happen. My opinion. Oh, now we're debunking Gandhi.
It was really funny when they started tearing down statues. Trump was like, what are they going to do next? They're going to tear down George Washington? And everybody's like, what the hell? And then they started tearing down George Washington statues. They tear down all the statues.
I mean, George Washington did own slaves.
He did.
You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. So did Thomas Jefferson. Right?
Yeah. Many of the framers.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you shouldn't revere what
This
they did.
is such a good
but
interview.
What a statue is supposed to represent is here's an image of some person who's historically significant and established in the country. Doesn't mean
right. That's the analogy.
Yeah.
To me, Gandhi fought against white supremacy.
Yeah.
And was very successful. And they decades later started Anastasia.
Yeah, but all the worst thing he did was get hard-ons.
Yeah.
Lay there and get tortured.
No, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, now I'm not trying to put no value judgment on any of this shit. I'm just saying he did expel the British peacefully.
Yeah.
Which was unprecedented in the world. A peaceful expulsion of oppressors.
Yeah. It's interesting how peaceful protest resonates for years and years and years. And when someone does something significant, like remember that image? I'm sure you do. Of that, there's a video of a monk in Vietnam lighting himself on fire. It's on the cover of one of the Rage Against the Machine albums.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Crazy. But everybody remembers that.
Yeah, there was another guy who did that underneath the window of the Pentagon in the United States during the Vietnam War.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, white fella. I can't remember his name. I mean, but Gandhi didn't call it a peaceful protest. He called it.
I've got like 10,000 caliber.
The idea being that
I can never go under 10,000 caliber.
in my own oppression. It's a fine idea.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Why would anybody concentrate on the hardness?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. Gandhi got so much pussy. Let me tell you about this Gandhi, you fuck.
Oh, it's so good.
That's a weird move, though.
What? They're just laying
Just
there?
lay there and get hard and go like.
Beat it, bitch. Go on, get some sleep. It's crazy. I think that I don't know, man. I don't know where this culture is headed. I don't know what the fuck everybody's doing anymore. It's COVID year. Like I'm a little packed away. You know, I've been out.
Yeah.
It's doing something to us. Like we talked about this the last time I was here, and I told you I was gonna come to the show. I wasn't bullshitting. Remember that day I said I'll come after the inauguration.
Yeah.
Because we all smelled that coming.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
It's a weird one. We're being tested. It's testing the foundations of our culture, the foundations of our civilization. It's testing how well we can be peaceful with each other and make sense and get along, and how much we value getting along with each other, and how much there's just so much divisiveness because there's never been a time in history where the whole economy and the whole society basically just got frozen for a year and stuck in some weird sort of side patch where we had to figure things out fresh. People lost, like how many people lost their jobs? How many people lost their lives? How many people lost their grandparents?
Their loved ones, that's right.
Yeah. It was a weird fucking year. Everybody's very sensitive. And everybody's quick to pull the trigger. And then you got everybody there's so many people that have just been online all day long this whole year. And that's not good for you.
I still think at the core of all of this what you call weirdness is these profound trust issues. That's like I said on Letterman, that these people that hoarded toilet paper and hoarded and went and bought bullets out. And, none of these things are good signs. I think that something about the nature of COVID punched us square in our American identity. We're individuals. The mask and all these things I don't think are actually present, but I can see why Americans feel they are. Because they just don't trust the messenger anymore.
Oh my god.
My
My message center is
it's
insane.
In the
So
beginning,
good.
when Fauci was saying you don't have to wear a mask, and eventually they were saying you gotta wear one.
That was a
you should wear
huge
two.
mistake. I agree. Yeah, if you give people information that it may not be true, even if you have the intention of having them behave in a way that's beneficial for everybody, this information, the way you achieve these things, the separation from ends and means can be a profound problem if you're managing something like a nation of 300+ million people. We need to be able to trust the institution. So now you'll hear Americans say shit like, they should fix this, they should fix that. But in reality, the idea is we are that. nobody feels that way right now.
Well, we did before. I think people had faith in the government in the sense that worst case scenario, even if they're incompetent, everything will stay together. Now you realize no, it doesn't have to stay together. It can be irreversibly fucked. Like I think some of our cities are right now. I think there's some sections of LA. I don't know how the fuck they're gonna bounce back. You drive down the street and you see everything boarded up. You go, how does this come back? How long does it take? Does it take a year? Does it take 10 years? Like what is this?
And I have no point of reference to even make an educated guess. I've never seen any of this.
Nobody
I'll
has.
tell you, like, okay, so my experience during COVID, I live in Ohio. I don't live in a call distance from anyone. You know what I mean? It's open space. So we were isolated, but it wasn't oppressive. I could go outside, walk, whatever. I go to New York. I was telling you maybe a couple weeks ago when they opened all the comedy clubs back. Just to show support for the clubs that nurtured, my career early on, and it was a tough one. I'd been there before, like the Saturday Night Live week. That week was, unseasonably warm. Biden had just won that weekend, so people were celebratory. This time around, I got a sense of the emotional carnage that happened in that city, and it was significant. It was palpable. Like you would notice it. I did. And to hear them say it's like, things are getting better. And I was like, better? Because I hadn't seen New York since it was like incredibly healthy. In the non-COVID times, I've heard a $2 trillion economy just in the 5 boroughs of New York. I don't know what's going on there now. Restaurants opening at limited capacity. It takes courage just to go to a coffee shop or this, that, or the other. Especially with this problem of trust being in deficit.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Well, it's also a lot of people are moving out. When people are moving out, you get the sense like it's an abandoned ship, like it's a sinking ship. And then people don't want to invest money in it. They don't know what to do. They're not sure if they should stay. They start looking at other states where things are open. Maybe we should just move. Maybe we should forget about this business and start fresh in Florida or move to Texas or whatever.
Yeah, I can't imagine New York City not coming back.
It'll come back. It just won't come back the same. It's going to be different. It's going to take a long time.
You think anything will be the same after that? It'll take a minute, bro.
It'll take a minute.
It'll be a new normal.
Well, even Austin, like it's not the same. It's actually bigger. It's growing.
This city grew, I'm sure. I'm sure a lot of people from the Bay moved here for the tech jobs.
Yep.
The weather's good.
Yep.
The restrictions aren't as aggressive.
People are nicer too. That's the big one for me. My feelings here are different. I feel less anxiety. I feel like people are nicer, they're genuinely friendly.
But do you think that people are nice, or do you think the circles you were rolling in California weren't as nice?
No, it's just regular people that you meet. Like there's a guy in my neighborhood. I look forward to waving to this guy every day. He's an old dude who works on his lawn. And this motherfucker will wave at everybody who drives by. He's there digging and looking. See the cars like.
No, that's all right.
And every day I see that guy, I get ready. I'm gonna wave to my friend. Me, make a little eye contact. It feels good. I never got that in California. Nobody ever stopped from digging in their lawn to look up and wave at you at every car that passes by. This guy waves at every car.
That's sweet.
It's sweet.
How old is this guy?
Probably 70s, 80s.
Okay.
Older fella.
If it was a guy my age, it'd be weird. What's happening? Nobody wants to see that shit.
Yeah, that's a little odd. He's a little different.
Call the police.
Yeah. 20-year-old kids doing laundry out there waving at everybody.
Hilarious.
Yeah. No, it's age appropriate. But it's just there's friendly people out here, man. There's less of them. People value people when they're not a burden. When you get to 20 million people, whatever the fuck LA is, people they lose their value. They become annoying. There's too many of them on the highway in front of you. There's too many of them around you.
Well, let me ask you this: what is the mechanics of your day like? Is your day mechanically the same as LA? Minus the comedy, obviously, it's COVID. But I would imagine you work out a few hours a day, no matter where you are. You do your show a few hours a day, if you're here or there. You kick it with your wife a few hours a day, your kids. What else do you do here that you don't do?
It's just quiet.
It just feels better.
It feels better. Like, I like the vibe of the city better.
How so?
It's like, no one's trying to be famous here. There's a thing in Hollywood, even if you're not a person who's in show business, maybe you had an ambition and you abandoned it. Or maybe you think like now because of reality shows and because of social media, maybe you don't even have to be famous for your talent. You just have to be famous. Like look at the Kardashians and a lot of people that are famous just for being famous. Like there's a weird currency in having a lot of people know who you are. There's a social status to that exists in LA that is primary.
That's
it's above
very true.
all. It's above all.
All right, well, let me say this. First of all, when I remember meeting you in the 90s, this thing never really seemed to affect you. You seemed serious about comedy. I had heard whispering that you did kung fu. You know, but you weren't like you were social with all the comedians, but you weren't like the hangout kind of guy. You always off doing your own thing, and even this podcast, even though it grew to be a big thing when it started, I don't even think you would start it with the intention of to blow this motherfucker up. You just did it.
Yeah, there was never a thought of blowing it up. It was just silly. There's a video, it was a funny video that was in the Comedy Store documentary. Tom Segura leaving my house, talking about leaving my house and talking to Red Band, saying, "What is he doing? Why does he do this?" And he's like, "I don't know. He wants to do it all the time. He wants to do this stupid fucking podcast that no one's listening to."
Yeah, it's dope. It's dope. I mean, but at that time, and even still, the way I remember LA, it's winner's circle.
Yeah.
And earlier in my career, like if you're doing well in LA, like now, it's fun as fuck out there. You know, all the ropes open up. Oh, Mr. Chappelle, and they accommodate you expertly because they're so proficient in hospitality.
Yeah.
But if you're not doing good, they'll remind you just to quit.
Yeah, it makes you feel bad.
It makes you feel bad.
I've seen people, the look on their face when you pass through the line and the security guard goes, "Oh, come on up here." And the other people that are waiting, they watch you walk through and they feel terrible.
Oh, God, I hope not. I'm a rope crossing motherfucker.
I'm a road crossing motherfucker.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like for those people that are in that line, be that person that gets called in front of the line and the doors just open. They grab that velvet rope. Oh, Mr. Chappelle.
Right, flagrant elitism.
Yeah, they love it. They love it. They wish it was them.
Yeah.
And they want to be hanging with you. Maybe if I'm hanging with Dave, I'll get through that rope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm with Dave. Oh, you're with Dave. Come on.
I told you first.
Oh, come on.
Denzel Washington, the guy did that too. Dave, I hate the Bobby. Denzel Washington, she like comedians. Denzel Washington. Oh my God. Denzel
I think-
very gracious. Then the guy goes, and my name is. I'm like, oh, this motherfucker. He used me. It's wild out there.
That's hilarious.
It's wild out there.
Yeah, it is wild. There's social climbers in LA that it's an art form. They're skilled. They know how to do it.
I think I moved to Ohio initially to be free of these feelings you described.
Yeah.
This idea that, I started so young that I didn't know how to untether the rest of my life from those interests. And geography was the quickest life hack.
I love the way you talk about Ohio. I really do. I've always loved it. I love you do a lot of things that are awesome.
Thanks, bro.
It's just you've always been a kind person, despite all of your success, all the accolades, all the love that you get. You've never let it turn you into someone who felt like you were better than other people. Like I've seen you, the way you interact with the door people at the store. That to me is everything.
Right.
How do you treat the door staff? How do you treat the bartender? Are you friendly with all those folks? You know, and if you're not, man, you're kind of missing the whole point. Like you can make someone's day just by being cool.
That's what always makes me laugh about Punky.
Yes.
She was the last time I saw her, she was a barback.
Now she's on SNL.
And the next time I saw her, she was rehearsing at SNL. It made me feel real good for her.
She's amazing.
And I thought of all the comedians that might treat the barbacks like shit. They're like, you better be careful.
Yeah, right?
Security. Idris Elba, the famous actor, used to be a security guard.
Really?
Caroline. Yeah. He asked me, you should buy weed from him.
You know, you used to buy weed from Idris Elba?
Yeah, I don't talk about it.
Yeah, you can talk about it.
I did.
It's
Yeah,
legal
I did.
now in New York.
Yeah.
You know, he had a kickboxing fight. He's a legitimate Muay Thai fighter.
I heard he's nice with it.
Oh yeah, he's good. And he fought a good guy. Like it wasn't a bullshit fight, it was a fight. It wasn't like he went out there and just knocked this guy out with one punch.
They
He
were
had a fight.
scrapped.
Oh yeah, it's a good fight, and he trained for a long time. Like this, pull up some video footage of Idris Elba hitting a heavy bag.
This I got to see.
Idris Elba's got skills. He trains hard, and I think he did it for a television show. So I think they documented his training. He trained for quite a long time, and Muay Thai is that's a fucking brutal way to fight, kicking legs and.
Is that the shit that they do in Thailand?
Yeah, that's the shit they do in Thailand.
I went to the Muay Thai fights in Thailand. Look at that.
Yeah, he's getting after it. So he would train at this like legit Muay Thai gym, and you watch him. I mean, if I saw him about to fight in the UFC, I'd go, fucking not a good move. Look at it, he got dropped there. Like he's training, he's doing real. I mean, he's getting his legs kicked, the whole deal. And you could tell that this is, they're not cutting any corners. He's doing the hard work, the real hard work.
Man, I came across.
So here's his fight. So he had like a fucking real fight. Oh, it's a real fight, man. A real Muay Thai fight. I mean, they were getting after it. Does it show in the fight? Also, there's a whole documentary on it.
If you think about most actors, too, I don't know if they
There he
got
is.
this kind of grit.
No.
Or humility to possibly get their ass whooped in
Oh,
front
yeah.
of everybody.
That's the thing. I mean, every human being can get knocked the fuck out, right? We saw that with Jorge Masvidal. Jorge Masvidal, when he got knocked out by Usman, Masvidal he had an iron chin his whole fucking career. He'd only been like dropped a couple of times, and he was fine every time. Like dropped by big guys like Darren Till dropped him, but I mean, he's one of the best strikers in the sport. And then when Usman flatlined him, everybody's like, oh shit, everybody can get knocked out. The human brain, the human body, the way your face is constructed, it's just not designed to get punched. So look at this right here. That could have easily killed.
That would have dropped me.
Yeah, a good shot. I mean, he's got good defense though. He fought well. He did everything well.
I
And it
could
was a
beat
good
any
fight.
fighter alive at the press conference. but that shit, forget it.
Yeah, it is a real fight. They're showing in slow motion. It was, it's hard. Fighting's hard. It's hard not to look sloppy. It's hard to look to get to a point where you're looking like, an Andre Berto or Floyd Mayweather. It takes a long fucking time to develop that kind of timing and poise and movement.
A lifetime.
Yeah, forever. So what he did though is it shows character. They took that chance. That's a rare person.
When my kid was young, my youngest son, he got really into boxing. I used to take him down to Wild Card in Hollywood. We're in LA. And he trained with Justin Juco and shit like that.
Yeah.
Juco was a great trainer because he'd make everything fun for my son. And my son got really into it. And one day, he was young. He's like, I'm going to spar somebody. So they put him in the ring with this top amateur contender. Little guy, but he was nice with him. And my son, in his little child talk, was like, I'm going to fuck this guy up. No, you're not. They got in there, and, he did all right. But the gym got real amped. And I remember one of the fighters came over to me and was like, this thing your son has, you can't train that. You're either this way or you're not. Like he this
liked it.
tenacity.
Yeah.
So I always thought about that. You can't train that. You're either this way or you're not.
Well, some people they can get better at it. You can get better at tenacity. You can get better at mental strength. It's not totally innate. Like some people are just born with it though. Some people are ferocious from the jump.
Where did you fall in that spectrum?
I don't remember because it was so long ago. But I always had unusual power because I have a weird frame, like a very large hands for my body, and I have wide shoulders, and I can generate a lot of force. And so the problem with that is I would load up, and it took me a long time.
What do you mean load up? I'm
I
sorry.
would try to knock people out all the time. Like this is
I can't
most
imagine.
Taekwondo tournaments. Like a lot of most of the fights are won by points. They're won by decision. I won most of my fights by knockout. A lot of them by knockout. I mean, maybe not most of them, but I was always trying to knock someone unconscious.
What does it feel like to knock somebody out? Is it satisfying? Does it scare you at all?
It's shocking, and it doesn't feel good. It never feels like great. I would pretend it felt great. I'd be like, yeah, but meanwhile I was like, what the fuck?
Right.
Part of me would be like, what the fuck? It's always felt weird. There was one time that I never recovered from. when I was 19 years old. I fought in Anaheim, California. Flew out here to fight in the Nationals. Won my first fight. Then I won my second fight. I was fighting this kid, and I was there with just me and my friend Junksick. He was coaching me. He was cornering me. And this guy, they had their whole team with them. And there's all these people in the stands that were. I remember saying, "Come on, Johnny, get him, Johnny, get him, Johnny." And I knew this dude was just a little slow, and he was doing some things, and I was seeing some openings, and I hit him harder than I've ever hit anybody in my life. I hit him with a wheel kick, I hit him so hard I was limping for a couple days afterwards because my heel hurt from hitting his head, and I flatlined him. He face planted, he started snoring, and he never got up. They carried him off at a stretcher. He was unconscious for half an hour. And they eventually carried him off, put him in a stretcher, brought him to the hospital. But he literally never stood up and walked around. And
that's scary.
It scared the shit out of me. And then I
and
went
you
back.
like the dude?
I didn't know the dude. He was from Chicago. I was from Boston, and we just met in California.
That's what's weird about boxing. Like, beating somebody up that you're not angry at.
Right.
Is a wild thing to think about.
It is wild. Yeah. They do it all the time. You know, a lot of MMA fighters, they're good friends up until a lot of them train together, and then they go and they fight. But I went back to my instructor, and my instructor was a hard man. He's a Korean dude who had been taught by General Chae Young-yi, who's the original founder of Taekwondo, who used to train troops in Vietnam. And this guy was hard. And when I went back and told Mr. Kim, I said, we were talking about the tournament. He goes, "I heard you had a really good knockout." And I said, "It was very scary." I go, "Made me nervous." I go, "Because he never got up. I mean, I thought he was dead." And he goes, "Sometimes they die."
Wow.
And then he walked away.
Wow.
And then I was like, "Oh shit, they is me."
Yeah. How old were you then?
19. And that was the decline of my Taekwondo career from that moment on. My fighting career, I fought for a couple more years, but I lost a lot of my enthusiasm with that one fight.
Did the fighting and the stand-up overlap?
They overlapped for 3 kickboxing fights. I had 3 kickboxing fights while I was doing comedy, and I wasn't committing 100% to either one of them. I was half in with both, and then I realized I couldn't do it anymore. And I actually got told by a dude who was an open micer. He actually said something that was so true I couldn't even argue with him. He goes, "Yeah," he goes, "you started out pretty funny." He goes, "But you lost steam somewhere along the line." And I remember looking at him and going, "Fuck, he's right."
Wait. In what context did he say this?
Talking about comedy, like who's getting good, who's getting bad. We were all like a year in, we were all struggling. And we were sitting around talking about, "Oh, this guy's really funny and that guy's really..." He's like, "Yeah, you started out pretty good, but it seemed like you lost steam."
Really?
He wasn't even being mean to me. He was just being honest.
What was he seeing?
I just wasn't as into it because I was still fighting. I was still doing both things, and I was still teaching. I was still teaching at Boston University. I taught course.
So you started stand-up in Boston?
Yeah.
That's a weird circuit.
It was a good circuit.
It's a great circuit. It's an anomaly.
It was a good place because it was they have no tolerance for bullshit. Like there's no dilly-dallying up there. They want punchline, set up punchline, bang, bang, bang. They want entertainment.
That
Let's
Don
go.
Gavin
Don't
shit.
be late. Yeah. Don Gavin, Lenny
Sweeney.
Clark, Steve Sweeney.
Yeah, man. I remember when I was a kid, I used to catch a train up to Boston and work out with these kids.
Yeah.
And it was the first circuit I'd ever seen guys making like 6 figures and never leaving their city.
It trapped them.
They would go to bars and shit, and you'd think they played for the Celtics or something. Like the town embraced the local comedians. Like they were stars.
Oh yeah.
In Boston.
Oh yeah. Like nothing else. There's no other comparison to any other city that's like that.
What was the guy who used to drink all the time? Teddy Bergeron.
Oh yeah.
You remember him?
Oh yeah.
Well, when he was in it, he was a beast.
Teddy Bergeron had one Tonight Show set that was so fucking brilliant. It was so brilliant, and then apparently he got fucked up on pills and booze, and they made him stick around. But he came back, and he was so fucked up on drugs that it like tanked his career. And so he had this one set that was magic. When you watch that set, you're like, my God, that guy might be the best comic alive. Right. He was so smooth.
I remember opening for him.
He was so smooth. He was so good. He was so good. He was such a smart guy too, such a good writer. But success in the demons. I mean, that's why one of the things that's very impressive to me about people like you that manage the success. It doesn't change your personality. You whatever anxiety comes out of all the pressure and all the people paying attention to what you're doing. You roll with it. Some people don't. It's that scrutiny, being that the object of attention, is crippling for some people.
I think early in my career, I didn't know how to handle that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was a kid. It was immature. It was a weird thing.
But you still handled it well, even though you didn't know how to handle it. You figured it out. Like, you did it. It was a struggle, but you never became an asshole.
No.
You never fell apart.
I think life is too just humiliating of a practice. You know what I mean? No matter how you feel about yourself, you get up in the morning, take that first shit of the day. You're a person.
Yeah.
Fingers is like that.
No, it's true. It's true. Yeah, I mean, the more things that I do that are humiliating or humbling is probably a better word. The more things I do that are humbling, the better it is for me.
Well, the thing I like about your comedy origin story, like I was fighting, I was teaching, he said, and I was doing stand-up. I didn't commit to all of it. But now, that sounds like the recipe for everything you do.
Well, the things I do now, they enhance the other things. It's like if I'm doing a podcast, I think it enhances my stand-up. It enhances my perspective. The more people I can talk to, more ideas I can take in, more conversations I can have with people. I get a better understanding of people. Like I'm building a mountain out of layers of paint. Like every day I'm getting a little bit more understanding of people, a little bit more understanding of myself.
You got a broad base, man. Like, I see you talking to people like Malcolm Gladwell. I read his books. It would intimidate me to just chop it up.
He's a good dude. He's easy to talk to.
He seems like a good dude. I don't know him at all, but he's a brilliant dude. You are brilliant. But it's just weird. It's weird that I know you. You know what I mean? It's just so strange. Like I think back when we were all still young, nobody knew if we were gonna make it, not make it, this, that, or the other. And what our careers evolve into. And I use the word evolve very specifically in your case. None of it was obvious.
No.
The MMA thing is not obvious. This podcast is not obvious. These things were what made you, a multi-million-dollar player. I mean, sitcoms, that's like the obvious. We all did that shit.
Yeah.
You found your lane. It's a really hard thing to do.
I've just been lucky that I've always listened to my own instincts in terms of like, what do I enjoy doing? Whether or not it's a good career move or not, I enjoy doing it. Like, the early days, MMA wasn't a good career move at all. Like, the people that I was working with on news radio, they would talk to me about it like I was doing porn. They were like, why are you doing this? You're going to Alabama to do some cage fighting commentary? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Back then I wasn't even doing commentary, I was interviewing fighters. I was just interviewing them. I was the guy who would interview the fighters after the fight was over.
Would you call fights?
No, I didn't call fights until 2001.
Oh,
that was the first time I called a fight. 1997, I was just the interviewer. I did it for a couple of years, and I enjoyed it. But it was just fun to be there. It was cool. I would just fly into these weird places, like,
right,
Dothan, Alabama. Like weird little spots you obviously never go to otherwise.
And that MMA thing was just kind of starting out. I remember I didn't see. I started seeing like the Horace Gracie fights and shit like that in maybe the early 90s.
Yeah.
They started doing Shamrock was another thing.
93 is when it started.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came around in 97. So I did it in 97 and 98. And then I couldn't do it anymore. It was costing me money. Like I could make more money doing a club for a weekend, a comedy club, than I could doing these gigs. And then, I just decided I was just gonna stay a fan, just watch it from afar. I did it. I did the little interview thing. It was fun. And then the UFC was purchased by the Fertittas, and Dana White and I became friends because I was on Fear Factor, and he gave me free tickets to come to the fights. That's when no celebrities really knew what it was, and so if you could get a celebrity to sit up front row, and then they would interview me, and I knew so much about fighting. I started asking questions about guys that are fighting in Japan, and then Dana and I went out to dinner, and he was like, "Why don't you do commentary?" And I said, "Man, I don't want to do commentary. I want to get drunk and watch fights." Like, come on, man.
Damn, props to Dana White, though. That's a good move.
Yeah, he saw me on the Keenan Ivory Wayans show too, making fun of Steven Seagal. We were talking about martial arts, and Dana thought it was hilarious. And then we started talking about commentary, and then he talked me into doing one. I did like the first 15 of them. I did for free. I did it for a while, like more than a year, like maybe 2 years. I did it for no money. I just got free tickets. He just flew me out.
You know, these paths in life, they reveal themselves, and this goes back to what we were saying earlier. If you look at things through the lens of money or monetary gain, you miss so much.
You miss so much.
This thing about just following a passion, having a good dinner with somebody, yeah, I'll do it. That's usually how the greatest things happen. When I did Stars Born, I don't do movies. I'm so glad I did it, and it was just because I liked that. It was like meeting and parties.
That's awesome.
And I just like the guy.
No, yeah, that's being able to just do what you enjoy doing. That's the real success of life. Because if you're making a lot of money but you hate what you're doing, like when I was doing Fear Factor, I didn't enjoy the job. I enjoyed the people I was working with. It was fun. There was a good group of people. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of laughs. But it wasn't what I wanted to do. I was doing it for money.
Right.
And but it gave me, the good thing was it gave me fuck you money. So it gave me money where I had money squirreled away. I was like, ooh, I can relax now. Now I just do what I want to do. And what I wanted to do was like do this stupid podcast. And then, do these MMA shows, go and do commentary. And I did all that shit. Again, it was all just because I enjoyed it. And then that became my life. My life became only things I enjoy. So now, whether it's podcast, or whether it's stand-up, or whether it's commentary, it's just I enjoy it. I look forward to it.
I had a year like that, like maybe the year before I did Chappelle's show. It was just like I was saving up to take a chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that when it came time to do Chappelle's show, the money was terrible, but I saved up. I could take the shot.
Yeah.
And come off the road and take a real shot.
When you take a chance, it's such a weird feeling. Taking a chance, like doing something, even just moving here. It's so exciting. So exciting when you don't know how it's gonna play out. It's so nerve-wracking. Like, it gets you. You're like, fuck, is this the right move? Maybe I should just play it safe and stay where I am. I mean, LA's gonna open back up eventually.
No, this was a great move. And I can't imagine what you saved in taxes.
I don't know. It's a lot though.
It's got to
13% is what California state taxes are.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
I'm not even good at math, and I know it's not.
It's gonna get worse too, man. It's gonna get worse.
What?
Because they're jacking the taxes up. They're trying.
Oh yeah, that's
They're
gonna
jacking them up in New York.
You know what? Yeah, they're fine.
Listen, if I felt like it fixed things, I would be happy.
It's that. I was with Jon Stewart. We were in.
Bro, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Holy moly, what up? Chaser Shredder. Wait, was that saying?
Difference between
Oh, what up, Shredder?
These people think.
I think Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles might hear Shredder, but
yeah.
That's just me though. Minority brand.
Something like that only works in homogenized countries. Like everyone from China's Chinese. There's a lot of white people. I think. Like, you know what I mean? I think in America, it's the them or the they of it all that fucks us up.
It's also small populations, right? It's like one of the things I was saying about Austin. One of the ways Austin works is there's only 1 million people in the city. And then there's another 1 million on the outskirts. That's not a lot of people. That's not a lot of people. It's one of the reasons why it works. It's like people are valuable. They're not a problem. Even when you're in traffic, it's like 5 minutes. Like, oh my God, so much traffic. Take the extra 5 minutes.
Right.
It's nothing.
Not coming from LA. Nothing is traffic after LA. Maybe Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta's rough. Chicago's rough. I remember doing radio in Chicago. I was doing the Schaumburg Improv, and you do radio in the city, and then you got to go back out to Schaumburg. And you're like, holy shit, this is far. There's so much traffic. There's so many people. Big cities. That's the rub on big cities. Is that
so tired.
They don't value each other as much. When you're in a place like Copenhagen or any of these like whether it's Denmark or these places are not that big. They're big enough, but they're not that big. The United States is so big. It's so big. It's so big. It's so different. There's so much going on. So many cities everywhere. Everywhere's different. So many climates. 350, whatever the fuck it is, million people.
Yeah, but if you see an American when you're outside of America, you know they one of us.
A lot of times.
And
a lot of times. Just the lines are getting blurry now, though.
How do you mean?
You might think someone's American. You talk to them like, "Hello, mate." Like,
All right.
Oh, look at you, motherfucker, with backwards baseball hat on.
That is true.
Yeah.
I play overseas a lot, and I used to do it when I was a kid. It was more challenging. This internet makes all the crowds kind of the same.
Yeah.
They know every reference.
Yeah.
And American culture is still marquee culture. Like, you know, they know so much about our political lives. They know so much about our cultural lives. So much more than we would know about them.
Yeah.
Going over there.
Yeah, for sure.
And on stage, like I was doing a show in Tokyo. I'd never worked in Tokyo before.
What was that like?
If I took a picture from the stage and asked you where I was, you'd think I was playing San Francisco.
Really?
It was interesting. Yeah, some of the people who came didn't even speak English. They just wanted to see the spectacle of it.
Oh, wow.
Because they had heard of me.
Oh, wow. That must be wild.
It's Netflix, man. Like, look, you get out in that world, Joey. You're famous everywhere. You've never been to these places. You get there, they're going to know you. Or, there's a thing that happened to me years ago in London where I was in a restaurant and I was kind of waiting for the table. And when the lady, she asked me my name. She said, what's your name? I go, David. David. What's your last name? Chappelle. And I looked around and it was kind of looking. Tell they had heard of me, but they didn't know that.
Oh, right.
It was that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This was after I quit the show. Not long after, like 05, 06.
What did you do for those 10 years?
Wow, shit. I learned a lot. I mean, but it was a humble existence. You know, I had young children, and I was raising my kids. I was living a suburban life. And then every once in a while, I get this feeling like I'm the funniest guy. I gotta get out there. So I was like, fly to Denver, do a week in Denver. And that's when we agreed I was doing like 6-hour shows. I performed like I was desperate for it. I loved it.
Yeah.
And at one point, I had done one of these big comedy tours the Live Nation put together at Oddball. And I did all right. I had a good run. I wiped out in Hartford, and that was all over the internet. That was the first time that thing happened. But for the most part, the tour went good, but it was a tough tour for me because it was a long show. I had to close it. You know, my chops weren't as tight as they normally were. But I didn't suck by any means, but it was humbling. But it made me want to go back. And the shows were like, every show was like $20.
What year was this on?
Shit, I can't remember. Obama was president, maybe. I don't know, 8, 9, 10.
But
around
you
there.
were famous for just showing up places. You would just fly in.
That's the one. That's when I started. I used to, in the summer, I started riding motorcycles, which is like very uncharacteristic. But I loved it. I said, I'm gonna ride my bike across country, and I did. I cheated. I had a tour bus with me, it was a trailer, so if it rained or something, or if I just wanted to bail, I could. But I rode across country, and I'd never seen America like that. When you talk about how big it is and expansive, and man, I saw all the little pockets on a bike. You know, you really finally see things. And I'd stop it. Like one of my favorite birthdays was here in Austin. I'd never been to Austin really, and I pulled up on 6th Street. I'd been to Austin, but I'd seen Austin. Pulled up on 6th Street. It was my birthday. I was riding. I said, "What are you gonna do for your birthday?" And at that time, I wasn't drinking or smoking or anything. I said, "I want to do stand up," and I found a bar. It was right around closing, and I saw the DJ packing up, and I said, "Can I use your mic?" And he recognized me. He was like, "Oh yeah." And I went up there and I just started talking shit. And you know, but it was just like, you know, teasing the bar staff as they're cleaning up, talking to patrons, you know, get a home fast buddy and all that shit.
Right.
And people laugh, and it was like doing. I used to do street comedy in New York. It kind of reminded me of that, like building a crowd. And after a while, people stopped and listened. Now I'm not a tech savvy dude. Twitter had come out, and I guess people had started tweeting like, "Yo, it's crazy. Dave Chappelle just in here ranting." Man, it might have took like an hour. That place was packed, and I must have stayed on stage 3 or 4 hours.
Wow.
And you know, they closed the door. They locked the door because it was after hours. And I was in there killing it.
Wow.
Best birthday ever had. One of the best birthdays ever had. Sometime around when I turned 40, I just decided that, fun. You know, like right now, you know, this is a weird thing to talk about, but after DMX passed and Black Rob, you know, now far more often people from my peer group pass away. And it just makes me feel like, it's not a midlife crisis, it's almost the opposite. It's like, look, I know I don't get to stay here forever. My time is limited and precious, and I don't take any of these things for granted. I take this money for granted, this platform. And I'm not talking about the fame platform. I'm talking about comedy. This genre, like, I make it. This genre, it's been so good for me. My social life, the people that I've met, the friendships that I've had, some that I've lost along the way, the memories we make. You know, as the years go on, I'm like, what a special, special way to live your life.
Yeah.
To see the world. Like, it's like when we did those dates. Who were we? Seattle and
Yeah.
Utah, was it? Salt Lake
Yeah.
City?
Yeah.
And one of those nights there was a massacre in Dayton, which is not far from where I live. People where I live hang out in Dayton.
Was that the night we were there?
We were together. That same night, the guy that owned one of those comedy clubs in New York was murdered. It was a really dark night, and I found all this out right before I was going on. You didn't know. You were already on stage as this news. I'm sure you got an earful. You got off.
Yeah.
But I was like, phew. You know, during the run, we would go places and I'd see flags, half staff, and I'm like, oh shit, that's like my city. It really hit home. And the best part of that experience is being with comedians. If anything bad ever happens, comedians are who you want to be with. You know, 9/11, I was in a room full of comedians because I had to, you know, I was staying on West Broadway and Canal Street, which is not far from the Trade Center, but Canal Street, I'm on the north side of the street. From the south down, the city was evacuated, so I got to stay in my hotel. But during the day, we didn't know that. We, you know, had a new baby, and I ended up going to a comedian's house that lived in Greenwich Village. A bunch of comedians were there. As bad as that day was, that was the room to be in. It's something that these guys and girls always inspired courage and levity. There's some subtext of comedy that everything's gonna be okay.
I spent the day with Joey Diaz and Ralphie May.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
9/11.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, who else would you rather been with? When you think back at the tragedy, I bet you can think of 4 or 5 things you laughed at.
Yeah.
That day. Not about the tragedy, but we just laughed.
We were high as fuck, and we were just freaking out about the fact there's no planes. Like, look at the sky, there's no planes. There's no planes.
It's that. Comedians.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that this genre is under attack because to me, this is the everything's gonna be okay genre.
It's under attack because people have this ability to complain about things now, and then people pile on. It's a new thing, and they realize it's very useful. It's a good weapon, and if you choose targets, you can take targets out and go after them. And so it becomes a hobby. It becomes a hobby like if, you know, you see a window and you got a rock. You start throwing that rock. And so a lot of times these targets aren't justified, but you can find a justification. You can say, oh, they put these words together in this order, and if you look at it in quotes written down on paper, you go, oh, well, this is ableist, or this is this, or this is that. This is something we can attack. Let's attack. This is transphobic. This is homophobic. Attack. And it becomes, it's a recreation. It's recreational outrage.
It is exactly. You know, the last time I came on your show when Donnell was here, and I fucked up. I looked at the comment section. I'll never do that shit again. I'll never do that shit again. First comment is somebody said, Dave looks like he stinks. Word. Word. What did I do to you, bud?
When RZA was on with Donnell, that was the first thing I said to Donnell after the show. I go, hey, man, that was fun. Don't read the comments.
Yeah.
Don't read the comments.
No, don't.
And Donnell just dove right into that comments, and he was on a deep spiral of mental illness for several days.
Yeah, he said, man, I kept saying I interrupt, son. Yeah. Yeah, I heard all about it. We was on tour after that. He's traumatized.
He got shook. I told him, stay out of there. Don't read that shit. You're the same person. You don't want to be affected by those people.
No, you don't.
No, because they just want to bring you down to their level. They're
No, but
miserable.
whoever wrote that comment that said Dave looks like he stinks is probably gonna watch this. So congratulations, motherfucker. And I can't wait to read your comment about me commenting on your comment. You're in the big time, bitch. Your mother stinks. Comment on that too.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, comments. Comments are a weird thing.
I mean, it is. But like you say, and here's the rub, you can just not read them.
Yeah.
Or you can just not click on that special that's gonna hurt your feelings. At a certain point, you gotta look at this shit like food. What are you eating? What are you putting in your mind?
That's what I keep saying about me when people get outraged about my podcast. I'm like, well, you don't have to listen to it. Like, why are you listening to it, looking for things that are pissing you off? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's like listening to someone's ass when they take a shit and be like, ew, you farted. well, what the fuck are you doing in here anyway? What's wrong with these people?
But people are looking to get mad.
There's plenty of things to be authentically mad about.
Yes. But those are confusing and frustrating.
And it takes time, patience, research.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot going on
Why
with those.
do that?
Yeah.
Why do all that?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm optimistic about the future, but I think because I've never seen these things before, I can't quite call where it's going.
It's a challenging time, but human beings have always done better than the previous generation. Every single generation, if you follow like Steven Pinker's work, from the beginning of time, from recorded history to now, it's the safest time to be alive ever, and it's a very clear trend. We struggle, we have conflict, there's ups and downs, there's mistakes and there's good decisions, but ultimately things become safer, they become better, we accept each other more. I mean, think about like when I was a kid, gay marriage was impossible. Like you couldn't get married if you were gay.
Right.
And whenever they would propose it, people would freak out. Now it's nationwide. It's like things change. Even though there's more violence now than ever before, I mean, there's not more violence now than ever before. You see it. You see violence now more than you ever have before because of social media. You can pull up Instagram videos of car accidents and gunfights and crazy shit. But the reality is there's less violence than ever before. There's less murder than ever before. It's a slow trend. And Pinker gets criticized for this because people don't want to hear that because they go, but what about all the injustice? What about all the murders? What about all the crime? There is all that shit. There is rape. All that stuff is real, but it's way less than ever before in history. And I think as time moves on, it'll get even better. There'll be hiccups. There'll be ups
But it's
and downs.
It's not less because people are sick of that behavior. It's not like these things happen less often because people had to do things to make these things happen less often. It didn't organically just be like, that's enough murder for us. We had to do some shit.
People had to do some shit.
Right. We had to, gay marriage. People had to be made aware.
Yes.
Of how people are struggling. One of the great things of that movement was when everyone started coming out the closet and everyone realized, like 5 of my best friends are gay and were embarrassed when you were saying this, that, and the other.
Right.
And you realize you like this person more than you like whatever person. These types of actions change.
Information. Yeah. And as more information gets out about what's avoidable and unavoidable, and the more we get to understand each other, the more we realize we have way more in common than we don't.
Right.
As time goes on, I think we're going to get better. I think our culture, our civilization will be improved upon. Like what we have now, we have now is a very unique struggle that's never existed before, because it's a combination struggle, right? It's a virus, a disease, it's fear, it's anxiety, and then economic depression, all thrown in together, and it scares the fuck out of people because they're powerless. Because all of a sudden the government comes along and says you can't work, or your business is not essential. Imagine being told you don't have an essential business.
I was.
Well, comedians are,
we're
in a
not
way.
essential.
Fortunately, podcasts were, for whatever weird reason, an essential business. So were liquor stores, which is kind of crazy.
Well, because your podcast was like a beacon of some semblance of normalcy. And it looks like, oh yeah, you look good, and the world's going on. But there's also something illusory about it.
Yeah.
Because if they see us on yachts popping bottles while they're going through this thing, they're gonna feel like, oh, there's something wrong with me.
Yeah. There's a lot of tone-deaf folks out there that didn't get that. They're out there taking that photo in front of a private jet with a Gucci bag, smiling. Like, hey, this is not the time for that.
Yeah, that's true.
Not the time for flossing.
No.
But for some people, that's like a part of their image. Part of what they do.
Yeah, many people. I think in their understanding that's almost definitively what celebrity is.
Yeah.
It's like, how am I going to be successful without doing it? And and they sell something different than say you are.
I own everything in the game. Fuck all y'all.
Right. You can't. You're not selling that if you're a comic.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
Nah, I'm trying to think. Is there a comic that flosses?
Kevin Hart flosses a little bit.
Yeah.
Never bothered me though.
No, he's a happy. Well, first of all, who the fuck works harder than that guy?
Nobody. Not me. Fuck that. Fuck that.
He makes me feel lazy. He's always like co-producing some project and animating some movie and doing a voiceover of this and starring in that and then doing a theater tour and then he's got Jumanji 5 coming out. You know, he's always got something happening.
And he's relentlessly kind. And everyone that works with him looks elated and happy. He's not a tyrant. He's like hanging out with a self-help book or some shit. He just makes you feel good.
Yeah, he's a powerful guy.
Hard, it's impossible not to like him.
Yeah.
And in fact, in my mind, he's a great case scenario that a good person can do well.
Yeah.
Because there are some cynics that believe that they can't. I don't know about any crime behind that fortune. He's just a good dude.
No, he's just a good dude. You can be a good person to make it. It's just the problem is like making it is usually connected to ambition, which is usually connected to aggression. It's usually connected to some of those like really fiercely trying to succeed, and a lot of that is usually in a lot of people's eyes that's at any cost. Ruthlessly trying to get through the maze of show business of life.
Well, and some people, back to the sentence, adopt this ruthlessness thinking, well, that's how things get done.
Yeah.
If I can't do this, then I'll never make it, and that's a myth. Sylvester Stallone had a great quote on Actors Studio. He was talking about Rocky being a metaphor for acting, and saying that some of the best actors he knew were so sensitive that they couldn't survive the environment. So some of the greatest talent that he witnessed, the masses will never see because they couldn't navigate the rocks as far as the commerce is concerned. And that was his fight, so to speak.
Yeah. I would imagine that's. I mean, there's actors that are like real artists. When they're putting together a role, whether it's a Denzel Washington or a Daniel Day-Lewis, or you know what I mean? There's like levels of acting, and there's a certain level where they're not like just a regular guy trying to be famous. They got some thing that they've tuned into.
Right.
They can become Gary Oldman. They can become a person.
Man, Daniel Day-Lewis, that motherfucker. Think about it. When he's not working, he's like making shoes and shit.
Yeah.
He's not on what I call the host role, that red carpet. He ain't doing
None
that
of that.
shit.
No.
He's a serious actor. He's a great artist, and that's why he makes a premium for his work.
I think he quit acting.
He said he retired. Him playing Abraham Lincoln was one of my favorite things I've ever seen. It's not my favorite movie he's been in, but it's a movie about the passing of a bill. I can't think of a more boring process than fucking the bureaucracy of passing a bill, no matter what the bill's about.
Yeah.
But man, something about that performance made me excited about like art itself.
For me, it's There Will Be Blood.
Yeah, it's the fucking greatest movie ever. There Will Be Blood is the one.
That character, it was so many things. He was a murderer. He was evil. He was kind. He was ambitious. He was a victim of circumstance, a victim of his environment, and also, kind of a tyrant.
Yeah, like I picture myself as an actor reading that script and feeling like, I don't get it. Let alone untangle an emotional life for this guy and a rationale for behaving this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy nailed it.
Yeah, he nailed it. That's what when people think of the worst aspects of ambition, that kind of person, the character that portrayed, the worst aspects of it, the dehumanizing aspects of ambition.
Yeah, jeez. Some dark shit.
Yeah, dark shit. I drink your milkshake.
And beats a guy to death with a bowling pin, and I'm finished.
Yeah.
No spoiler alert, my bad, everybody.
Yeah. Fucking heavy.
Great though.
Yeah. Brilliant.
You know, it's kind of like one of the things I did after I left the shows, I got into boxing. I used to just go to the fights. And part of it was because that era was like Manny Pacquiao was fighting, Mayweather was fighting, Marquez was fighting, all these guys were great fighters, and I got this notion that anytime I can be a witness to greatness, I should see it.
Yes.
And it's like the fast food of greatness. Floyd fight, you know that's gonna be.
Yeah.
It's gonna be good.
Right.
A Pacquiao fight, you know what I mean? I was there when he got knocked out, like these moments.
Oh,
in
you were there
sports.
when Marquez knocked him out?
Boy, was I.
Woo!
With my Filipino mother-in-law, she sang the national anthem and everything. I was like, sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. But you know.
That was a crazy punch.
That was. Now, who do you have on Saturday? We got
Canelo and Billy Ray Saunders?
Yeah.
Billy Ray Saunders is a problem.
That guy got good feet.
He can move. He
Yeah.
can move, but there's no one in the business harder to hit than Canelo right now. He learned something from Floyd Mayweather.
Man, that was like a Harvard ass whooping Floyd gave.
Yep.
And it wasn't even like a. Yeah, it was a clinic, bro.
Trouncing.
Yeah,
It's a trouncing.
It's a trouncing. Wasn't an ass whooping, but.
Floyd didn't hit hard enough to really give him a real ass whooping or really hurt him and punish him and have him in real trouble, but he boxed him up. Boxed him up nice.
It was like watching a Globetrotters game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
He was beat handily.
But then if you watch Canelo, like, because Floyd was impossible to hit, and I think Canelo was like, thought he was going to be able to hit him. And then he realized somewhere in the fight, like, this guy knows everything I'm going to do long before I do it. Like, my language, the way I'm speaking with boxing is so slow.
Right.
He's just like,
right.
He's just many steps ahead. But then you watch Canelo now, like,
he's slick.
He's so slick. The Danny Jacobs fight's a great example of that.
Yeah,
He's standing right in front of him, just moving the head. His head movement's phenomenal. And that's not indicative of a classic Mexican boxer.
No, they come straight at you.
Yeah.
Die on their shield.
He's not that guy. He's so skilled. He got the rub. That's what we call it. When a great fighter fights another great fighter, they learn something. Learn something from the higher levels. Like when you get beat by a guy, you get that rub. You see a lot of times the guy will come out of a fight with a great fight. He might have lost, but then the next fight you see like, oh, he recognizes the higher frequencies, the higher RPMs of the real true great ones.
I think that was a problem in boxing. This idea that people were addicted to undefeated fighters, but there's something to be said in greatness.
Yeah.
For getting beat up sometimes.
Yes.
You come back if you can come back from it with your wits intact and learn the lessons that the ass whooping taught you. You might see something even more special from a guy that got a loss or two on his record.
Yeah, but there's a fine line. There's a type of loss that you never bounce back from, like the Julio Cesar Chavez, Meldrick Taylor loss. Meldrick Taylor lost to Chavez, got knocked out with like Richard Steele stopped the fight with like 2 seconds to go in the last round. But Chavez was just getting to him, and Meldrick was so fast. Meldrick was a part of that team, that 76 Olympic gold medalist team, not 76, was it 84? 84 team, where it was like Mark Breland, Riddick Bowe. Was Riddick Bowe on that team? No, Tyrell Biggs. Mark Breland, Tyrell Biggs, Pernell Whitaker, Meldrick Taylor. There were so many great fighters, all gold medalists. And Meldrick Taylor was so fast, he was so good. But Chavez was
Come on, bro. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. Oh my goodness. All right, I actually tuned out of chat for a second. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys drop a chat and everything. And also, by the way, make sure you get in Discord. Exclamation point Discord gets you in Discord. Just exclamation point Discord in chat. You guys can always get in. Make sure you DM me and be like, hey, I met you on the First Descendant. Just so I know who you guys are, because honestly, you're gonna win. You're gonna win.
I know. I see what it does to guys.
You're gonna win caliber regardless. So.
You know, I talked to him once in the fight. I'm like, this guy took some shots. And I'm not saying this.
No, that's gonna kill
this. Yeah, it was tough.
That's gonna kill him for sure. Oh, it didn't kill him. It didn't kill him. It didn't kill him. Thank goodness.
I saw Terry Norris at a fight once, and he was talking to
All right, so I didn't kill the restored Goroth.
Ooh.
Yeah. Muhammad Ali, my hero. It's tough to watch. You know,
and it happens to all of them eventually. If they keep going, it happens to all of them.
Yeah, you gotta hang them gloves up at some point.
Some of them are, like, that's what makes Andre Ward so special. Andre Ward wins a gold medal in the Olympics, wins 2 world championships in 2 different weight classes, retires undefeated. They offer him money to come back. He goes, I think I'm better served as a commentator. I'm done. Talks perfect. Had him on the podcast brilliant guy, thoughtful, articulate, smooth, classy. You know.
Yeah, one of my prized possessions is some gloves.
I'm excited. Whoa, Caliber. Yo, Lonely Potato. I give out Caliber every other Friday, by the way. Not this Friday. Next Friday, I'll be giving out the Caliber list. You'll be on the list. Make sure you DM me in my Discord and everything, though, just so you know, like, I can write your name down. Make sure you send me a DM, for sure, on Discord at least.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Also, if you want to get extra bonus points and, like, you know, kiss ass points, Buttsinator on Instagram, Buttsinator on Facebook, Buttsinator on all socials. My X page. If you can follow me on X, that'd be awesome. Shoot me a DM on X. I love X.
What he was talking to me, we didn't know each other. I just happened to meet him. And he talked to me about hanging his gloves up. It's a crazy thing for a comedian to hear. Like, imagine saying, okay, I'm done with it. Like, I could quit. I could say I quit the limelight. I don't know if I could quit doing stand-up in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if I could take 30 years off.
Yeah, Eddie keeps talking about coming back, but he still hasn't.
Listen, bro. He's funny as fuck. Like, as far as like a naturally athletic comedian, I don't know that I've ever seen his equal.
Yeah, I think you're right. Remember that?
I've ever seen his equal.
That speech where he talked about them taking Bill Cosby's
Mark Twain Prize away. I was there when he said that. It was so. I can remember too all the comedians who were there crowding around the monitor. It was the first time he did anything that looked like stand-up.
Right, and he was smooth.
Right, he stopped doing stand-up in '87. It's the year I started.
That's incredible.
This entire time, and so if he does come back, I'd be the first person to buy a ticket. I would watch a bad Eddie Murphy show if he was really trying to do a thing.
Yeah.
Then before I would go see one of my own.
I remember we were, I forget what club in New York we were talking, and Chris Rock was talking about how good Cosby was. He went to see Cosby.
At the Apollo. I've heard
Is that
this
what it was?
Yeah.
And Bill Burr and I were planning on seeing Cosby. We're trying to figure out where we should go.
I'll tell you where, the correctional facility in Pennsylvania. That's where he's at. As we speak.
It was before all that shit happened. We were thinking about going to see him somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I look at these kids coming up, and there's things that they do much better than we did. They can all produce. They can all generate their own. They make heat out of nothing.
Right.
In the '90s, you go to the fucking parking lot at the Comedy Store. She used to be filled with shitty cars.
Yeah.
And now you'll see a guy you never even heard of get into the hottest whip.
Yep.
It's that now.
Yeah.
I don't know. These guys look like straight up contest winners. Like, who the fuck is this guy? They're killing it.
Internet money.
Right.
Internet money, bitch.
What's bad about it is we're from a process of refinement and it doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
They'll never.
The road when you're anonymous.
Right. The road when you're anonymous. This being on the strip or in a smoking night. Well, not smoking. No one smokes anymore. But being in one of those nightclubs.
Yep.
That's a lot to miss.
Yeah, the grind, the long grind of developing a real act, and to do it also in where there's no cell phones.
Internet money,
no,
bitch.
Right.
No distractions.
Right. They're competing with too much, and that's too bad for them. Like, but I don't fault them for it. I'm impressed that these kids made a new way, but I like the way we do it.
There's a new way that they're doing where one of the things that showed a lot of people's ability to improvise and to change was during COVID. A lot of people started doing things online, and like Andrew Schultz, the best example, I think. He started doing those things like turn your phone sideways and those long rants, like 10, 15-minute rants with photographs and punchline after punchline after punchline. And then they did a whole Netflix special about it. Like he did a series of Netflix pieces on it. And what he did was he said, okay, I can't do stand-up, but this isn't stand-up, so I shouldn't do stand-up like this because there's no audience. So the key to this, and he figured it out. He's like, the key to this is you got to hit it fast. The punchlines have to come one after the other after the other. It's got to be fast-paced and with images. So like he would use all these visuals while he was hitting punchline after punchline.
Oh, wow.
He figured out a new way to do comedy. He figured out a way to do internet, Instagram, 10-minute comedy.
Well, okay, but that's not, like you say, that's not stand-up.
No.
Like this thing that you're describing, God bless him.
Yeah.
that's not what I do.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah,
It's different.
but
It's different than the way he does stand-up, which is interesting, because his stand-up is slower. He holds laughs, he holds pause, he laughs at shit, he fucks around, he works the crowd a lot. His stand-up is loose.
Right.
He has fun. He's comfortable up there.
Right.
But these little clips that he does on Instagram, rapid fire, bang, 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 and he works with a series of writers. They all work together. They put these things together. They work it out, man. Like, by the time it's done, it is a polished machine. But he used that time and innovated. You know. And
That's clever.
Yeah.
I don't think it's not. But I'm not interested in it because no disrespect to him. I like happening in real life.
Yeah.
Like even during COVID, the fact that we found a way to get in front of audiences meant the world to me. That's what I do.
Yeah. It's a different thing.
Yeah. I mean, I could throw a slideshow and shit if I want to, but if that crowd's not there, what's
Right.
the fucking point?
I know what you mean, but for him, he's coming up still. You know, you'd already made it.
Well,
He
no,
just wanted
yeah,
to get back in there.
Yeah, and it's a whole different ball of wax. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like that thing that evolution he was able to make. I'm like the old guy who has that hot outfit from the '70s. Go fashion, go on without me. I look fine. I'm good with what I do.
Those shows we did at Stubbs felt real special.
It might not ever be that special because it was hard.
It was hard to do, and it was weird, and it was the fact that you could do a show in a pandemic, like a real legitimate pandemic.
And what it did for the people who were able to come.
Yeah.
And for the comedians who were able to
yeah.
participate. We all felt better.
We felt a lot better. We had some wild fun.
Yeah.
Wild fun.
Life might be okay. Everyone, just to laugh around other people.
Yep.
During a shit show of a circumstance. It was great.
It was great.
I wish that we could have done a more diverse array of shows. But we were locked into the circumstance we were locked in.
Yeah.
We tested everybody like everyone who bought a ticket got a COVID test, free mask, and as a comedian, it was a new experience. Being in a room full of people, or whatever that venue was, full of people that just realized that they don't have the dreaded coronavirus.
Right.
And they're at a show, and the music's playing, and comedians they recognize come on the stage. It was like pure joy. No matter what we said, at a certain point, we were all happy with it.
Yeah.
Comedians didn't take it for granted. You do a million sets, you start thinking it's just another night at the office. But every night at the office could have been the last night.
Yeah, that was the thing about it too. It's like you're never gonna have another day like that, or another series of nights like that where there's the first real pandemic of our lifetime, where things are shut down, but yet we do have this weird opportunity to do shows. So they felt electric.
They really did.
They felt electric.
Those shows that we did will remain etched in my mind.
Forever.
Like that was special. The fact that and also, man, no gas or nothing, but the fact that you're as successful as you are at all these things, you're wildly famous. You're also very unaffected, but you got nervous before your first set. I respected that. I said, okay, see, this guy makes all this money, still cares. It's that. You see some guys, you can see that you're a fighter. Sometimes the fight gets out of you.
Yeah.
Your belly gets full, you don't feel like going as hard as you used to. Or you might start worrying about what they say in the press. All that shit. None of that shit ever got to me, bro. You was going hard in the paint. It was fun. It was fun to watch. Like I'm like, yo, you going hard in the paint, bro. But it was fun, man. And the spirit that I love about the genre is ever present. Everything's gonna be okay. The spirit of comedy always is.
Yeah.
And it was there. It just made me feel like, wow, this is.
If I can't do comedy, I'm not gonna do comedy. You know what I'm saying? Like if I
This
can't do
Valby's
real
kinda
comedy,
weak.
if I can't do comedy the way I've always done comedy, say wild shit that you don't even necessarily really mean, but it's funny. That's why you're saying it. And everybody knows. They know what you're doing. They know what you're doing.
I know guys that and they're famous, but they struggle with this.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And they stop coming around, and I miss their presence and their voices. And a lot of these young comedians, this process of refinement is gone because they don't have these guys to look to.
Right.
They money, and I don't want to upset anybody.
Yep. Yep.
Kids are in college or whatever it's gonna be.
They don't want to ruin what they already put down. Yeah. They laid down some nice roots. They got a good thing going on. They don't want to fuck it up.
Would you ever leave the limelight?
Yeah, sure.
Does it bother you, the limelight? You don't live in a way with it.
I don't do limelight things. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't go to
You gotta
parties.
try some of this shit out, bro. It's not bad. You gotta try some. I mean, look, you don't have to do it all the time, but once and again.
Once and again. I mean, I have needs, and my needs are, you know, like exercise, keep my mind straight. All those needs, like those have to be
Help
fulfilled.
me.
Yeah, they have to be filled for mental clarity.
My minimum caliber on here
If I
is
don't do that,
yeah, I've got
I don't-
10,100.
I'll
So
lose my way.
You
I
also
don't know.
have a lot of access to shit.
Like I've got
Who are you talking to
10 to whatever.
Yesterday was David Holthouse, who's a documentary filmmaker. He's a journalist.
Yeah, every day you talk
Yeah.
to some kind of juggernaut in some field.
Yeah.
Elon Musk and Malcolm Gladwell. What do you think about the shit Elon's going through with Saturday Night Live?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's puzzling.
No one is woken up. They can't appreciate the fact that you're dealing with literally one of the most brilliant men that's ever lived, who's going to come do your show. You're talking about a guy who simultaneously runs multiple world-changing businesses, whether it's Tesla, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's the boring companies making tunnels underneath the fucking earth. He's putting satellites into space to put high-speed internet around the world. He's doing all these things simultaneously.
Can he write a monologue? We're gonna find out. Let's get
He's not funny. he's a brilliant guy. He could probably do anything if he set his mind to it, but the fact that they've decided somehow that he's problematic, like it doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
It
yeah,
makes
but no one's
no
really
sense.
saying what. Is it just because he's rich?
Who knows? It doesn't matter anymore. They just decide, like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this? This is bullshit.
So there was
Why
no,
him?
there was no
No,
obvious
there's no
catalyst for this.
No.
Okay, I was just curious.
There was some people that felt like he dismissed COVID's danger at one point in time. They didn't like him because of that, but he did this because he's intelligent. Because his perspective was, he's a reductionist, or I should say, like his perspective on it was like looking at the numbers and looking at what it is as a thing, instead of looking at the emotional impact of people losing loved ones. And so sometimes someone who's like a genius might say something that appears to be insensitive. I don't think he's insensitive. I think he was just looking at it in terms of like what is the odds that you're going to die, and they're saying that children are essentially immune, and he was saying things that a lot of people felt were insensitive. But that was first of all, A, it was a long time ago, and B, he was just explaining his perspective on the disease, and he wasn't as fearful as they thought he should be. And then, you know, he came to our shows, and the pictures of all of us hanging out maskless, and then people got COVID afterwards, so a lot of people thought that it was his girlfriend that gave us COVID.
By the way, he and she were very incredibly kind.
Super nice.
Unaffected. I teased him about being the richest man in the world. He took it with good humor. And what's funny is I had hung out with him years ago, after I quit Chappelle's show. When I was on that tour that I was telling you about, it was a tough one. We hung out on the tour bus, and he says to me that night when we was all together here in Austin, he goes, I met you before. I'm like, I have no recollection. And he looked kind of hurt. It was a long time ago. It was like 2-3 companies ago. And I just thought it was funny, like, that he's the richest man in the world.
I think whether the people that are complaining that he's going to be on Saturday Night Live, I think what's going on now is like they want someone to be 100% compliant to whatever ideology they're a part of. And any deviation of that is problematic. Whether it's because they think, like I saw an article that said Elon Musk donated $150 million to some charity, and they called him a cheapskate.
That's hilarious.
How hilarious is that?
Well, wait till they see when I'm a billionaire. Talk about get ready for this cheapskate. No, my brother.
Nope.
It was such a shitty article. Just a poorly written knucklehead article.
It's again, like you say, no one can be woke enough. You know, I'm torn because
go woke, go broke, baby.
I like a warrior for a good cause, but I'm really in tactics. You you're not gonna nag people into behaving
Right.
in a way that, you know, in fact, if you continue with this tone, even if you're right, it'll be very hard to hear.
Yeah, I think so.
And
It's just I don't mean maybe it was the COVID thing, like I'm saying. But again, if I think back on the statements, I don't think they were particularly insensitive. I think they were just, you know, it was more of like a factual bluntness to the way he discusses things. Because he's a numbers guy. He looks at things in terms of equations. He's trying to put people on Mars. You know what I mean?
I remember seeing him on your show once, just like on one of these.
Which I love Elon Musk.
But I dug the clip. It was just one soundbite. He said, "I have so much in my mind."
Yeah.
You remember this?
Yeah. Because I asked him, I'm like, "What's it like to be you? Like, what's it like? Just think." He goes, "You wouldn't want to be me."
I remember. Yeah. Yes, it's the one.
It wasn't bragging. It was just like he's being honest. Like, you wouldn't want this. His brain is like a hurricane. Like, there's just ideas like whoosh, like you could see it while he's sitting there. He's trying to sit here and just have a conversation with you, and he's probably going over fucking equations and thinking about concepts and new ideas and plotting things. And
I remember talking to somebody once. I'm not gonna say who, but they go, more than half the people on Earth live on $1 a day, and at least half of them are happy. He says, "I know 20 billionaires, and all of them are miserable." Wow. And this is reminiscent of the thing my father used to tell me about, just the nature of money. What do you want your life to be about? I mean, like we met some billionaires. I don't know who's brimming with happiness. You don't seem like you had a good time that night. Kanye, sometimes have a great time. But I don't know when they're having fun if it's the money that's doing it.
no, it's probably not. The money gives you a certain amount of freedom to do whatever you want to do, but it also comes with so much pressure, so much responsibility, and so much scrutiny. Think about how many people are looking at every single thing that Elon does. Like this Saturday Night Live thing's a perfect example. Like, they've just decided that it's not good that he's on Saturday Night Live. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is like a specific thing they're upset about, but I haven't heard it.
That's what I'm like literally asking. I'm not indicting the cast members, saying I'm fond of all of them, but this one puzzles me.
I see what I'm talking about. What I'm saying, I see people online going, "What the fuck is this?" Like, it's not even people that were the cast members that were saying that. It's just folks online who were upset, and I'm like, I don't get it. Like, why are you upset?
What do you think's in it for Elon? Like, if I was the richest man in the world, would I do Saturday Night Live? I don't know. I mean, I might, just because I love comedy so much. But what do you think? I guess he loves comedy.
Yeah, he loves comedy.
Yeah, he does.
I've seen him at the store a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, "Well, probably cool." That's probably what he thought.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Elon Musk
They
is
probably called him,
a great
Saturday
guy.
Night Live wants to know if you want to host Saturday Night Live. Okay. Probably just said okay.
Yeah, there's something about that that's
It's gonna be interesting to watch tomorrow.
I'm gonna watch.
Oh,
Depending on where that fight is. I gotta watch it.
Oh, that's this Saturday, right? Oh, that's right.
Hopefully they won't be against each other.
Is that fight out here in Texas?
Dallas, yeah.
Oh,
70,000 cap.
70,000 people. Holy shit.
Country's about to open up, man.
It's open. I did Jacksonville, Florida. We did UFC a couple weeks ago. Holy shit, it was wild.
That must have been
15,000 people.
Oh yeah, I'm scared to go to Florida. You probably see that corona cloud from space. Florida, these motherfuckers been out there getting it.
It was interesting. Nobody had a mask on. It was like there was no COVID. You go everywhere you go. People just.
Make sure you guys drop a follow if you even want to get into the giveaway. You gotta drop a follow at least. Also, if you have multiple accounts, drop follows, but doesn't matter. Like, you gotta chime in, hang out, chat just a little bit, but pretty much everybody wins.
I don't know that we got a single positive there.
I think we did. I think we got out of all the weeks we did it, we only got like 4 positive tests.
Out of thousands of people.
Thousands of people.
That's when it was like, okay,
Yeah.
I just remember feeling like,
well, we're gonna do the MGM. That's gonna get wild, David.
Man,
That's
let me
gonna
tell
get
you
wild,
something.
David.
Joe, let me tell you something. That gig, I know, I'm not gonna say the dates, but I know we talking about doing another 2 dates.
Yeah.
Maybe towards the end of the summer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited.
I'm very excited too. We're gonna get wild.
Yeah. Oh, it's a
gonna be
fight
fun.
weekend too.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's UFC weekend.
It's McGregor's fight.
Yep.
Right?
Connor and Dustin Poirier.
Who's Dustin Poirier?
Dustin Poirier is the last guy who beat Connor and knocked him out.
Oh, so it's a rematch.
Yeah, they fought twice. One time, I think 6 years ago, Connor knocked him out, and then he just knocked out Connor.
Oh, they traded knockouts. It's
Yeah.
a good one.
Oh, it's a good one. It's a real good one.
Maybe I'll stay an
Yeah.
extra night.
Fuck yeah.
Watch. You know, I've never been to
Yeah.
an MMA fight.
What? That's outrageous. This is the one to go to.
It's funny, man. I'm such a boxing fan because it's the gentleman's sport. You know what I mean? MMA, all that ground and pound and shit, it's like really intense. I remember talking to you one night at the store. You were like, Dave, I see so much violence, I'm starting to worry about myself. You know that?
Yeah, I worry because people get hurt. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, that's
Normal.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
This is one of the things that happened. My wife cut her head. She had like a hatchback. You know, the car thing was up, and she was pulling something out of the car and didn't realize that the corner of the she miscalculated.
Oh, God.
And it stood up and it dug right into her head, and blood was pouring down her forehead. And
He
I
was like, handle it, bro.
I just looked at her like I was like, that's nothing. It's nothing. She's like,
That's nothing.
all this blood. I go, it's a tiny cut. It's nothing. And I'm like, oh Jesus, like what's wrong with me? Like it does. I'm so accustomed to people.
Yo, what up, Chris?
So accustomed to laceration.
Make sure you're following stuff if you even want to get in. Also get in Discord. If you DM me, it's obviously going to heighten your chances for sure.
Just
That's a crazy. Like, I can't even conceive this.
it's a weird thing because I've definitely become desensitized. I've seen.
Well, yeah, that's normal though.
I don't know how many thousands of fights up close. I've seen so many people.
Bro, let's go!
And
Thank
it
you
is
for the
my
follow, bro.
time From being a young
Just looking
guy,
for God
playing
rolls on
martial arts
whatever.
tournaments and seeing
Honestly,
so
if
many
there's
people
ever a
get fucked
God
up there.
roll, which is very
So I've
rare.
just seen like my whole life people get fucked up. If you had like a
I
there
don't
was,
know
like, a
why this
chart
Valby
of all
just
the
can't
people
handle
throughout
this
history
fucking
who've seen
shit out
people
here,
get
bro.
fucked up, like just the fuck beat out of them. I'm right up there. I'm at
The Genghis Khan level?
yeah, it's not like a lot of people that have probably ever lived, other than like warriors who fought with swords and shit. There's not a lot of people in a modern era. It seems many people get the fuck beat out of them as me in
That's
person.
crazy. That is a crazy thing.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Super desensitized to violence and injuries. Real strange.
Do you think you'd ever come back from it? You think if you took a break,
No,
someone skin their knee, you'd be like, oh.
I'm too used to it.
Like, bro.
And then there's hunting, you know, so I'm used to it with animals. I'm used to taking animals apart.
Okay, yeah, see, that's some next level shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you get used to things like that. People get desensitized, like doctors talk about that, like trauma room surgeons, stuff like that. They talk about that. They get very desensitized to injuries.
I remember talking to a doctor once about just that, but this conversation was more about from their work realizing the fragility of life. It's fragile.
Humans are fragile.
Yeah.
Very fragile.
Very.
So we're so easy to injure. You know, it's so easy to hurt people, but and not just physically, you know, like emotionally.
And yeah, I don't know, bro. I feel like recently our country, our biggest export is heartbreak. Like we gotta do better.
Not just our country, the whole world.
Yeah, but
Emotional heartbreak, like emotional pain being given out online. That would be interesting to see, like the emotional impact of like online interactions and harassment and people just fighting with each other online. How much different the emotional content of like online interactions, how much of an impact that's had on human beings, if that could be measured. If like there was a number that you could attach to it.
quantifiable.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it's a weird thing, but with comedy, most comedians that I know, and a matter of fact, this even goes with proficiency. The more proficient they are, usually somewhere.
Exclamation point Discord. How'd you join the Discord? You didn't even type in exclamation point Discord.
They do have a profound.
Yeah, I was gonna say just
awareness
exclamation point
how
Discord
they
in
make
chat gets you in. So
Yeah.
I didn't even see you join in. Actually, I didn't see the notifications. Make sure you send me a DM if you do get in, though.
Mostly not.
They're not.
Mostly not. But sometimes they appear callous because they'll go after somebody just for the laugh.
Yeah, but I don't even know that that's callous. It's almost like, well, I gotta sacrifice you for the joy of the rest of the room.
That's what it is. Comedy without victims can be boring. Sometimes people gotta take a hit.
I once roasted a guy that he lost both his legs in the war. And I roasted him. Wow. That crowd gonna come. Him and his buddies were laughing so fucking hard because it's one of those things where you're like, I don't know if I should talk about it, but when you just and then this guy was dying to talk. He had a real interesting story, like, you know, met the president many times and was like, you know, he sacrificed everything for the country, but his sense of humor was paramount. Like, he survived this thing, and I can tell that his sense of humor was very instrumental in doing it. And the laugh that we had together, that was one of those special nights where it was like, people are dope. People are dope. You know.
For the most part, people are dope, and they're dope when you're in front of them. They're dope people to people. You know, look in each other's eyes, being around each other. I think it's part of the problem that we're dealing with the online shit, is that all the normal cues of looking at someone and saying and talking to them, being right there, it's not there. So you have this ability to write things in text and say mean shit to people, and you think it's okay because you don't see them cry.
Right.
You don't see them cry. You don't feel their pain.
You're just pushing buttons.
You're just pushing buttons.
Metaphorically and literally.
Yeah, that's what it is. How do you like doing this podcast that you're doing? It's very good, by the way. It's very interesting because it's produced, like you have music and it's edited. It's like it's a different thing.
It's dope. Now, there's a weird reason why it's done that way, because ultimately they'll all exist on fire. That's why the shows are the duration that they are, so that they can fit on side to side. It's a wild. You know, I'm curious to see how people will react to it. I love doing it.
They're gonna love it.
The people that I'm working with, you know, Yasin Bey, formerly known as Most Def, Talib Kweli, these guys are like great friends of mine. They're great artists.
Cool.
And, you know, it's like you. I could talk to you guys forever about a diversity of stuff.
Yeah.
And so, in that sense, it's a joyful experience. It was during COVID, and the whole concept or the genesis of the show was just literally us finding an excuse to be together. You know, everyone's always so busy. You know, as we get mature.
I need to get
we got
something to
kids,
drink.
We got this, we got that. And we never catch up as much as we should.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, in this season, we keep losing people that are important to our culture and important to our community. It was almost like an emergency. Like, yo, why are we fucking around? Let's just do something together. It was one of these things. Definitely wasn't about the money or anything like that, but it was about, you know, spending time with your friends. And as you well know, there's an art form of conversation.
Yeah.
You know, you're great at it. You know,
Watch him in the top right corner. Watch his Sharons go.
Red.
Get to the corner.
Travel.
They got it.
And they're hilarious dudes, and they got an interesting perspective. But some friends you have, you know, you go around the world and you don't see each other often. But when you see each other, it's like seeing each other just a moment ago. And you can download all these obscure and wild experiences. And it's safe, and it's comfortable, and there's no judgment. And friends, truly friends. And that's the way I feel about this. I think that's one of the things that makes the show so special, like fun to do. I look forward.
Yeah, that's everything.
I'm not getting any amorphous right here. I mean, I probably got one there.
Having
I didn't get any
enthusiastic
amorphous
conversation
there.
with someone. That's one of the things that makes it interesting to listen to.
Ooh, that's
is, like,
actually
when you're listening, it's
fire
like,
skill on a frost
like
one.
you're a fly on
doesn't
the
make sense
wall.
at
That's
all.
what people like about a good conversation. You could be in the room without being in the room. You're hearing, like, there's folks listening to us right now in traffic, and they're here.
Right.
They're here. I mean,
Right.
there's not much different. I mean, they don't see us if they're driving, but maybe they're watching it on the video. If it's not much different than sitting in the room. There's a missing element because you're not physically here, but it's pretty damn good in terms of the ability to be a part of a conversation, and it changes the way you look at things. Because if the more people that I can talk to and get their take on how they think and how they do it enhances my own way of looking at things and talking to people.
Yeah, and that's again the big problem with all the lip buttoning in there. I kind of like hearing all these different perspectives, whether I agree with them or not.
You can't silence people. You got to let them fuck up. If they fuck up, And you know, there's nothing wrong with apologizing either. If you fuck up and you say something wrong, there's nothing wrong with apologizing.
I don't disagree with that. I think context is everything.
Yeah.
Depends on where I am when I say it.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean? If I'm on the comedy stage and you fucking print a joke I wrote like it was a stump speech.
Exactly.
That's a fucked up thing.
It's a fucked up thing to do. Yeah.
And, you know, but you know, before I'm at a press conference, I whoopsie. And there you go. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, it's just, you know, especially with stand-ups. I mean, Jesus Christ, how many times the stand-ups just going out to dinner, having a couple of drinks, we say the most ridiculous shit ever.
It's the greatest. That's like one of the joys of my life. Now, think about being a politician now. Who was signing up for that shit now? All these Republicans talking all that shit, and I'm not trying to be partisan, but when them motherfuckers rushed the Capitol, did any of you guys go to greet your constituents? No, you ran to the bunker.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, but constituents aren't like fans.
Did you ever see those videos of cops opening the doors, and letting people in, opening the gates and letting people through?
I did.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know.
Never
In
had that
fact,
explained.
there was an investigation about that. I don't know the results of it, but I heard about it. You know, what's ominous about it is you got to think there's probably like 300 cops on duty at Capitol Hill, right? By the end of it, the DC police get called in, Homeland Security gets called in, you know, FBI's, and so now there's a 1,000 guns inside of the Capitol. You know, it's like it could have went a million different ways. You have members accusing other members of Congress of giving tours and showing people sensitive areas. You know, this kind of suspicion within law enforcement, within government, it's a very ominous sign.
Yeah.
This type of partisanship is a very ominous sign that, you know, this lexicon now, so binary, Republican, Democrat.
Yeah.
It's not doing us any favors. You know, in a perfect world, the best idea wins.
Right.
And in this current situation, I don't know that people even agree on what the truth is. That's a problem.
It's a real problem. Chris Rock had a great bit about it.
What did he say?
Remember that bit about gangs? Like that people just join gangs?
No.
Yeah.
What did he say?
It's just I don't want to fuck it up, but it's basically how whether they're a Democrat or a Republican, they really just get into gangs.
It is that.
Yeah. They just decide that this is my gang.
Right, and their constituents are worried that they're feckless. And like you say, the speed of information is so much faster now than the speed of bureaucracy.
Yeah.
That's a problem. It'd be like if you turned the air conditioner on in your car and it came on 4 months later. We needed it. We needed the heat right now, bro.
Especially with the stimulus checks, right? Like, how long did it take before they actually sent checks out in the mail? Remember all the talk about it?
Oh, I do.
It took forever.
I wonder why they never. I guess I know why. I was gonna say this is a stupid question. Why they never suspended the gift tax? Like, if I wanted to give my brother or my sister or my friend some money during a time like this, why tax that transaction?
They want the money.
Well, not just they want the money. Think about how rich people would move their money around.
Of course.
If they unfettered that
Yeah.
shit. It's the greed is killing us. Their greed, our greed, it's killing us.
It's not good.
Nah, it's not good at all. But you know.
It's again like what we were talking about before. Like, you would give taxes up if you felt like it was for something.
Right.
It really felt like it did. Like, if you knew that your tax money was really enhancing the world, really helping, instead of going to some fucked up
bringing
red
crayons to the ghetto. What? Why are you doing that with the money? Because kids need crayons in the ghetto. It's like, who's prioritizing this shit? I don't know, bro. I mean, not to be cynical, but this thing,
it's tricky.
This one we're doing now, I hope everyone does anything that they can do to help foster trust amongst each other.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about government and politics. I don't give a fuck if someone likes Trump or anything. I know a lot of good, decent, hard-working people that have political ideas that I think are nonsense. But I don't conflate that with their character. I don't conflate that with culture. These things are all different issues. You know what they say, throw the baby out with the bathwater. They can't do that. Like, I'm not gonna throw a whole person away because they have 4 ideas I don't want.
I just hope that if the economy can bounce back, people will start to relax again. And if not just vaccines, but also some form of effective therapy, so that even if someone's not vaccinated and they get COVID, there's a very effective way to treat it if that does happen.
All right, what
People
about
can
this?
chill out.
This is a what if. Say they didn't cure COVID. Or they had no vaccine or nothing. It's just like 6 months ago, right? But during that time, they stumbled onto cure for AIDS. You stay in or do you go out?
Stay in it or go out?
Do you stay inside or do you go out? The COVID's still out there, but AIDS is cured.
Oh, I keep going out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep going out.
Yeah, no AIDS. Break out that disco ball. We going to the goddamn disco. Fuck COVID-19.
The real problem is if it becomes like not even COVID, but something else that's worse. Like some really bad one, like a Spanish flu, like something that kills a large percentage of the people that get it.
This one's pretty bad, though.
But it was less than 1%. I'm talking about something that kills 10%, 20%.
Jesus, I couldn't imagine.
Those are real. I mean, those have existed throughout history. This one, when we say it's pretty bad, it's pretty bad, but it's pretty bad because of the sheer numbers of human beings. We got lucky in the sense that, I mean, obviously not lucky for anybody who died. And nothing but love and respect to all those people that lost loved ones. But we're talking about just raw numbers, and I think this is also what got Elon in trouble. You look at the 99 point whatever it is percent of people that survive when they get it, especially when they're young, especially people with no comorbidities. That is a relatively mild pandemic in comparison to what's happened in history. If you look at any sort of real plague, like horrific ones, again, like the Spanish flu.
This last one, New York City for a month straight lost 2,000 people a day. It's hard to wrap my mind around it.
It's hard to wrap your mind
I
around.
met some woman who was an ER nurse in New York, who had witnessed the carnage up close.
There was a lot of mistakes made that I wonder if they would go back. First of all, the respirators. Remember when they were all looking for respirators?
Yeah.
Like New York City needs respirators, and they realized, no, respirators kill people.
Right, I do remember that.
Yeah, they didn't know.
But that's the thing with COVID. Like nobody, it's like getting COVID. When I got COVID, the first few days, like you just sit around, wait to see what it'll do to you. You know what I mean? And I was incredibly lucky. I was largely asymptomatic. So I was smoking cigarettes the whole time, all this shit. But I was waiting to get flattened.
How many days did it take before you tested negative?
Maybe inside of 10 days. Like whatever my immune system did, that shit worked.
And you take vitamins? Do you take care of
I did all the shit. Matter of fact, you gave me a vitamin regimen.
Yeah.
I took it very seriously. I took all that shit.
Oh, good.
Yeah, what was it? Zinc and all this other shit.
Quercetin.
Yeah. I took the shit.
D3.
Whether that was what was doing it or not, I don't know, but I did it.
Well, it most certainly would help.
It didn't hurt me.
Yeah, it didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt me, and like I said, I was largely asymptomatic, so I felt very lucky. But there was other people that I knew in that same outbreak, and they had a tough time with it. Everyone, thank God, is healthy, but it's not. Just doesn't do the same thing to everybody.
It doesn't.
And that's what's, I guess.
Vitamins are everything, and that's one of the things that made me furious during this time, that there was no emphasis on taking vitamins. They didn't make it seem like it was a big deal, and there's no emphasis on getting healthy and losing weight.
Not in the media, but every health, again, this is the media thing to say, but every healthcare professional I talked to, because I have access to decent healthcare, did bring up the importance of vitamins. And when you said that, it wasn't like completely foreign to my ears. I've heard such things. You just gave me a very specific regimen, and I tried it. But it didn't hurt me.
Yeah, no, you cruised through it. So did Donnell, which is hilarious.
I know, because he's in terrible shape.
If Will Smith thinks he's in terrible shape, he needs to take a look at Donnell.
For real. Will Smith did post a dad bod.
Hilarious.
It was hilarious.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm in the worst shape of my life.
He's a
With a
funny
big
dude,
smile
though.
on his face, though.
He's a funny dude.
Yeah. Well, I think what Will Smith is probably gonna do. Will Smith's one of those dudes that just like sets his mind to things. I bet what he's gonna do is take that photograph, and then you're gonna see him 4 or 5 months from now shredded. That's what I bet.
Oh, I could see that happen.
Yeah, that's the motivation. The motivation is he takes a pose looks terrible, looks like shit, tells everybody, hey, this is the worst shape I've ever been in my life. And then he's like, all right, now it's go time.
Yeah, it's funny. He still looked like a movie star in bad shape. How the fuck are you doing this, Will?
Remember when he played Ali?
It's amazing.
Dude, he looked great. He looked fucking great.
Yeah, he did.
He looked great. I mean, he got tip-top Magoo shape. He looked fucking fantastic in that movie.
If you think about even the courage it would take to take on a role like that.
How about Jamie Foxx?
Who's he playing?
Tyson.
Yes. Okay, that's going to be dope. Because Jamie, I'm sure probably by now, if he couldn't before it, can talk just like Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Probably memorize the rhythm of Mike Tyson.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll probably look like him somehow.
Jamie's an alien.
He's so nice with it. I remember watching Ray being like, I can't believe I know this dude. And he was doing Ray Charles so good, and then he took the sunglasses off. I'm like, oh, he Jamie again.
He's so talented in every way. He's so talented as a singer. He's talented as a comedian. He's talented as an actor. He's just got a way. He's got a thing. There's no fat in his portrayals. You know, he just cuts through it. It's clean. He just knows how to do it.
He's also one of those feel-good people.
Yeah,
like, you know,
super positive.
Yeah, he's just fun to be around. I've never seen him as like the party pooper ever.
Right. He's fucking jacked right now.
Is he really?
Jacked. Yeah, because he's building up to play Tyson. Look at him.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, and you know, he's not even done yet. He's building up into Mike Tyson shape.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen to me, by the way. I got swole for a minute, but then I was like, this is stupid.
You did. You got pretty big for a while.
It was ridiculous.
What
at
happened?
One point. COVID. Well, before COVID. Yeah, I stopped working out in COVID. Last time I can remember being in a gym was like February 2020. You know what I mean? And then after that, it was just like, you know, I was on the road. I was in London.
Why'd you get jacked though? What made you decide to start working out?
That Chappelle Show shit, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, honestly, what I think one of the catalysts was, not the catalyst, but one of them was the fact that they kept saying I smoked crack, and I was a skinny dude and felt like I can't defend myself in this. Like, I'm so skinny, this thing is believable. That fuck out.
How many people said you smoked crack? Was it in articles? Like, what was it?
I believe it was an article in Newsweek. It didn't say I smoked crack. It was a legal procedure. There was some guy saying, I'm not saying it was drugs. Time I wouldn't, nothing. It's just fucked up.
Yeah, crack. So that's one of those. Like, if you were gonna do something to ruin your life, that's the thing.
I mean, I was from D.C. Our mayor smoked crack. D.C. seemed fine. It's not.
Well, it's just
wasn't
coke.
Wasn't that obscure? It's poor people cocaine.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Do you know who Dr. Carl Hart is?
No.
He's a really interesting guy. He's a guy who is a clinical researcher and was real straight-laced, but he was a university researcher. I forget what university he was. I forget, but Columbia. Brilliant guy. I've had him on the podcast a couple times, but he was researching the effects of drugs and started realizing the depictions of drugs and drug use are all fucked up. Like, people have this distorted idea of what these drugs do to you. Like, he loves heroin, and he talks about it. He does heroin. He snorts heroin all the time. Like, pure heroin is wonderful. Like, it's great. It enhances my relationship with my wife. And you know, he talks about trying pure cocaine and all these different drugs. He's like, he does drugs all the time, and he's a professor. He's a professor at Columbia.
Oh wow.
Brilliant guy. And like, it's tough to argue with him because he knows so much about drugs from the perspective of an actual researcher and plus a guy who actually uses them, but goes out of his way to tell you. He has dreads. Like, he doesn't look like a typical professor in that sense. It is like, he looks like a
But
cool
wait,
guy.
what is he a professor of exactly?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, psychology. Psychologist. Okay, so
But,
a psychiatrist prescribes drugs,
Yeah.
correct? But a psychologist diagnoses.
Mental illness.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Psychologists try to help you work through things, right? Isn't that the idea?
Yeah, but this guy doesn't sound. He sounds like any functional drug addict I've ever met. And in my line of work, I have met and do know many.
Yeah. But he's not a drug addict. He's actually
But
in
he
fact
just said he does
purposely
drugs all the time.
does whatever drugs he wants.
Oh, let me
But
guess. He can quit anytime he wants.
He's actually put himself through withdrawals on purpose to document it. So he's put himself into a situation where he did heroin multiple days in a row to the point where his body became physically addicted, and then got off of it just to document what the withdrawal process is actually like. And he says it's like having a flu.
This is the most clever drug addict I've ever heard of. I'm not sick. I'm documenting sickness. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I think that shit. I've seen so many wonderful people that they'll never know in the same way again.
Because of drugs.
Because of drugs.
That's true.
It's heartbreaking.
But what makes one person fall apart due to drugs and another person not? That's where it gets tricky. Some of it's biological, some of it's...
Right, but it's just like COVID. And why did I feel fine in 2,000 people stay in New York? That means that don't start, because I know black people don't like it.
It's, there was a lot of things going on in New York. It wasn't just the obesity, but I have a friend who was a doctor there, and he did say there was a lot of obese people, unfortunately. You eat bad food, bad things happen. And that's just the reality of being a human being.
All right, I mean, but I also think it's the reality of being a drug addict.
Right.
Like
Take bad drugs, bad things happen.
Right. This shit is nothing to play with. And how many minds are strong enough, like this professor, to responsibly do hard drugs? This is it's like an X-Men superpower.
Well, he's also a guy who understands the actual physical reaction these chemicals and compounds have on the brain.
It's like an X-Men
and on the body.
superpower.
He knows it from, an academic perspective.
I mean,
Bro, why are these people attacking me? Kill him. Yo, it's Squirt. I was in your gamer. Yeah, I remember Squirt.
Well, that was weird shit.
I actually saw your bunny outfit immediately, which, I mean, it's common, but I don't know. Still caught my attention. And the name Squirt. I like the name Squirt. Make me Squirt, Daddy.
Michael Jackson. Once he bought that first giraffe, I was like, you
Hey, make sure you drop a follow, Chase. I think you're
I
following already.
I don't know any of the emotional content of a guys like that.
There's people that were pioneers in the fame game, and you think about Michael Jackson's one of them. Elvis is another one. There's people that were pioneers in being super famous to the point where nobody had been super famous like Michael Jackson before Michael Jackson.
I don't know that anyone ever will again. Be what he was,
right?
Or Elvis was, or the Beatles were.
It's a different thing.
No, that shit is. I think that shit is done.
Yeah, maybe. It's a different thing.
I can't think of one thing that everyone will agree on that much ever again in this context.
I remember Michael Jackson, I've told this before, but Michael Jackson, I was listening to WBCN, The Rock of Boston, and they were going, look, I know this isn't rock, but it's so fucking good, we're going to play it anyway. And they played Michael Jackson.
Oh, it's that.
It was that good.
Yeah.
It was so good they played it on rock stations.
He was ubiquitous.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what the fuck that scope was like. The closest thing that I've ever seen of that up close would be like Eddie.
Yeah.
One of the guys who's been, on that level.
Yeah.
And Eddie is a cool motherfucker. In fact, if you're in his orbit, it feels normal.
Yeah.
Go to his house and bowl and talk shit. And his kids come in and out. And, it's just like it seems like a sitcom, but it's really hilarious. Eddie.
Nice. Yeah, I thought you followed earlier. What's up, dude?
Can talk like anybody.
I'm just farming whatever. Honestly, leveling up random crap. I'm bored.
Why do you think he doesn't understand it?
This shit ain't no bicycle, man. You know what I mean? He's an anomaly in the sense that I'm sure it would come right back to him. Like when he cuts up in the house, it should be real funny. But I don't know what it would mean. I don't know what it means to him, having been this person with this.
Right. What's also, he feels like his material, when he goes back and watches Raw, he's kind of embarrassed by it. He's, that it's...
It's funny, when I put out my first 2 Netflix joints, as a kid, it was the only press I did. But there was a thing going on in the press where everyone was saying that the specials were dated, because jokes in there that they consider transphobic, and I still don't think it's transphobic. I'm not gonna have that discussion, but if it ever happens, well, I'm ready.
Yeah, my old Yasa. I've leveled up pretty much every character.
The thing I said to Kimmel was, I don't get mad at a photo.
3 times Ajax ain't level up.
In other words,
Apex.
whatever was going on in '87 when he laid that set down, it was working in '87. That's where people were at, and a good comedian is an indicator of the time or their context. And I look at Eddie shit like that. Like I wouldn't look at any of his old material as embarrassing. Sometimes I'm startled, like, wow, you can never do that now.
Right.
But it makes it even more fun to see that there was this time when he was just saying this. I'm a comedian. I don't smell any malice in it. I don't think he's trying to hurt anybody.
No.
It's just this guy was just cracking.
He was doing comedy that was relevant during the time.
You have to delete forward heroes now?
The world was a different place.
Right, and it's not irrelevant.
Wait, what?
Now.
Why would
the thing that's remarkable is
you don't
he's
delete.
a different guy.
Right.
Which is why.
And also their descendants, but.
Thinking about what happens to the world, what happened to this guy? He's a little different now. This happens.
Crazy thing is, he doesn't look a day old.
It looks great.
He looks amazing.
It looks great. Yeah, it's amazing. One time I was watching TV with Eddie, and Sanford and Son rerun was on. And he says, I'm as old now as Red Fox was in this episode. Wow. Sanford and Son.
That's crazy.
Right. And then I look at the television, look at Eddie like, damn. He goes, yeah, I'm as old now as Carol O'Connor was in All in the Family. You think how Archie Bunker looked, that motherfucker. Looked terrible.
That's crazy. It was
Right.
terrible.
There goes Eddie looking like his 1987 shit. Yeah.
That is wild. Yeah, he's just taking so good care of himself. What does he do? Does he exercise a lot?
No, I have no idea. It's like Prince. I've never seen Prince eat or drink anything. I'm sure he doesn't. I don't know what Eddie does. He bowls. He's a family guy and stuff like that. Like he really is, man. Good to see. It's normal, bro. Like for all the things, for all the things you'll hear about Hollywood, I'm always startled how normal.
Yo, what up, Musk?
I don't know if it's just
What up, Muskie?
the angle I get to see or all that pageantry and shit. That's completely unsustainable. Nobody can do that all the time. Somewhere, somehow, you're just gonna be yourself.
Isn't it weird that that's what we think about when we think about Hollywood? We think about red carpets and people with tuxedos on and ridiculous watches and purses and all just standing there on the red carpet.
That's a tough one.
It's weird.
I mean, I don't knock. And by the way, I don't knock anybody for doing it at all. I don't think that that ain't we.
No, I'm not interested.
No, it's fun sometimes.
It's just so weird. It's so different than real life.
Yeah, but in a weird way, that is their real life. That's a work thing.
It's a peak work thing. It's like this is peak glam. Ta-da!
But this thing where, and I think this is changing in the culture. Remember, there was this thing about the celebrities.
Farming. Yeah, I'm just doing everything. Leveling weapons, farming shards, getting gold. Which
I'm not saying they should
I've got like
display that.
I keep
but
10,000 caliber on me.
Everybody has bad.
I really don't need much.
Fuck
I'm just
that
bored.
red carpet face. I don't want to make that fucking face for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I think as I get older, I'm overwhelmed by how human we all are. It really makes me like people more and forgive people more.
That's important. That's everything. Forgive people.
And forgive yourself. Everyone did something.
Forgive yourself.
I just think that I don't know. In this season of my life, I'm into. Hopefully, I'll do something. I will make this mean something other than just the trappings of success. How hot my whip is, or, pretty my bitches and all the stupid shit that we have been trained to focus on. I wanted to be better than that.
What do you want to do? Do you have an idea?
I have some ideas. Nothing I would really want to. I don't want to make any public declarations because then I might have to do this shit. But But as just a general rule, and by the way, there's so many surprising ways that you can be of use to people. Big things. Everyone always trying to hit a home, but sometimes it's smile you muster for a person, or it's a lot of things you can do. I just try to walk softly on the earth and have some fun. But I just know that investing celebrity into getting more celebrity is a treadmill I don't feel interested in running on in the twilight of my life.
Right.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, no, you get it. You know what it's like to be famous.
Yeah. And I'm not mad at famous. When you say fame, I'm not mad at that. Celebrity.
What's the difference?
That's fine. I was talking to Letterman about it. Celebrity is the role. That's on the red carpet. You're famous. It's not that you're not a celebrity, but it's not like you're sticking with pinky toe out on the red carpet. And you're not going places with people saying, "What are you wearing?"
Right.
You didn't make your life. You're not tethered to endorsements and this, that, and the other. You're tethered to yourself, to your journey, to your life, which makes it meaningful. Right. For you to talk the shit that you talk, even in this context, there's a courageousness that you have. You're subject to so much outside scrutiny. But you do it anyway. That's why.
Oh snap! Yo, appreciate the follow. What up? Osco?
This is a
Is it Osco?
Takes some consistency.
What up? Thank you for the follow.
Choose in the beginning. You have to take an inventory, know who you actually are. Some people think they are the famous guy. Fame is your circumstance. It's not necessarily who you are. Trust me, when I left the show, I wasn't famous. It was circumstances. I was famous, but it wasn't that famous.
Right.
It's different. And I realized, when we came up, we coveted that. But I didn't even know what it was.
Well, because it seemed unattainable. You would see other people that had it. Someone would show up at the club and walk through and you're like, oh shit, look at him. Look at him. Everybody knows who he is.
Right, but it was still an abstraction.
Right.
Martin walks in and it looked like he was brimming with happiness.
Right. Martin walked in. Martin was the first guy that I ever saw that walked in with security.
Hilarious.
I was like, wow, he got security at the store.
And needed it.
Oh yeah. People forgot how fucking strong Martin Lawrence was. God damn, his act was powerful. I used to have to follow him. Mitzi Shore was hilarious. She used to always, she thought you were funny, she would put you on after the best comedians. Just throw you right to the wolves. She always thought it was funny. She would always put me on after, I was, 27, 26 years old, whatever I was. She would put me on after Martin Lawrence all the time. That was his bomb.
But that's how you get great. I remember the first time I met Martin, I was in high school.
Wow.
I saw Martin do a show, him and Tommy Davis. This might be one of the best single comedy shows I've ever seen. It was like a local DC club. Marlon Wayans was there. He was going to college in DC at the time. It was the night I met him. And man, first of all, Tommy Davidson went on. This motherfucker Tommy can crack. He's a funny guy. Great performer, great impressionist. Every skill set that you could think of, he has in abundance. And Martin was headlining. I watched Tommy's show, and I was worried for the headliner. When does that ever happen? Martin's fine. Like the shit he did on that stage, and this was like in the area that he grew up in, so he had that set. There's probably a couple girls in high school that dissed him that was there and that kind of shit. He did the thing, bro. And I'm telling you, Martin Lawrence was a beast.
He was a beast
on stage.
People forgot for some reason.
Shit, I'm from DC, so I can't forget. Like when I was starting out, he was a local legend already.
Well, when I first came to LA, it was in '94. He was in his peak.
You know what up, Bosco?
Oh yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, make sure you guys get in Discord if you're not though.
So crazy.
Yeah, that was some Elvis shit. He was hosting Def Jam.
Yeah.
He had the sitcom.
Yep.
He was putting out specials and just started getting big in that movie.
And when you watch his sitcom, people forget, like, he did a bunch of different characters on that show. Like, it was all him. The show was all him.
Yes, he was nice with it. He's probably still nice with it. I mean, I haven't seen Martin in a long time.
I haven't seen him forever. I ran into him at the store like a few years back, just briefly. You know, he was doing a few sets every now and then.
He called me after one of the Mark Twain prize. If you know, because I'm from Detroit, I got to tell you his call. It means a lot.
Yeah.
He was one of my early local heroes. I came up on a good circuit. Well, in Boston, but DC, Wanda Sykes started out with me. Patton Oswalt was around. You know, Tony Woods, Mark Lawrence, Tommy Davidson. There was some great comics.
That's one thing that comedy always needs. You need to be around other great comics.
That's true. The circuit.
Yeah.
And back in those days, no internet, nothing. Every city has some different energy. And the comedians, it's always exciting to go to a city and check out the other act.
Yeah.
Boston, like you say, that was one of those cities.
It was a weird city.
It was.
But it was a trap. That's what we were talking about before. Those guys can make six figures staying in town, but that's what they did. Because if they went on the road, they'd actually make less money.
What made you go to Hollywood? Why didn't you fall for that?
I saw what they were doing, and even though they were great comedians, I saw that they couldn't do the road. And I was like, if you want to get on HBO, or if you want to, you have a special, you gotta get out of town. And the young guys coming up kind of saw the old guard of some of the best headliners I've ever seen in my life. I've seen Don Gavin have sets, Steve Sweeney have sets that I would put those sets up against any comic I've ever seen ever.
You know, it was funny. The first night I saw Dane Cook, they go on after so-and-so. You know, I don't really worry about that. But I heard the crowd scream so loud, I thought they'd introduce me.
Wow.
It was Dane. He was just starting out. These were crowd reactions. This guy, there was a thing in Boston. Everyone was a room ripple. Like they were all about volume.
Intensity.
Yeah, Don Gavin, that rapid fire style, I'll never forget. And then, in the midst of all that, you have counterweight like Stephen Wright. This wonderfully understated, deadpan comedian. That shit was fire. Boston was a good circuit.
Have you ever seen the documentary When Stand Up Stood Out?
No.
There's a comic named Fran Solomita. He put together this documentary on Boston. It's really good. It just shows you what it was like back in those days. Like, they kind of invented a movement. There's really a lot of it was Barry Crimmins. Rest in peace.
Who's Barry Crimmins?
Barry Crimmins was like the godfather of Boston comedy in a lot of ways because he was this really brilliant guy, very politically savvy, and he kept everybody from being a hack because everybody was scared of him.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
he was like this fucking like loud, bold guy who he would go on stage and he had a jacket on. He would pull a Budweiser out of the inside pocket of his jacket and set it on the table. He had like these things he would do, but he was a great comic, but maybe more important, he was like a cornerstone of the scene. Like, if Barry didn't like you, you were fucked. Right. If Barry thought you were a hack, you were fucked. And they didn't tolerate hacks. They didn't tolerate thieves.
He was quality control.
Quality control. Yeah.
Every circuit, I guess, needs
Yeah. Yeah. And it's the thing, like, Dane Cook's talked about this too, that they were all men. These guys were all these big guys. They were all like 6 foot plus, big, burly guys who did a lot of coke and got in street fights. All those comics, they weren't like nebbishy, comics who would, talk about their insecurities. They were wild dudes.
They were like rock
partying.
stars.
Yeah.
I remember doing a show in Boston. I just remember seeing a guy who was heckling me, and the security threw him down the steps.
Yeah.
I'd never seen anything like this so casually. Like, this is what we do with trash. Like, Jesus, man.
Yeah, there was a lot of violence in Boston.
It was a weird, and I never really got a feel for that city. I would meet these intellectuals and idiots in the same block. What the fuck is this place?
Well, there was more colleges per capita in Boston than anywhere else in the country.
Yeah. I used to go up there and play college gigs all the time, and the Boston police felt particularly menacing.
Yeah.
Those fucking high boots they wear with no horse to match. Fuck all these Gestapo ass dudes. It's a weird city. But then they produce so many great sources of comedy. Even people who aren't from Boston. A guy like Howard Stern that went to BU. A guy like Patrice O'Neal came out of the hood, moved down to New York, and cleaned shit up out there.
Yeah.
Interesting scene.
Patrice is a similar type of thing, right? He was like a cornerstone of comedy in New York. When people talk about like people getting silly or being stupid, they go, God, I wish Patrice was here to see this.
Yeah, Patrice, he had that world-weary kind of swag about him. Early on, me and him didn't like get along, but we became friends. Real deal.
He was a real deal. God, I wish he stayed alive.
I do too, man.
Oh, the comedy he would have put out during all this shit.
And that's interesting because I don't know what would happen to a guy like him in this context.
He's not buckling. I'll tell you that.
I know. So I say,
right.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see.
It really would be. One can only imagine. But he was something else. He's funny too. I remember him and Kevin got to New York around the same time. I just think Kevin was from Boston. Let's see them together sometimes. And their arrival on the scene was like both these guys when they got on the scene, it was noticed. It wasn't like they came in quietly. They was doing some shit.
That's another thing that every scene needs. Every scene needs a rocket.
Yeah, someone that shakes shit up.
Yeah, like whoa. Like someone who's not stagnant, they're not complacent, they're going for it.
I gotta tell you, New York City in the 90s, some of the greatest comedy I've ever seen. Like, it was weird too because I was one of those guys that would be in New York and then go out to LA a little earlier than everyone else. Like, I did Montreal and then I'd go out for this and I'd go out for that. I started, auditing both scenes. New York was like the dream. But LA, those comics were like, the work ethics were different. New Yorkers writing, in general. If you do 10 spots a night, you come up with a new joke on a third show, you got 7 cracks at it. By the end of the night, even though you just started the thing, it's refined.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, LA didn't have the opportunity to do that.
That's a different world.
Right, LA people were so competitive about stage time. They was action stuff like Karate Kid tournament. These motherfuckers got killed every night. Sweep the leg. But Sensei, you got a problem with that? That's LA, no mercy.
LA in the 90s was everybody trying to get a sitcom too. That was part of the problem.
Oh yeah, it was a gold rush.
Yeah, they saw what happened with Roseanne and Jerry Seinfeld and
I don't even know if that was coming completely from the comedians. The studio system was so hungry for comedians to build these shows around.
Yeah, they would give you these crazy development deals.
Yeah, I did a million of those. It took me like 13, 14 of them shits to be like, man, fuck that shit. Before you get a Chappelle show. But the good thing is I learned how television worked, basically, how it was supposed to work and what I'd like to do.
What was interesting is that they basically gave you free money. People don't understand this. Like, they would give you like $500,000 or $250,000, and you would get this development deal, and they'd attach you to a bunch of writers. They'd put together a script, and it may or may not go. And if it didn't go, you just got a free $250,000, and you worked on a script, and maybe it went to pilot, maybe it didn't.
Yeah, but if it didn't go, you were a bad investment.
You had a couple of those in you.
And it could hurt. It could hurt you.
It could.
If they ever look at you like you're a bum investment. The thing was with me, I was funny. And I didn't know. I don't know.
Those days, the Montreal days were weird, right? You would go out there, just go out there to showcase their talent, try to get a deal, and then do you remember Chicken? Do you remember that guy?
I do remember. He got some huge deal. Mid '90s.
And it didn't.
Late '90s.
Flopped terribly. Like, for whatever reason, they thought he was funny and nobody else did.
Yeah, the name Chicken should have tipped him off. Maybe this is bad ideas. Who should we make the check out to? Chicken?
Well, he had a big, crazy act with a lot of energy.
I never saw him work.
I saw him work. I worked with him in Montreal.
But that name is stupid. no disrespect, Chicken, but that's a stupid ass name.
So it all fell apart, and then he wound up hanging himself in front of the school.
Oh, now you got got to bring that up. I feel bad because I said I just shouted out chicken and this nigga's dead for 5 years. Oh my God.
But that's
He hung himself in front of his school.
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because of comedy?
Didn't work out. It fell apart. So like he thought he was on this rocket ship to fame. Like, oh my God, I got the biggest deal ever. He got like the biggest development deal anybody had ever heard of.
I remember.
And then they were like, they're gonna make a show around him. I forget what kind of show it was gonna be. And then it didn't work out. And then he slowly faded away. And then he vanished. And then one day he killed himself.
How long after the deal fell apart?
Quite a long time, more than a decade.
He never got over the experience of almost making it.
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, maybe he was mentally ill. Maybe he was suffering from depression from the beginning, and maybe that big, crazy, wild act was his like.
So it may have not
escape.
had anything to do with show business.
Totally possible, but it's not a good narrative. And a good narrative is show business got him, right?
Yeah.
But see if you can find that guy.
I never saw it set. I remember everyone in town was talking about it. I've never seen it.
Comedians couldn't understand what was going on. He would make a lot of noise and bounce around on stage and screaming and yelling, and everybody's like, "What is he doing?"
I've seen a few times like that. It'll be killing though, and I'll be like,
Well, the agents thought they had it. They're like, "This is it. He's gonna be huge. We got him." And you know, they played against each other and got this giant deal.
This is tragic.
It's weird.
Now I'm mourning the loss of chicken. I never even met this motherfucker.
There were quite a few people that thought they were going to be giant. I remember quite a few people who got development deals, and all of a sudden they had assistants. Like, you know, like, you got an assistant? People would show up with an assistant, and someone would take notes while they're on stage, and they'd have their coffee ready for them, and they were, you know, they drove a Mercedes. It's like, what are you doing? Got a development deal. My show's going to go. It's got a guarantee.
And then they do the pilot. Right, that's why I call my company Pilot Boy. You know how many of them fucking pilots I did? I was like, fuck this. It's like gonna be forever. It was hell.
That's why you call it Pilot Boy? That's it? Oh, that's hilarious.
It's a development hell. I
That's
spent
hilarious.
like over a decade of my life thinking out that shit.
That's hilarious. Do you think you're gonna do more of these podcasts? The ones that you have produced? You gonna keep doing that?
I'd like to, yeah.
Yeah?
I think, you know, it's not like this gig. You know what I mean? It's as joyful as this. Like, I talk to people I enjoy talking to. You know, I don't want to, like, tip my hand too much because I want people to, like, listen and see for themselves what it is. I don't like describing. It's like telling a girl how you're going to fuck her before you do it. Just see what it feels like. You know, but I enjoyed it, man. Like, again, who I'm talking to. I hope you do it one day. You got to hear it, though. You love it.
I've heard it. I've heard episodes.
Oh, that's right. When we were here, I played.
Yeah, I would love to do it. I would definitely do it. I love what you did in Yellow Springs too, because you were the first guy to figure it out. You were the first guy to say, you know what, I'm gonna do comedy.
We got to it early, man.
When did you start? Like, what was the first shows?
June 6th. The first night was the night I did that video that was on YouTube, 846, that George Floyd. It was the very first night. 70 people, maybe 5, 8. I was like, as soon as you know what was happening, so many people in live entertainment were furloughed that I started finding out from the production world who had gotten furloughed and stuff. It was like, you know, and this a lot of these people I'd pay them in cash because if I did it, you know, straight down the middle, they lose their benefits. And if for any reason I had to cancel the shows, then they just stranded with no benefits. I couldn't do that.
Right.
So it's like you went to the 80s. You know, you couldn't do anything illegal. You know, and the night before the first show, I was like a condemned man. I had to put a call into the governor's office at night. Fucking night. Call the governor. It was a long shot. Shout out to Governor Hawaii, he hit me back. And he let me do it because of, you know, after that massacre in Dayton, the thing that I think really helped heal the community. And because of that, he was like, okay, I'll let you do it, but the COVID protocols were so strict. And we had to learn from scratch how to do it. You know, nothing's gonna be
sleeping?
It's a
Sleepy
pandemic.
puppy.
Everything you do is gonna be risky, but we had to figure out how to do it as safe as possible within the parameters of guidelines of the government. So, but we were able to work.
Did you sell booze?
bigger way.
Oh wow.
There's a lot of stuff that was built to be advanced. We try to make it accessible. The shows are expensive to produce, so I didn't make any money. I lose money every night. But here we are a year later. I might be 105 shows ahead of everybody.
Right.
So I'm working.
You stayed active.
We might have done we might have done a good 30, 40 shows here.
Yeah.
So it's that. We found a way, and the best part, like I said, is we all got to be together. So, people would fly in from LA and New York, and we work 3 nights a week, and some people stay, and we could chill, because eventually we got access to testing. That was the game changer. So we test every day.
So when you first started out, there was no testing?
No, it was just, there was for the comedians. But the crowd, it's like going to the grocery store.
Right.
You come at your own risk. Everyone mask up.
Everyone was outside.
Everyone was out. Everything was outside. Everything was properly socially distanced. One of the things I learned early on is selling tickets in pairs. That was a game changer, because it allowed us to get more people in. And it just made everything easier. Because you imagine if there's 2 single seats, you can't put 2 strangers together.
Right.
At a time.
Of course.
It worked. As far as the audience was concerned, not a single reported incident from someone who was very good.
And then eventually you started testing the crowd?
Right. As testing became more available, at the beginning, having tests was like, oh my God.
Right.
Kind of handsome. Very difficult to get testing. And the tests weren't as rapid. It would take longer. So you wouldn't have time to test those people.
All right, I'm going to bounce. I'm bored. I farmed a lot of everything.
It takes 30 minutes.
And leveled up my VSA a couple times tonight, so.
Yeah, you can't wait 30 minutes.
Right.
I'm out for the night.
Now,
see you guys.
When
have a good night, guys. Appreciate you guys stopping by.